Hi. Hello. Hi guys. Hi. Hi. I'm Kibi. Hello. Hi Sora. Hi Thomas. Hi Nob. Hi Mappa. Hi Geese. Hi Anita. Hi Maya. Hi Caspian. Hi Alright. Hi Makia. Hi Nook. Hi Anna. Hi Juan. Hi Dandy. Hi Philip. Hi Di. Welcome. Hi Will. Hello. Hello. I'm Kippy. Man, thank you. Thank you for subbing. Thank you very much. I didn't back read any of my chats. You guys could have been shit talking me because I just ran everywhere because I realized I forgot 10 million things, but it's fine, I did them now. Pip cheerio. I'm not evil creature. Am I evil creature, guys? Am I evil creature? I'm sounding extra wispy today, am I? Maybe I am. Absolutely. Thank you. Just respecting the fellow girly grinder too. Okay. I'm glad. I'm simply girl bossing. We shit talked incredibly like shit straight from the grim, horrendous. I steal the house of do I? But yeah, I think I'm whispering better today. Maybe because I'm not half asleep. Look, if he hasn't changed the fuse light bulb very... Yeah, it broke. My lights are broken, guys. Oh no. Femso streamers opening a kitchen for hungry insults. Is that me? Is that me? This is my soup kitchen, guys. She's leveled up her vocal quiet. Is it level up real? Level up true? I have to freaking... Did I send my live message? I think I did. I think I tweeted that. I almost forgot because I was wearing my pajamas and then I realized how warm I was and it was a massive disaster and I had to go run to find my t-shirt. Okay, I tweeted it, okay. And that took a lot of my ad time away, you know? No, PJs are too warm. My fan is broken because I left it on. The charger running for 12 hours. I think I burnt out the motor. And now I'm lost, you know? I have nothing left. I just get to overheat. Hi Mishka. Hello. Welcome, hello. To be honest, it might also be because of the big fucking sock on my mic right now. If I sound different, I don't know. It is email. How is this scary, you know? How is it? Big, why is big in quotes? My socks are huge. They're massive. Sock ASMR? This book took me 2 weeks to read. Yeah, it's relatively grindy, right? I mean, how long was it yesterday? I think I read it for like 7 hours, right? I think it's relatively long. Also, hi, Eigenpie. Welcome to the climate change. I don't like it. I don't want heat. I want it far away from me, you know? I want as little heat as possible around me. I need to be in the cold. 7 hours, how many of those were yapping? Not that many. Not that many. It was like a little bit, but I didn't talk as much, right? Because I was so sleepy. I like collapsed straight after stream, so I kind of like yeah, I kind of like rushed to read a little faster than normally because I was falling asleep reading, and I was a little nervous that I was gonna fall asleep on stream, right? Because what would I do in that situation? What do you do if you fall in on stream? I wouldn't live it down. I'd simply start crying. Let me hydrate. Thank you, Mishka. Get clip. No, please don't. Please don't. Please don't clip me sleeping. I'm shy. It's very incredibly short for QB Street, almost as short as she. As me? As me? Huh? Socks giveaway? No. You can't have my socks. They're mine. They're mine. I'm here for the ASMR. Okie dokie. Nice to. This kind of weather was pretty common in the 90s. Yeah, this isn't that unusual. This isn't even that warm. I just hate the heat. I do really bad in the heat, or I also do really bad in the cold. So I feel like I can't complain, right? If it's both, that's on me. Get your Johnny to change the category to I'm just sleep. Ad hoc sleep stream? No. No sleeping on stream ever. Okay? Never, ever. Clipping from the walls. No. Get out of my walls. Get out of my walls, okay? You're not allowed in. You're shy, Aurora. You won't get clipped in my basement. Me? Please don't kidnap me into your basement. I deserve to be free, you know? I deserve to be a free QB. What about QB bathwater? Bathwater giveaway is like too unoriginal, you know? That's too unoriginal. You need to be original, you know? You can't be copying people. Hi, Soren. QB's bathwater is always in scarcity years out. Right now it's QB sweat the sign. I don't sweat. I'm like Prince Andrew, except I'm not a nonce. I don't sweat. Yeah. I beat you to it. Okay, how am I Gary? How am I? I am Gary, actually. So-called free QBs when they have to go outside their room. You shouldn't make women go outside, I think it's not fair. It shouldn't be allowed. QB spaghetti screw giveaway. I still have that screw. It's sitting on like my dish rack. What do I even do with that? What do you do with a screw you almost ate? I don't think I can fix it, but I don't want to buy a new pan. My pan is perfectly fine, right? You don't need the new one. But I needed the lid. However, today I saw a picture where somebody's spaghetti fell everywhere because the handle fell off their pan. And oh my god, I was really like, it's just like me, you know? They're just like me. Holy shit. Incredible, really. I really relate. That's why you should stay inside my basement? No. No, no, no. The cubies aren't free and you can't take them home at all. You can't have them. If you try and kidnap me, I'll lobotomize you, okay? And then how will you feel? How would you feel if I just... lobotomy? I'll crow. I'll pick your brain out, okay? If you try it, I'll pick it up and I'll steal it. Now let me hydrate, thank you. Hi, Spooky. Hello. Hello. Yeah, Kiwi. Do you think I like a dog? Also, guys, is my mic loud enough? I think because I put my windshield sock on it is a little quieter. But I didn't want to turn up the gain. Because it turns into an Xbox mic if I do that, right? What is pss used for? I thought it's used for ducks, right? The £20 fall for QB can't stop you from picking. I could stop everyone. I could stop everyone, you know? It would be perfectly possible and I could do it. Oh, it's for cats? Oh yeah, it is, isn't it? I forgot. I forgot. Whoopsies. With my tongue? How would you steal someone's brain with your tongue? I think if I licked your brain, I would get like prions or something, right? If I licked a brain. I ran out. Hello. It sounds good, Kidaki. Good. Excellent. You could even reduce the gain a little. Could I? It's just low on my my audio tracking, which is why I asked. Max out the gain? Absolutely not. Do you know what this thing sounds like with its gain up? Because it's painful. Gotta panhandle the cuties, you gotta pull her in a pan? Please don't panhandle me. Please don't do that. I don't want to be put in the pan. I don't want to be put in the jar. I don't want to go in any of them, okay? I wanna be free. Do you modify the gains with the button on the mic or in the Windows setting? Mostly on the mic, because if you do it on the Windows setting, it leads to cutting out more. So if I turn it up, I do it on the mic. If you licked my brain, it would be like lemon face meme. I've not seen the lemon face meme. Oh my gosh, am I not cool anymore? Am I not here with the kids? What's the lemon face meme? I swear. Am I no longer up to date? But yeah, I think it would be crispy. I think it would be crispy. Let me grasp your head. Oh, when someone licks a lemon, I swear I've not seen it. Guys, I'm a loser. I don't know memes anymore. Now I have to go on to know your meme. Wait. Know your meme. Lemon face. I'm trying to type really quietly. Please don't call it shameful. I'm trying my best. What is it called? What if I hit like trending? Trending. This isn't working. I can't find it. You're so nice when you're ASMR maxing. It's actually very cozy. Truly vivisects my anxiety. Wait, am I normally anxiety inducing? Oh no. Panhandle Kiwi, stop. Don't hit me with a pan. You are not Scout. You will never have all the hats. You'll never be in TF2. Oh, hi, Bill. Yeah, I'm gonna read this like, I am starting reading straight away. I wanna finish it because I hate taking like big breaks in the middle of reading, right? It makes like it so hard to remember what you're doing. You're not a loser, just a winner in waiting. Yeah, so someday I'll see the lemon, right, guys? It's not bad that I don't know, right? Usually tinnitus inducing me? No way. Is it a meme or just a general thing that licking a lemon makes you scrunch up your face? I mean, I think it does if you're not prepared right, but I really like to eat lemons. I like to like just to bite the lemon and absorb its juice. It's so good. But if you didn't like them, then you'd probably scrunch your mouth, right? Shut up, me? Me? Let him much. I'm sorry, you'll never be Scout. Can we get a quick summary of the latest thing that happened? I can attempt. So, before I start reading, I'll attempt to summarize that. But to be honest, it's very character focused, so it's kind of a little difficult to summarize, but I can try. QB likes to leak. I didn't say leak. I took it myself. Okay, you took 10? Okay, good. Good. You're such a weirdo. I'm not weird. I'm very normal. I'm very normal, okay? I think lemons are just nice, right? Weirdo is a very cash money way of saying wait, is it from The Simpsons? Oh. The lemon thing is from The Simpsons, is it? I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know. I can give a summary now. I think I can try. I can try my best. Or I can give you a lobotomy, like. Socialized. Lobotomized. Take that. Take that. I don't know if that sounds weird because I have the sock on it or not. Head empty. I'll give you a home lobotomy first, Cupid. But I'm not the one who needs lobotomizing, okay? You guys are the one who gets the lobotomy. It sounds a bit different, yeah, because it's like a different texture, right? Because it's not unlike a hard texture. It's weird to think the protagonist is not in her late 20s having a midlife crisis. Yeah, she's quite young, isn't she? Because she's like 19, the whole book. But like, it's very, I guess it could happen whenever, right? The way she thinks in the book. Hi, Lupo. Hi, Pop. Why is your bedroom so... Why is it... I swear my bedroom isn't that wide or barren. It used to be like, it just looks really barren because I used to have nothing but like... I had like no decorations. And most of the things like I don't know why. But I swear, I put effort into decorating, guys. I made it look less barren. Because I kept, because it looked like nobody lived there because I never decorate anything. We are in the sock. Are you guys? Holy shit. Get out of my sock. Wait, I just realized what you meant by So Night, thank you for the follow. I'm not barren, shut up. I didn't process what you said. I'm not barren, guys. Okay? Okay, hi, Pain. Hi, Night. Thank you, let me hydrate and stuff. Wait, does that sound for the notification, really? It shouldn't be coming through. I muted it just in case. Just very quiet. Oh my god, I know what it is. I think it's it's because it's come through my headset and my mic. My mic is picking. My headset is too loud. It's getting picked up by my mic. There, I turned it down. Charming eyes, thank you. incredibly young for you, not young enough, but comparatively oh my gosh. Yeah, true. 19 was technically midlife for Pleth, I guess. It really was. You think I would send a message without being mean? No, but I didn't process it yet. I haven't had my coffee yet, so I can't process anything. To get lost in those eyes if only the person behind them was always. Wow. Wow, am I not charming? Wow. Anyway, guys, this is what it's like to be inside my sock, okay? It's getting too crowded here. We need a purge. Don't stop the purge. No. No. Yes, it's nice here. Snipper, snipper. Shut up. No sniffing. Where did Ash go anyway? Ash is here. I love if you think of socks. That's what you think of. I admire your dedication getting that close to your sock to blow, and it must. My sock doesn't smell. Why are you under the impression it would smell, huh? Why are you under these false impressions when my sock is perfectly fine to blow on, you know? You share it. Do you think I took the sock straight off my feet and put it on my? I don't even wear socks. Thank you. I don't even wear them. You get out in your room. I don't do laundry once a month. What is this? I never said that. At least say things are the true, okay? Ain't it? More often. I hate Jeff, right? She put in a used sock in our mic because she hates us. How do I prove I'm not a hater? How do I prove that, huh? Is it even possible? I'm not sure. Are you mummy? I'm not. No, I'm not. Like and tags for views? Me? Me? Surely no. Surely no. Sorry, I think I just made loads of noise. That was louder than I thought. I had to move my chair up, because my mic. I'm not tall enough to be over my mic if I put it at my normal seat height. So now I have to. Okay, it was allowed. Okay, so now I have to like float. I have to float so I'm not behind it. But I really, you're in the tag. I lie. I'm a liar. Good and elevator trip with all of chat. Okay, are we going on the elevator trip together? I'm a little scared though. That sounds terrifying, guys. What? There's too many people and not enough elevator. Can I just say some more? You can. Hi, Linnea. Hi. Give you just know every insult we make against you are just the things we find most attractive about. What about when you... It's true. It's true. If you ask the I will not say alright, I love you, shut up. Do not ask me to do that. It makes me cringe. It's good to be honest, Carrie. I'm always honest. I'm very, very honest, huh? What have I done to deserve being called a hag, huh? I simply don't deserve it, right? What have I done to be able to deserve that? I did nothing. How are your presents? What presents? What presents? Where are you going with this? What is this bit? Where are you going with this bit? Sorry, I'm being schizophrenic. Understood. It's okay to be a little schizo, don't worry. Nothing, I just love how I'm not Asian. I'm not Asian at all, okay? I just love my saying Cupid. Cupid's birthday is oh my god. Are you saying October 31st because I thought it wasn't a real date? Why would you remember that? That was ages ago on stream. I said I thought Halloween was on October the 30th. That was too many streams ago. It's too many streams ago for me to remember me getting that wrong. I'm sorry, what me? And because it's when Savile was born? Why do you know when Jimmy Savile was born? Hello. Yeah, I thought the 1st of October wasn't real. I don't have an excuse. That's just what I thought. To make pedo jokes to you. Of course it is. I could have sworn, but I know like you've got. I've never said a birthday, so you can't call me a gaslighter on this one, okay? On this one, it's not me at all, you know? Never me. I did nothing wrong here. I am an innocent woman. Every day is Cupid. It is? It's my birthday today? And tomorrow? And yesterday? And none of you guys said happy birthday to me? Do you? Do you hate me? There's tears in my eyes. Do you hate me? You didn't say me happy birthday every day. How could you? I'm so sad. Everyone hates Cupid here. Don't worry, you also find your preference for the young attractive means let's go. Shut up, preference for the young. Actually, Kibi was born the 24th of April of 1902. Don't worry about me being so specific. I thought it was the 20th of April, wasn't it? For, No, on the 24th of April of 1902, Manchester United was founded by 5 English investors who bought the assets. Why have you googled Manchester United history for that? If it's every day you lose novelty, no. I mean, when your birthday's every day, it just gets better. adverse effect is that she's aging quite rapidly. Vampires, don't age. Hi, Chuck. What about the RuneScape wife? She was legal. She was legal, okay? She was legal. Ryona vampire. No, I'm not built for bullying. Don't bully me. Don't bully me, okay? Don't do that. That's what it was. I suspect. Yeah, I thought it was Hitler's birthday at first. That's why I googled it. Because I was like, no, Hitler was born on the 20th. I remember that. Hi, Jinx. Welcome. She ages at the speed of sound. No, vampires don't age, okay? Confused just because of the change of calendar. Yeah, true. Doing Miss Dushman's would have been too easy. Oh wait, I'm gonna. Oops. Thank you. I would say blasphemy doesn't feel appropriate when relating it to the question, why haven't you googled Manchester? What do you mean? Everyone else informs me of that team for me. I don't need to google it. Sometimes you seem so intelligent and then some factoid nugget pops up like you'll disbelieve in the 31st of October, and that gets brought into question. So you actually give the lifetime. I only did it once, okay? I just mixed up the months. Ah! Trick, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. ASMR sneezing. Yeah, vamps just age very slowly, but me, I don't age at all. Never. If you ages 365 degrees a year, she must be billions of years old. It was so lovely, sweet. Have a blessed sneeze day, I will, of course. Every day is sneeze day. Every day is also birthday. Okay? I'm sorry, I'm about to stop pissing myself at that first time chat. I'm trying really hard not to laugh. I can't laugh. Wait, let me mute my mic. Let me mute my mic before I start crying. Okay. I got it out of my system. It would be too loud if I didn't mute, okay? Please remove your attention from Manchester, it scares me now. I'm gonna get you. She's a Man U fan, it would be difficult. She should be a gooner instead. I'm always a gooner, thank you. Kibi was born 29th of the 2nd, 1956. Why does she think she's only 8? The freaking leap day. Every day is great with your Gina. Now we can see her face. I know, I can't hide it. I wanted to laugh too much. ASMR crying, give it to us. I wasn't crying though, I was laughing. You're giving me this. Mute me. can hear it. Why you can't hear it? You can't hear it. You're insane. You're schizophrenic. Let's go, goodness. I did count back the leap. Yes, it was. How is it my fault? What are you blaming me for right now? I don't deserve it. Also, hi, Barry. No, I need to keep my 400-day edge streak. Grim. Unlike you, some of you weirdos, I've been edging my whole life. I never stopped. I'm a fucking X amount of years. None of you can compare to me. I join you, but keep your hands on ED like an African hyena gives HIV to kids. Exactly, I'm edge maxing. I've never stopped in my life. She's wizard plus. I advanced plus wizardry. Holy crap, guys. That's impressive. Let me hydrate as well. Thank you, Barry. Thank you. For a man who proclaims to love edging, he sure does seem to lack restraint for edging jokes. True. Very true. Wizards. Hashtag either? How hashtag? How? Edging your whole life and we're the widows? Yeah. Because me? I'm just a regular girl. Regular everyday girl. And therefore I can't be a weirdo, right? She went even further beyond me. Oh no. Oh no. They failed my streak. Shut the fuck up. Ultra instinct vents on me? My audio is fine, I don't believe you. I don't believe these lies. My audio? I have the best audio in the world. I have the most expensive microphone you could ever afford. Nothing can compare. She edits by writing out the I'm simply edging life, okay? Yeah, I'm edging the edge of edging, exactly. The audio routine it really has it. I've not seen that routine used once to actually be right. Kind of incredible, really. Turn the yap is crazy, no way. No way. The results of your failure are mark of your weakness. True and real. Let me hydrate. Thank you, Caspian. Need audio good, Witty? Audio good? I'm gonna scratch you, okay? because I think that was too loud. To be fair, if you watch QB, you have to be pretty good at that. What else could you expect from us? Guys, does chat reflect streamer in this case? Oh no. Hi, Sirius. Hello. Maybe. Oh no. Yup, is book reading yapping if you think about it? I have no clue. Does it count? You'll hydrate. Maybe, but I'm not a weirdo, okay? I'm not weird. I'm very normal. Not your voice is of course it is. You think? You think I'd leave that home? Truly? Surely not, right? Surely you wouldn't be that silly. Scratching is pretty kinky, could you know? I like throwing me on silly. No, I've stolen your purity already, sorry. I hope you can forgive me. Our lights get oh my gosh, can I get banned as well? Ah, I can't wait for me to get banned. Also, thanks to you streaming ASMR, Twitch now recommends ASMR stuff, and my Twitch homepage is just tits. Thanks for making me look like a pervert, QB very. Wait, your Twitch thing wasn't like that anyway? Because mine was. Mine is always like that, and I don't. What did I do to deserve it, right? This is not self-report. It's not a self-report at all, okay? The temper cuts. Wait, do I get it because I watch it of my friends ASMR? Oh my god, is that it? It really might be, you know. Scary. I'm enjoying my stay. Why would they just switch recommend this if I think I like shut up. I have plenty. Okay? I have so much. The ASMR curse is still way better than junk. Actually real. Actually real and true, you know? Junk? Junk is hell. Okay. Yeah, you gotta love self-harming with junk. I don't know if it's because of the sock. I think it's covering my mouth a little. I think I'll lift up my channel, but I think I'll need to put like stuff on the floor because my feet are already in the air. Okay, this might be good. Now I feel really taller. Kind of terrifying. A little scared. Who would have thought the guy who introduced himself with edging would be obnoxious? Real. Shocking. Unheard of. I think I'm a big disappointment because none of them are very good at trolling. Like, I could do a way better job, so I think I disappoint them. I'm sorry, little guys. Map becomes small. It should be better now, though. I think they'll track better. 56 men. Are you calculating the message deleted? Hi, Hyena. What do you mean by weird, mentally ill British? Guys, you think I'm weird and mentally ill? I'm British? Is that what you think of me? Oh, so I'm good, thank you. I'm good. Can't believe you raise your charity high, you'll risk skydiving without the parents. Me? Gnome fan for the high chair? I'm not a gnome. But I do feel like I'm on a high chair right now. I had to get my pillars used as a footstool, otherwise I can't reach the floor. It is kind of uncomfy, right? I'm just so tall. How much is the maximum time limit for anyways? Not that long. Not that long. I tried timing out people for ages and it just doesn't work. Yes, but that's why we're here. Understood. Could you run a trolling 101 for the uncultured Zoomers class? And even if I taught them, even if I told the Zoomers, would they truly understand? Would they truly understand how the truth of this perilous journey, this occupation? But weird mentally ill if I would never be French. Do not accuse me of being French, I would never do that. Led by UBC. Z Humber? Who are you referencing with that? Hi Sukuchi. Hi again, Soren. Hi. What's wrong with Palace's footstools? That's fine, right? That's perfectly okay, right? Kiwi is really puntable. Imagine playing rugby with Kiwi. Don't use me as a ball. That's so mean. Don't do that. Don't do that, okay? Let me hydrate as well. Thank you. It's not a question of if they'll understand, but if you have it in you to enlighten the insensitive. Can you I mean, you know, guys, you can bring a host of water, but you can't make it drink. Even if I teach the Zoomers how to troll effectively, could they truly do it? I'm not sure. I'm not sure they could. Saying you'll never be French sounds like I would never jinx myself, thank you. I would never. Oh hey Kiwi, I'm at my parents' house because I'm a good son. Shut up. Guys, is it bad if you don't see your parents or moms? Am I gonna get disowned? Am I getting disowned? Maybe I am. Kiwi would wriggle too much to be a good rugby player. I don't want to be a rugby player anyway, though. That's not my goal. Well, let me hydrate again. Thank you, Soren. And again, thank you, Soren. Wait, what do you mean, chat fry? So do you think the edge will still be here after the timeout ends? I doubt it. They normally leave. I doubt it. Like a small childlike woman with long pigtails and a frilly dress getting the shit kicked out of her. What are you doing to those women? Don't do that to them. Surprised they didn't already disown you in that way. Were they having I messaged them, so it's fine. I messaged them. Yeah, I still message them and stuff. But like, I just haven't seen them in months. I mean, any orphan is a bad child. I mean, they did get orphaned. They did technically get disowned to be orphans, right? I should get into your parents' house next to start my plan to steal your inheritance. Please don't do that. I need that. Need to hold us the futile hope that that bloodline won't die. Did you tell them I said hi? I think my mom might start questioning me if I did, guys. Let me hydrate again. Do they live that far away? Far enough that I would have to like not on, not on the end of the street. Thank you. Cool. Yeah, it'd be awkward if you got back to your parents' house. You had to deal with you shouting at 4 a.m. to chat. Yeah, I think if I was there, I wouldn't be able to stream until like midnight either. Because they're really loud. I'm not gonna lie, they're really loud. So I would have to whisper. Marry me, I would feel sad, but your mom is a sex haver. You're shaking my head. I don't respect sex habits. As you shouldn't. As you shouldn't. If you had to introduce one member of chat to your parents, who would it be and why? If you decline to answer, the default answer is Ash. And you would have to sit through an hour-long conversation about Soxias with your parents. Fuck. Oh no. Oh no. Do any of you want to get introduced to my parents? My parents? I don't know if I can deal with that. I'm in a situation. The obstacle are insane. No, it's they tend to be very loud, and also they don't knock or anything, so it would be impossible. Hi ATD. Your parents are loud, but I am very quiet, I know. Isn't it impossible to imagine? She lives far away enough that she would actually have to walk outside for more than 100 yards. I don't want to do that. No, yeah, it would probably be constant ASMR. I mean, I probably would be whispering like this. But I would have to be quiet. depends how EDL are they. They've never met Tommy Robinson. Let me hydrate, thank you. Kiwi, is it that impossible to perceive me as quiet? Is it that bad? No quiet streams, It was just because it would have to be in the middle of the night. When you visit, do you stay for longer? I stay for like a little bit. Like I think nobody when I visited them before, I visited them for like a week because I don't visit that much. That's why I haven't visited since I started streaming, because I was like, shit. But do they regret never having met him? I don't know, I never asked them. They're about, probably about average EDL, you know? Halfway on the British geezer scale, you know? Such a filial daughter. It's the right word if you're looking for like devoting. Are they the love me for the kind they are? That's why I'm really good at replicating people like that, because I just copy them. You know the best impressions come from life, right? That's why I can play so well. They're very stereotypical, I think. But that's fine. That's cool and awesome, I think, to be stereotypical. Okay. I'm gonna do a summary, okay? For the book. Okie dokie. I think I spoke too much. I got distracted, guys. I'm gonna lobotomize you as revenge. It's actually very refreshing to have an internet person with a good relationship with their parents. Almost too good to be true. I wonder if your baseness is from the presence of a father or mother in your life. Maybe a evil chat grooms Cupid into not reading. True, real. But yeah, book time, okay? Book time, okay? Guys, how do I summarize that? Okay, so Esther, she goes to scholarship and then an internship in New York. But like she's a little neurotic. So like she skips her work all the time, and she hates New York, and she hates all the people around her. And I think a lot of the chapters were about her boyfriend, right, Woody? He's like, she like goes like a little like black and white on him, cause she loves him and she's obsessed with him at first, and then she decides he's the worst person on the world, and then she goes back again. And then when he said he had an affair and cheated on her, she decides she never wants to get married and she doesn't like him. And she has I guess kind of conflict with her wanting to do the same thing as he did. Yeah, she also went out with Doreen and stuff a lot, and then she fell out with Doreen. It's a summary because Doreen took her to the club with some guys who called her over. Doreen convinced her to come again to it, and the guy, who was the woman hater guy? Was it Eddie? He tried to rape her and she ran away. And then what happened after that? Was it? Oh, it might have been Marco. It might have been Marco. And then I think she left New York after that and ended up going back home to see her mum. And then at that point she went to see her therapist, and her therapist referred her to a shrink. And that's the current point. It's a little hard to give a summary when most of it is just her falling out with people more. Let me hydrate, thank you. Oh, you're also the fig tree, but the fig tree is more of an analogy of her hating her life, right? That's why it's a little hard to summarize. Because when she talks about the fig tree as an allegory of her having a lot of paths in life that she can't choose between because she wants to do anything, so she feels like she can do nothing at all. It's a little difficult because it's obviously a lot based around metaphors for our mental state. Jealous and possessive, just like you. Am I jealous and possessive? Maybe I'm possessive, but that's fine, right? She enjoys tormenting us, he is. Me? You play a moment, it's fine, we can read now, okay? Scholarship and internship, what a nerd. Yeah, a lot of her self-debate is how she finds her only self-worth is in studying. So a lot of her actions where she feels like she does nothing but study because she has nothing she really wants. So her only sense of achievement comes from being granted those things within schooling. So yeah, she is a nerd. TLDR, typical woman. But he is a whore and has a fat and TP. Yeah, Buddy was not nice. He really was going with the maybe the flames will regain his purity once he's ashes. But yeah, Marcus certainly sounds like the sort to do that. He is not a very nice guy. At least you won't run away, QB. Wait. I would never run away. She's a sour fig, whatever be present. Isn't that the female experience, though? I mean, I don't think I experienced, all that, you know? Oh, just falling out with X and Y? I mean, depends which women, you know? She met a lot of men just like QP. QP doesn't meet people, thank you. She's a fig, she has a wasp inside her, get it out. Get it out, get the wasp out. Possessive women. Erotic even. Oh, Howie. Oh, Howie. Anichan is rapidly approaching your location to test exclaim. Mine? Oopsies. So what was that about sprinting from his IRL? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, okay? Don't worry. Basement correction? I don't want basement correction, no. No, I don't want that. Take it away. Kitty will still possess her socks when she's in the basement, so all is fine. Leave me and my socks alone, please. Thank you. Stop distracting me. You guys are so messed up and evil, okay? Chapter 11. Dr. Gordon's waiting room was hushed in beige. The walls were beige, and the carpets were beige, and the upholstered chairs and sofas were beige. There were no mirrors or pictures, only certificates from different medical schools, with Dr. Gordon's name in Latin, hung about the walls. Pale green loopy ferns and spiked leaves of a much darker green filled the ceramic pots on the end table, and the coffee table, and the magazine table. At first I wondered why the room felt so safe. Then I realized it was because there were no windows. The air conditioning made me shiver. I was still wearing Betsy's white blouse and dindle skirt. They drooped a bit now, as I hadn't washed them in my 3 weeks at home. The sweaty cotton gave off a sour but friendly smell. I hadn't washed my hair for 3 weeks either. I hadn't slept for 7 nights. My mother told me I must have slept. It was impossible not to sleep in all that time. But if I slept, it was with my eyes wide open, for I'd followed the green, luminous course of the second hand, and the minute hand, and the hour hand of the bedside clock through their circles and semicircles, every night for 7 nights, without missing a second or a minute or an hour. The reason I hadn't washed my clothes or my hair was because it seemed so silly. I saw the days of the year stretching ahead like a series of bright white boxes, and separating one box from the other was sleep, like a black shade. Only for me, the long perspective of shades that set off one box from the next slowly snapped up, and I could see day after day after day glaring ahead of me like a wide, broad, infinitely desolate avenue. It seemed silly to wash one day when I would only have to wash again the next. It made me tired just to think of it. I wanted to do everything once and for all and to be free with it. Dr. Gordon twiddled a silver pencil. Your mother tells me you are upset. I curled in the cavernous level chair and faced Dr. Gordon across an acre of highly polished desk. Dr. Gordon waited. He tapped his pencil. Tap, 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 across the neat green field of his blotter. His eyelashes were so long and thick they looked artificial, black plastic reeds fringing two green, glacial pools. Dr. Gordon's features were so perfect he was almost pretty. So I hated him the minute I walked in through the door. I had imagined a kind, ugly, intuitive man looking up and saying, "Ah," in an encouraging way, as if he could see something I couldn't. Then I would find words to tell him how I was so scared, as if I had been stuffed farther and farther into a black, airless sack with no way out. Then he would lean back in his chair and match the tips of his fingers together in a little steeple, and tell me why I couldn't sleep, and why I couldn't read, and why I couldn't eat, and why everything people did seemed so silly, because they only died in the end. But then I thought he would help me, step by step, to be myself again. But Dr. Gordon wasn't like that at all. He was young and good-looking, and I could see right away that he was conceited. Dr. Gordon had a photograph on his desk, in a silver frame, that half faced him and half faced my leather chair. It was a family photograph, and it showed a beautiful dark-haired woman, who could have been Dr. Gordon's sister, smiling out over the head of 2 blonde children. I think one child was a boy and one was a girl, but it may have been that both children were boys or that both were girls. It's hard to tell when children are so small. I think there was also a dog in the picture, towards the bottom. A kind of Airedale or a golden retriever, but it may have only been the pattern in the woman's skirt. For some reason, the photograph made me furious. I didn't see why it should be turned half towards me, unless Dr. Gordon was trying to show me right away that he was married to some glamorous woman, and I'd better not get any funny ideas. Then I thought, how could this Dr. Gordon help me anyway? With a beautiful wife and beautiful children and a beautiful dog haloing him like the angels on a Christmas card? Suppose you try and tell me what you think is wrong. I turned the words over suspiciously, like around, see polished pebbles that might suddenly put out the claw and change into something else. What did I think was wrong? That made it sound as if nothing was really wrong. I only thought it was wrong. In a dull, flat voice, the shower was not beguiled by his good looks or his family photograph. I told Dr. Gordon about not sleeping and not eating and not reading. I didn't tell him about the handwriting, which bothered me most of all. That morning I tried to write a letter to Doreen, down in West Virginia, asking whether I could come and live with her and maybe get a job at her college waiting on table or something. But when I took up my pen, my hand made big, jerky letters like those of a child, and the lines sloped down the page from left to right almost diagonally, as if they were loops of string lying on the paper, and someone had come along and blown them askew. I knew I couldn't send a letter like that, so I tore it up in little pieces and put them in my pocketbook, next to my all-purpose compact, in case the psychiatrist asked to see them. But of course Dr. Gordon didn't ask to see them, as I hadn't mentioned them, and I began to feel pleased at my cleverness. I thought I'd only need to tell him what I wanted to, and I could control the picture he had of me by hiding this and revealing that. All the while he thought he was so smart. The whole time I was talking, Dr. Gordon bent his head as if he were praying, and the only noise apart from the dull, flat voice was the tap 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 of Dr. Gordon's pencil at the same point on the green blotter, like a stalled walking stick. When I had finished, Dr. Gordon lifted his head. "Where did you say you went to college?" Baffled, I told him. I didn't see where college fitted in. Ah, Dr. Gordon leaned back in his chair, staring into the air over my shoulder with a reminiscent smile. I thought he was going to tell me his diagnosis, and that perhaps I judged him too hastily and too unkindly, but he only said, "I remember your college well. I was up there during the war. They had a wax station, didn't they? Or was it waves?" I said I didn't know. Yes, a wax station. I remember now. I was a doctor for the lot, before I was sent overseas. My, they were a pretty bunch of girls. Dr. Gordon laughed. Then in one smooth move, he rose to his feet and strode towards me round the corner of his desk. I wasn't sure what he meant to do, so I stood up as well. Dr. Gordon reached for the hand that hung at my right side and shook it. "See you next week, then." The full, blossomy elms made a tunnel of shade over the yellow and red brick fronts along Commonwealth Avenue, and a trolley car was threading itself towards Boston down its slim, silver track. I waited for the trolley to pass, then crossed over to the grey Chevrolet at the opposite curve. I could see my mother's face, anxious and sallow as a slice of lemon, peering up at me through the windshield. "Well, what did he say?" I pulled the car door shut. It didn't catch. I pushed it out and drew it in again with a dull slam. "He said he'll see me again next week." My mother sighed. Dr. Gordon cost $25 an hour. "Hi there. What's your name?" "Ellie Higginbottom." The sailor fell into step beside me, and I smiled. I thought there must have been as many sailors on the common as there were pigeons. They seemed to come out of a dun-coloured recruiting house on the far side, with blue and white Join the Navy posters stuck up on billboards around it, all over the inner walls. "Where do you come from, Ellie?" "Chicago." I had never been to Chicago. Mm, it is Chevrolet. I forgot how it was pronounced. I had never been to Chicago, but I knew one or two boys went to Chicago University, and it seemed the sort of place where unconventional, mixed up people would come from. You sure are a long way from home. The sailor put his arm around my waist, and for a long time we walked around the common like that. The sailor stroking my hip through the green dirndl skirt, and me smiling mysteriously and trying not to say anything that would show I was from Boston. I might at any moment meet Miss Willard, or one of my mother's other friends, crossing the common after tea on Beacon Hill or shopping in Philine's basement. I thought if I ever did get to Chicago, I might change my name to Ellie Higginbottom for good. Then nobody would know I had thrown up a scholarship at a big Eastern women's college and mucked up a month in New York and refused a perfectly solid medical student for a husband who would one day be a member of the AMA and earn pots of money. In Chicago, people would take me for what I was. I would be simple Ellie Higginbottom, the orphan. People would love me for my sweet, quiet nature. They wouldn't be after me to read books and write long papers on the twins and James Joyce. And one day I might just marry a virile but tender garage mechanic and have a big Howie family like Dodo Conway. If I happen to feel like it. What do you want to do when you get out of the Navy? I asked the sailor suddenly. It was the longest sentence I had said, and he seemed taken aback. He pushed his white cupcake hat to one side and scratched his head. Well, I don't know, Ellie, he said. I might just go to college on the GI Bill. I paused. Then I said suggestively, You ever thought of opening a garage? Nope, said the sailor. Never have. I peered at him from the corner of my eye. He didn't look a day over 16. Do you know how old I am? I said accusingly. The sailor grinned at me. No, and I don't care either. It occurred to me that this sailor was really remarkably handsome. He looked Nordic and Virginial. Now I was simple-minded, it seemed I attracted clean, handsome people. Well, I'm 30, I said, and waited. Gee, Ellie, you don't look it. The sailor squeezed my hip. Then he glanced quickly from left to right. Listen, Ellie, if we go round to those steps over there, under the monument, I can kiss you. At that moment, I noticed a brown figure in a sensible flat brown shoes striding across the common in my direction. From the distance, I couldn't make out any features on the dime-sized waist, but I knew it was Miss Willard. Could you please tell me the way to the subway? I said to the sailor in a loud voice. Huh? The subway that goes out to the Deer Island prison? When Miss Willard came up, I would have to pretend I was only asking the sailor directions, and didn't really know him at all. Take your hands off me, I said between my teeth. Say, Ellie, what's up? The woman approached and passed by without a knock or a nod, and of course it wasn't Miss Willard. Mrs. Willard was at her college in the Adrianacs. I fixed the woman's receding back with a vengeful stare. Say, Ellie. I thought it was somebody I knew, I said. Some blessed lady from this orphan home in Chicago. The sailor put his arm around me again. You mean you got no mum and dad, Ellie? No. I let out a tear that seemed ready. It made a little hot track down my cheek. Say, Ellie, don't cry. This lady, was she mean to you? She was. She was awful. These tears came in a rush then, and while the sailor was holding me and patting them dry with a big, clean, white linen handkerchief in the shelter of an American elm, I thought what an awful woman that lady in the brown suit had been, and how she, whether she knew it or not, was responsible for my taking the wrong turn here, and the wrong path there, and for everything bad that happened after that. Well, Esther, how do you feel this week? Dr. Gordon created his pencil like a slim, silver bullet. The same. The same? He quirked an eyebrow, as if he didn't believe it. So I told him again, in the same dull, flat voice. Only it was angrier this time, because he seemed slow to understand how I hadn't slept for 14 nights, and how I couldn't read, or write, or swallow very well. Dr. Gordon seemed unimpressed. I dug into my pocketbook and found the scraps of my letter to Doreen. I took them out and let them flutter onto Dr. Gordon's immaculate green blotter. They lay there, dumb as daisy petals on a summer meadow. What? I said. Do you think of that? I thought Dr. Gordon must immediately see how bad the handwriting was, but he only said, I think I would like to speak to your mother. Do you mind? No, but I didn't like the idea Dr. Gordon talked to my mother one bit. I thought he might tell her how I should be locked up. I picked up every scrap of my letter to Doreen, so Dr. Gordon couldn't piece them together. See, I was planning to run away, and walked out of his office without another word. I watched my mother grow smaller and smaller until she disappeared into the door of Dr. Gordon's office building. Then I watched her grow larger and larger as she came back to the car. Well? I could tell she'd been crying. My mother didn't look at me. She started the car. Then she said, as we glided under the cool, deep-sea shade of the elms, Dr. Gordon doesn't think you've improved at all. He thinks you should have some shock treatment. He thinks you should have some shock treatments at his private hospital in Walter. I felt a sharp stab of curiosity, as if I had just read a terrible newspaper headline about somebody else. Does he mean live there? No, my mother said, and her chin quivered. I thought she must be lying. You tell me the truth, I said, or I'll never speak to you again. Don't I always tell you the truth? My mother said, and burst into tears. Suicide saved from 7-story ledge. After 2 hours on a narrow ledge 7 stories above the concrete parking lot and gathered crowds, Mr. George Palucci let himself be helped to safety through a nearby window by Sergeant Will Kilmartin of the Charles Street Police Force. I cracked open a peanut from the 10-cent bag I bought to feed the pigeons and ate it. It tasted dead, like a bit of old tree bark. I brought the newspaper close up to my eyes to get a better view of George Palucci's face, spotlighted like a 3/4 moon against a vague background of brick and black sky. I felt he had something important to tell me, though whatever it was might just be written on his face. But the smudgy cracks of George Palucci's features melted away as I peered at them, and resolved themselves to a regular pattern of dark and light and medium grey dots. The inky black newspaper paragraph didn't tell why Dr. Palucci was on the ledge, or what Sergeant Kilmartin did to him when he finally got him through the window. The trouble about jumping was that if you didn't pick the right number of stories, you might still be alive when you hit the bottom. I thought 7 stories must be a safe distance. I folded the paper and wedged it between the slats of a park bench. It was what my mother called a scandal sheet, full of the local murders and suicides and beatings and robbings. And just about every page had a half-naked lady on it, with her breasts surging over the edge of her dress, and her legs arranged so you could see it to her stocking tops. I didn't know why I'd never bought any of these papers before. They were the only things I could read. The little paragraphs between the pictures ended before the letters had a chance to get cocky and wriggle around. At home, all I ever saw was the Christian Science Monitor, which appeared on the doorstep at 5 o'clock every day but Sunday, and treated suicides and sex crimes and aeroplane crashes as if they didn't happen. A big white swan full of little children approached my bench, and turned around a brusky islet covered with ducks and paddled back around the dark arch of the bridge. Everything I looked at seemed bright and extremely tiny. I saw, as if through the keyhole of a door I couldn't open, myself and my younger brother, knee-high and holding rabbit-eared balloons, climb aboard a swan boat and fight for a seat at the edge, over the peanut shelf-paved water. My mouth tasted of cleanness and peppermint. If we were good at the dentist, my mother always brought us a swan boat ride. I circled the public garden, over the bridge and under the blue-green monuments, past the American flag flower bed and the entrance where you could have your picture taken in orange and white striped canvas booth for 25 cents, reading the names of the trees. My favorite tree was the weeping scarlet tree. I thought it must come from Japan. They understood things of the spirit in Japan. They disemboweled themselves when anything went wrong. I tried to imagine how they would go around it. You must have an extremely sharp knife. No, probably two extremely sharp knives. Then they would sit down, cross-legged, a knife in either hand. Then they would cross their hands and point a knife at each side of their stomach. They would have to be naked, or the knife would get stuck in their clothes. Then in one quick flash, before they had time to think twice, they would jab the knives in and zip them round, one on the upper crescent and one on the lower crescent, making a full circle. Then their stomach skin would come loose, like a plate, and their insides would fall out, and they would die. It must take a lot of courage to die like that. My trouble was I hated the sight of blood. I thought I might stay in the park all night. The next morning, Dodo Conway was driving my mother and I to Walton. And if I was to run away before it was too late, now was the time. I looked in my pocketbook and counted out $1 bill and 79 cents in dimes and nickels and pennies. I had no idea how much it would cost to get to Chicago, and I didn't dare go to the bank and draw out all my money, because I thought Dr. Gordon might well have warned the bank clerk to intercept me if I made any obvious move. Hitchhiking occurred to me, but I had no idea which of all the routes out of Boston led to Chicago. It's easy enough to find directions on a map, but I had very little knowledge of directions when I was smack in the middle of somewhere. Every time I wanted to figure out what was east or what was west, it seemed to be noon or cloudy, which was no help at all, or nighttime, and except for the Big Dipper and Cassie's chair, I was hopeless at stars, a feeling which always disheartened Buddy Willard. I decided to walk to the bus terminal and inquire about the fares to Chicago. Then I might go to the bank and withdraw precisely that amount, which would not cause so much suspicion. I had just strolled in through the glass doors of the terminal and was browsing over the rack of coloured toll leaflets and schedules when I realised that the bank in my hometown would be closed, as it was already mid-afternoon, and I couldn't get any money out until the next day. My appointment at Walton was for 10 o'clock. In that moment, the loudspeaker crackled into life and started announcing the stops of a bus getting ready to leave in the parking lot outside. The voice on the loudspeaker went buckle, 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 the way they do, so you can't understand a word. And then, in the middle of all the static, I heard a familiar name clear as A on the piano, in the middle of all the tuning instruments of an orchestra. It was the stop 2 blocks from my house. I hurried out into the hot, dusty, end of July afternoon, sweating and sandy-mouthed, as if late for a difficult interview, and boarded the red bus, whose motor was already running. I handed my fare to the driver, and silently, on gloved hinges, the door folded shut at my back. That's 11. It's making me sleepy already. Oopsies. Let me hydrate, thank you. Yeah, I almost laughed. She mentioned Japan and my head my head went immediately to place Japan. It almost got me. I think I lost the plot for a sec. Was the sailor a story she told the psychiatrist? I honestly am not sure if she imagined the sailor or not. Because after she mentioned the sailor was after she got in the car with her mother. So I have a feeling she was being delusional. And then it hits straight into and then it goes straight into being back at the doctor's, so I don't think it actually happened. Oh, it's just like a QB stream because she didn't shower or sleep. No, you may also get your own QB in a box for 25 cents. Sheree, Japan. Offer yourself, Japan. It might have been a flashback or it might have been her being delusional, but it doesn't specify on the sailor at all. So like I can't be too sure. Yawn being no. I'm trying not to yawn, but the moment I read it just happens, right? Definitely, but yeah, definitely a nice representation of a mind wandering to suicide, yeah. I really like the way she writes about emotional states like that. I think it's done really well. You can definitely, even when it's not said explicitly, you can definitely perfectly see like how the mindset leads to that. Sorry about a schizo. I really like a schizo. I mean, it's semi-autobiographical, right? So it makes sense. Because it's Roman and Clef, it perfectly makes sense that how similar it is a parallel to her life. If you do fall asleep, you just need to sleep until the next dream so it feels like no time has passed. But it's not even like I didn't sleep enough today, right? It's just because reading, I Pavlov myself into falling asleep halfway through reading all my books. I think the prose here is more interesting here than in the earlier parts, yeah. I think the earlier parts is a lot more introductory and it focuses a lot more on, not a lot more, but like slightly more on her interactions with others. While here, the way she writes is a lot more monologue-y, I suppose. It's a lot more protagonist focused. The new schizo male, and is it better than Sigma? Sometimes writers write it way too abstractly, and other times they bash you over the head with it, so this is a nice middle ground. So I do like it when it can be abstract, though, to be fair. It's like, when it's very brash, it can be a little off-putting, because I think that's when it's more likely to not be done well. But treating it abstractly can be fine. I really like abstract words. I'm a big fan of Luigi Pirandello, who is like, I guess he's considered a little like absurdist and abstract. So I really like that in books. You're special like that. I've been pavloved into liking monologues because of VNs, I guess. Oh yeah, that makes sense. VNs are incredibly monologue-y. So it really makes sense. I mean, for sure, the last couple of VNs I read, you really get the feeling of, oh my god, this guy doesn't shut up with the amount they monologue. But it's fine because I appreciate a good monologue. Abstract sometimes goes a little too out there and stops making sense. I guess I mean it in like a poetic way, when metaphors becomes metaphors of metaphors. I guess it depends. I think it can be done well and it can be done badly, right? Going very abstract, I've seen works I really enjoy. But I can imagine it can be like very difficult to pull off. And also have it easily understood by someone having to insert themselves in your mindset. I think that's the only issue with going too abstract. Johnny appreciation. I love a good monologue, especially in a fight scene. When ironically it's Kino. That's why I have to disagree, but only because I find most of my fight scene monologues like drive me insane. I think most fight scenes, when I see them, I think you shouldn't be writing this, though sometimes. But maybe the ones I've read which have those in, just write them really badly, to be fair. Because I gave a lot of Western visual novels a chance, and they tend to all have fight scenes in. and I gave them really bad, like, long reviews of how bad they were. But, like, when I buy a VN, I don't normally tend to buy ones which cover that. They tend to be more like, hey, here's our VN about the economy. Hey, here's our VN about, I got kidnapped in an aquarium. And there's no real fighting. Seems these next couple chapters are going to be the one big fight scene, which is Esther versus a desire to die. Fight scenes in a book sound boring because describing the actions is way slower than seeing it happen. I think it's dependent. I like. The issue I have is sometimes you'll be in a fight scene, and in the ones I read, the visual novels I read, which were the free American ones, they would insert like weird like references to literature in between. Like they would randomly start referencing like Greek mythology or like old philosophy and stuff, and it was really cringy. I've seen that done like too many times. Like, it's weird seeing it done more than once, but it really does happen. It's like baby's first introduction to writing literature sometimes. But I should probably buy more VNs. I imagine the writing is better. Yeah, World's End is good. World's End is really good. Very monologue-y, but it's fun. I really liked reading World's End. Although I don't think I read the third version of it because I think it came out too later on. But I read a lot of it and I enjoyed Worlds. But yeah, describing the actions is way slower than seeing it, but I think it can work at the end still. It's probably just not the ones I don't read action that much, to be honest. Blah blah blah, cat part. It's honestly Chiniki versus Chiniki Japan for me. It's like, hey, when Japan does it, understandable. Understandable, really. Although I've read Western VNs which are good, I think it can be done. But I think I have more forgiveness on JP ones. Because I can blame some things on translations at least. Thanks. Sorry. Thank you. She'll love when the main villain cues a really specific thing on Tuesdays at 4:36 AM specifically. It's not a sneeze barge, I swear. Thank you. RPG about depression, Western mood, Japanese mood. Real. I'm blessed, thank you. I was just gonna say the Index's official translation is rather. Oh, I think I heard about a lot of English Index's stuff. A lot of their stuff is either like really annoying to find in English, or I found with like their adaptations, like their translation was dodgy on the original I had. Is it too early for coffee? Never. I'm chugging it right now, personally. Fantasy fight scenes could be so confusing to follow when the powers are conceptual. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I can see how that's a thing. But yeah, sometimes I find even in comics, if the powers are too strange, it's like, well, I mean manga, not comics. I don't read comics. But sometimes it's like I don't even know what's going on. Why are we traveling multiverses? Okay, I'm gonna do 12. Chapter 12. Get ready. Dr. Gordon's private hospital crowned a grassy rise at the end of a long, secluded drive that had been whitened with broken quark shells. The yellow clapboard walls of the large house, with its encircling veranda, gleamed in the sun, but no people scrolled on the green dome of the lawn. As my mother and I approached, the summer heat bore down on us. The cicada show started up like an aerial lawnmower in the heart of a copper beech tree at the back. The sound of the cicada only served to underlie the enormous silence. My nurse met us at the door. Will you wait in the living room, please? Dr. Gordon will be with you presently. What bothered me was that everything about the house seemed normal, although I knew it must be chock full of crazy people. There were no bars on the windows that I could see, and no wild or disquieting noises. Sunlight measured itself out in regular oblongs on the shabby but soft red carpets, and a whiff of fresh-cut grass sweetened the air. I paused in the doorway of the living room. For a minute, I thought it was the replica of a lounge in a guest house I visited once on an island off the coast of Maine. The French doors let in a dazzle of white light, a grand piano rolled to the far corner of the room, and people in summer clothes were sitting about at card tables and in the lopsided wicker armchairs one so often finds down at Heel seaside resorts. Then I realized none of the people were moving. I focused more closely, trying to pry some clue from their stiff postures. I made out men and women, and boys and girls who must be as young as I, but there was a uniformity to their faces, as if they had lain for a long time on a shelf, out of the sunlight, under siftings of pale, fine dust. I wonder if that's a symptom of solely shock therapy or also lobotomies. I know it is for sure for lobotomies, but I'm not too sure for shock therapy, since shock therapy is still performed today technically. Then I saw that some of the people were indeed moving, with such small bird-like gestures that I had not at first discerned them. A grey-faced man was counting out a deck of cards. 1, 2, 3, 4. I thought he must be seeing if it was a full pack, but when he had finished counting, he started over again. Next to him, a fat lady played with a string of wooden beads. She drew all the beads up to one end of the string, then click, click, click. She let them fall back on each other. At the piano, a young girl leafed through a few sheets of music, but when she saw me looking at her, she ducked her head crossly and tore the sheets in half. My mother touched my arm, and I followed her into the room. We sat, without speaking, on a lumpy sofa that creaked each time one stirred. Then my gaze slid over to the people, to the blaze of green beyond the diaphanous curtains, Then I felt as if I was sitting in the window of an enormous department store. The figures around me weren't people, but shop dummies, painted to resemble people and propped up in attitudes counterfeiting life. I climbed after Dr. Gordon's dark-jacketed back, downstairs, in the hall. I had tried to ask him what the shock treatment would be like. When I opened my mouth, no words came out. My eyes only widened and stared at the smiling, familiar face that floated before me, like a plate full of assurances. At the top of the stairs, the garnet-colored carpet stopped. A plain brown linoleum, tacked to the floor, took its place, and extended down a corridor lined with shut white doors. As I followed Dr. Gordon, a door opened somewhere in the distance, and I heard a woman shouting. All at once, a nurse popped round the corner of the corridor ahead of us, leading a woman in a blue bathrobe with a shaggy, waist-length hair. Dr. Gordon stepped back, and I flattened against the wall. As the woman was dragged by, waving her arms and struggling in the grip of the nurse, she was saying, I'm going to jump out the window. I'm going to jump out of the window. I'm going to jump out of the window. Dumpy and muscular in her sponge-fronted uniform, the wall-eyed nurse wore such thick spectacles that 4 eyes peered out at me from behind the round, thin, twin panes of glass. I was trying to tell which eyes were the real eyes and which were the false eyes, and which of the real eyes was the wall eye and which the straight eye, and she brought her face up to mine with a large, conspiratorial grin and hissed, as if to reassure me. She thinks she's going to jump out the window, but she can't jump out the window because they're all bored. And as Dr. Jordan led me into a bare room at the back of the house, I saw that the windows in that part were indeed barred, and that the room door and the closet door and the drawers of the bureau and everything that opened and shut was fitted with a keyhole so it could be locked up. I lay down on the bed. The wall-eyed nurse came back. She unclasped my watch and dropped it in her pocket. Then she started tweaking the hairpins from my hair. Dr. Gordon was unlocking the closet. He dragged out a table on wheels with a machine on it and rolled it behind the head of the bed. The nurse started swabbing my temples with a smelly grease. As she leaned over to reach the side of my head nearest the wall, her fat breast muffled my face like a cloud or a pillow. A vague, medicinal stench emanated from her flesh. Don't worry, the nurse grinned down at me. The first time everybody's scared to death. I tried to smile, but my skin had gone stiff like parchment. Dr. Gordon was fitting 2 metal plates on either side of my head. He buckled them into place with a strap that dented my forehead and gave me a wire to bite. I shut my eyes. There was a brief silence, like an indrawn breath. Then something bent down and took hold of me and shook me like the end of the world. It shrilled. Through an air crackling with blue light, with each flash, a great jolt drove me until I thought my bones would break and the sap fly out of me like a split plant. I wondered what terrible thing it was that I had done. I was sitting in a wicker chair, holding a small cocktail glass of tomato juice. The watch had been replaced on my wrist, but it looked odd. Then I realized it had been fastened upside down. I sensed the unfamiliar positioning of the hairpins in my hair. How do you feel? An old metal floor lamp surfaced in my mind. one of the few relics of my father's study. It was surmounted by a copper bell that held the light bulb, and from which a frayed tiger-colored cord ran down the length of a metal stand to a socket in the wall. I hydrated, thank you. One day I decided to move this lamp from the side of my mother's bed to my desk at the other end of the room. The cord would be long enough, so I didn't unplug it. I closed both hands around the fuzzy cord and gripped them tight. Then something leapt out of the lamp in a blue flash and shook me until my teeth rattled, and I tried to pull my hands off, but they were stuck, and I screamed. Or a scream was torn from my throat, for I didn't recognize it, but heard it soar and quiver in the air like a violently disembodied spirit. Then my hands jerked free, and I fell back onto my mother's bed. A small hole, blackened as with pencil lead, pitted the center of my right palm. How do you feel? All right. But I didn't. I felt terrible. Which college did you say you went to? I said which college it was. Ah! Dr. Gordon's face lighted up with a slow, almost tropical smile. They had a wax station up there, didn't they? During the war? My mother's knuckles were bone white, as if the skin had worn off them in the hour of waiting. She looked past me to Dr. Gordon, and he must have nodded, or smiled, because her face relaxed. A few more shock treatments, Miss Greenwood, I heard Dr. Gordon say, and I think you'll notice a wonderful improvement. The girl was still sitting on the piano stool. The torn sheet of music splayed at her feet like a dead bird. She stared at me, and I stared back. Her eyes narrowed. She stuck out her tongue. My mother was following Dr. Gordon to the door. I lingered behind, and when their backs were turned, I rounded on the girl and thumbed both ears at her. She pulled her tongue in, and her face went stony. Panther, I walked out into the sun, panther-like in a dapple of tree shadow. Dodo Conway's black station wagon lay in wait. The station wagon had been ordered originally by a wealthy society lady, black, without a speck of chrome, and with black leather upholstery. But when it came, it depressed her. It was the dead spit of a horse, she said. Of a hearse, she said, and everyone else thought so too, and nobody would buy it. So the Conways drove it home, cut price, and saved themselves a couple of $100. Sitting in the front seat, between Dodo and my mother, I felt dumb and subdued. Every time I tried to concentrate, my mind glided off, like a skater, into a large empty space and pirouetted there, absently. I'm through with that, Dr. Gordon, I said, after we had left Dodo in a black wagon behind the pines. You can call him up and tell him I'm not coming back. My mother smiled. I knew my baby wasn't like that. I looked at her. Like what? Like those awful people. Those awful dead people at that hospital. She paused. I knew you'd decide to be alright again. Scarlet succumbs after 68-hour coma. I felt in my pocketbook amongst the paper scraps in the compact and the peanut shells and the dimes and nickels and the blue jiffy box containing 19 Gillette blades till I unearthed the snapshot I had taken that afternoon in the orange and white striped booth. I brought it up next to the smudgy photograph of the dead girl. It matched. Mouth for mouth, nose for nose. The only difference was the eyes. The eyes in the snapshot were open, and those in the newspaper photograph were closed. But I knew if the dead girl's eyes were to be thumbed wide, they would look out at me with the same dead, black, vacant expression as the eyes in the snapshot. I stuffed the snapshot back in my pocketbook. I would just sit here in the sun on this park bench 5 minutes more, by the clock on that building over there, I told myself, and then I will go somewhere and do it. I summoned my little chorus of voices. Doesn't your work interest you, Esther? You know, Esther, you've got the perfect setup of a true neurotic. You'll never get anywhere like that. You'll never get anywhere like that. You'll never get anywhere like that. Once, on a hot summer night, I'd spent an hour kissing a hairy, ape-shaped law student from Yale because I felt sorry for him. He was so ugly. When I had finished, he said, I have you taped, baby. You'll be a prude at 40. Facetious. My creative writing professor at college scrawled on a story of mine called The Big Weekend. I hadn't known what facetious meant, so I looked it up in the dictionary. Facetious, artificial, sham. You'll never get anywhere like that. I hadn't slept for 21 nights. I thought the most beautiful thing in the world must be shadow, the million moving shapes and cul-de-sacs of shadow. There was shadow in bureau drawers and drawers and closets and suitcases, and shadow under houses and trees and stones, and shadow at the back of people's eyes and smiles, and shadow, miles and miles and miles of it, on the night side of the earth. I looked down at the 2 flesh-colored band-aids forming a cross on the calf of my right leg. That morning I had made a start. I had locked myself in the bathroom and run a tub full of warm water and taken out the Gillette blade. When they asked some old Roman philosopher or other how he wanted to die, he said he would open his veins in a warm bath. I thought it would be easy, lying in the tub and seeing the redness flower from my wrists, flush after flush through the clear water, till I sank to sleep under a surface gaudy as poppies. But when it came right down to it, the skin of my wrist looked so white and defenseless that I couldn't do it. It was as if what I wanted to kill wasn't in that skin, or the thin blue pulse that jumped under my thumb, but somewhere else, deeper, more secret, and a whole lot harder to get at. It would take 2 motions, one wrist, then the other wrist, 3 motions if you counted changing the razor from hand to hand. Then I would step into the tub and lie down. I moved in front of the medicine cabinet. If I looked in the mirror while I did it, it would be like watching somebody else do it, in a book or a play. But the person in the mirror was paralyzed and too stupid to do a thing. Then I thought, maybe I ought to spill a little blood for practice, so I sat on the edge of the tub and crossed my right ankle over my left knee. Then I lifted my right hand with the razor, and let it drop of its own weight, like guillotine, onto the calf of my leg. I felt nothing. Then I felt a small, deep thrill, and a bright seam of red welled up at the lip of the slash. The blood gathered darkly, like fruit, and rolled down my ankle into the cup of my black painted leather shoe. I thought of getting into the tub then, but I realized my dallion had used up the better part of the morning, and my mother would probably come home and find me before I was done. So I bandaged the cut, packed up my Gillette blades, and caught the 11:30 bus to Boston. Sorry, baby. There's no subway to the Deer Island prison. It's on an island. No, it's not on an island. It used to be on an island, but they filled up the water with dirt, and now it joins onto the mainland. There's no subway. I've got to get there. Hey, the fat man at the ticket booth peered at me through the grating. Don't cry. Who you got there, honey? Some relative? People shoved and bumped by me in the artificially lit dark, hurrying after the trains that rumbled in and out of the intestinal tunnels under Scully Square. I could feel the tears start to spur from the screwed-up noddles of my eyes. It's my father. The fat man consulted a diagram over the wall of his booth. Here's how you do, he said. You take a car from that track over there, get off at Orient Heights, and then hop a bus with the point on it. He beamed at me. It'll run you straight to the prison gate. Hey you. A young fellow in a blue uniform waved from the hut. I waved back and kept on going. Hey you. I stopped and walked slowly to the hut that perched like a circular living room on the waste of sands. Hey, you can't go any further. That's prison property. No trespassers allowed. I thought you could go any place along the beach, I said, so long as you stayed under the tide line. The fellow thought a minute. Then he said, Not this beach. He had a pleasant, fresh face. You've a nice place here, I said. It's like a little house. He glanced back into the room, with its braided rug and chintz curtains. He smiled. We even got a coffee cart. I used to live near here. No kidding. I was born and brought up in this town myself. I looked across the sands to the parking lot in the barred gate, and past the barred gate to the narrow road, lapped by the ocean on both sides that led out to that one-time island. The red brick buildings of the prison looked friendly, like the buildings of a seaside college. On the green hump of lawn to the left, I could see small white spots and slightly larger pink spots moving around. I asked the guard what they were, and he said, Them's pigs and chickens. I was thinking, if I had the sense to go on living in that hotel, I might have met this prison guard in school and married him, and had had a parcel of kids by now. It would be nice, living by the sea with piles of little kids and pigs and chickens, wearing what my grandmother called wash dresses, and sitting about in some kitchen with bright linoleum and fat arms, drinking pots of coffee. How do you get into that prison? You get a pass. No. How do you get locked in? Oh, the guard laughed. You steal a car. You rob a store. You got any murderers in there? No. Murderers go to a big state place. Who else is in there? Well, the first day of winter we get these old bums out of Boston. They heave a brick through a window, and then they get picked up and spend the winter out of the cold, with TV and plenty to eat, and basketball games on the weekend. That's nice. Nice if you like it, said the guard. I said goodbye and started to move off, glancing back over my shoulder only once. The guard stood still in the doorway of his observation booth, and when I turned he lifted his arm in a salute. The log I sat on was lead-heavy and smelled of tar. Under the stout, grey cylinder of the water tower on its commanding hill, the sandbar curved out into the sea. At high tide, the bar completely submerged itself. I remember that sandbar well. It harbored, in the crook of its inner curve, a particular shell that could be found nowhere else on the beach. The shell was thick, smooth, big as a thumb joint, and usually white, although sometimes pink or peach-coloured. It resembled a sort of modest conch. Mummy, my girl's still sitting there. I looked up, idly, and saw a small, sandy child being dragged up from the sea's edge by a skinny, bird-eyed woman in red shorts, in a red and white polka-dotted outer. I hadn't counted on the beach being overrun with summer people. In the 10 years of my absence, fancy blue and pink and pale green shanties had sprung up over the flat sands of the point, like a crop of tasteless mushrooms, and the silver aeroplanes and cigar-shaped blimps had given way to jets that scoured the rooftops, in their loud onrush from the airport across the bay. I was the only girl on the beach in a skirt and high heels. It occurred to me I must stand out. I had removed my patent leather shoes after a while, for they thundered badly in the sand. It pleased me to think they would be perched there on the silver log, pointing out to the sea, like a sort of soul compass, after I was dead. I fingered the box of razors in my pocketbook. Then I thought how stupid I was. I had the razors, but no warm bath. I considered renting a room. There must be a boarding house amongst all these summer places. But I had no luggage. That would create suspicion. Besides, in a boarding house, other people are always wanting to use the bathroom. I'd hardly have time to do it and step into the tub when somebody would be pounding at the door. The girls on the wooden stilts at the tip of the bar meowed like cats. Then they flapped up, one by one, in their ash-colored jackets, circling my head and crying. Say, lady, you better not sit out here. The tide's coming in. The small boy squatted a few feet away. He picked up a round purple stone and lobbed it into the water. The water swallowed it with a resonant plop. Then he scrabbled around, and I heard the dry stones clank together like money. He skimmed the flat stone over the dull green surface, and it skipped 7 times for it sliced out of sight. Why don't you go home? I said. The boy skipped another, heavier stone. It sank after the second bounce. Don't want to. Your mother's looking for you. She is not. He sounded worried. If you go home, I'll give you some candy. The boy hitched closer. What kind? But I know without looking into my pocketbook that all I had was peanut shells. I'll give you some money to buy some candy. Arthur? A woman was indeed coming out onto the sandbar, slipping and no doubt cursing to herself, for her lips went up and down between her clear, peremptory calls. Arthur? She shaded her eyes with one hand, as if this helped to discern us through the thickening sea dusk. I could sense the boy's interest dwindle as the pull of his mother increased. He began to pretend he didn't know me. He kicked over a few stones, as if searching for something, and edged off. I shivered. The stones lay lumpish and cold under my bare feet. I thought longingly of the black shoes on the beach. A wave drew back, like a hand, then advanced and touched my foot. The drench seemed to come off of the seafloor itself, where blind white fish ferried themselves by their own light through the grey polar cold. I saw sharks' teeth and whales' ear bones littered around there like gravestones. I waited, as if the sea could make my decision for me. A second wave collapsed over my feet, lipped with white froth, and the chill gripped my ankles with a mortal ache. My flesh winced in cowardice from such a death. I picked up my pocketbook and started back over at the cold stones, to where my shoes kept their vigil in the violet light. That's 12. I think the plot is definitely moving at this point. For sure, right? With her actually making neuronic moves now, I think. Yeah, simply decide to not be mentally unwell is that easy. Simply choose to be Bella. But I really like the way Sophia writes. I'm sorry for ever insinuating that Kiwi might be Manhara. At long last I see. I'm just a normal girl. Cuba is a Manhara North? You want me to be Manhara? I believe Cuba can get there eventually. What is this goal? What is this goal, guys? Also, yeah, the freaking the Gillette product placement. Finally, a modern product placement in this book. Because I haven't managed to get any of the celebrity references because wasn't alive in the 1950s. But yeah. Thank you for the follow, Tensei. Thank you. Thank you. Only if you're Manhara for me. Let me hydrate, thank you. No, it's nice watching a VTuber that is just silly instead of full-blown mental illness. When does it become full-blown? Her outlook reminds me of the femicides in certain female-orientated image models. Not the fucking crystal one. The fucking crystal one, man. Funny place. I'm not sure how many female image boards there are. I think that's the only one that's actually made for that purpose. As far as I know, anyway. Because I'm not gonna lie, I haven't been looking for them, so. I'd rather spare them and us from each other's company. No, it really is a sister site. That was the other one I was thinking of, as it's ignoring the pun. Mostly woman, even if it wasn't meant to be. But they wouldn't hate me, I'm just a silly goober. I'm unhateable. just a silly little guy. Silly. Let me mute a sec. I feel like I'm gonna cough. I don't know why my voice only gets like my throat only gets dehydrated when I read out loud for some reason. I wonder if it's like the pacing or something. But I'm not sure. I have no idea, to be honest. Teehee. Okay, let me switch to 13. Whispering might be too windy and thus drying your mouth. I'm not properly whispering though, right? Like only kind of? Like I'm not like this, right? So it's like this. But like, I'm not sure. I guess it's the first time I'm whispering properly, right? Other than yesterday. Let me hydrate. Thank you, Soren. Talking about hydration, I should probably do that. Yeah, you should. You should really probably drink your water, right? I think stay hydrated, okay, guys? If you don't get your 2 liters a day, I'll kill you, okay? I'll murder you. So you better get it. Otherwise get ready to die, okay? And let me stretch, thank you, Caspian. I always get really worried I forgot to say hi to people when I'm reading. I hope I didn't miss anyone. Because I get a little scared, I do. I have really bad memory. But I don't think I missed anyone. I'm never drinking water again now. Drink it. Drink your water. What do you mean? What was what noise? What was what noise? What noise do you what noise do you mean? I am confusion. He became an MGS god for an instant. Yo, what was that noise? Just cute voice. I don't actually know what it is. What noise I made, but it's fine. I'm sure you missed it. L and ratio. Someone clip a clip. What? You know what? Fuck you guys. I feel like being evil. Take this noise instead. Fuck you. Teehee. The homie earned. Take it. I'm the winner. Ryuna Vampire. Am I Ryuna? Am I? Good evil brat needs nudity. I'm uncorrectable, okay? You can't correct me. It's not possible. It's not possible at all. She hates us good. And get her. Incorrigible. Who is? Who is? Who could be? Won't stop us from trying. You. It's futile though. How dare you tempt a silly guy with me with your evil female ways? My bad. My bad. Let me hydrate it. Thank you, sir. I took so much coffee already because I was yawning way too much. And I was like, I can't be yawning this much on only chapter 11. Oopsies, my bad. Tee. How big is that mug? It's like normal size. I just take a long time to drink stuff. Cause it's hot, right? So I can't chug it easily, and I'm not good at chugging drinks anyway. But normally when I have it, it takes me like 5 hours to drink it. So being past part way, it's faster than normal. I think though. The last chapter was really interesting, I think. It's really nice the way she structures what she writes. And the way she writes, I really like it. I keep watering the flower, but the flower never waters me. It feels bad, man. Sans, thank you for the follow. Thank you very much. Thank you. What do you mean by watering you? Is my assumption correct, guys? Am I right to be afraid? Right now? Let me hydrate again. Yeah, I got it immediately. Hi, Sans. I'm good. How are you? Hey, nice to. Nice to, nice to. Let me, let me hydrate again. I think the sock I put on, doesn't block noises that much, but I can't really tell. I'm listening back to check. I think it's probably not thick enough, maybe. But I don't know if I can do with putting like 10 different socks, trying to pile them all on my one mic. That sounds really difficult. It sounds like a huge pain, actually. More socks on the mic than she's put on her feet in a month. Actually, would probably be true if it was 10. Didn't hear any unintentional breathy voice today. That's fair. I think it's just if I breathe out too hard or I laugh. It's a little windy. It's alright. Yeah, if it changes the typhoon into its minor gale, I think it's done its purpose. True, true, true. Maybe I'm the one who's just deaf and doesn't notice the difference. It could be true. It could just be me being deaf. I also need to, before I start chapter 13, I need to BRB. More sucks in that mic, I want to sniff of them now! No! No! I'm too. Having loads on anyway, is a little bit worrying about it, like, muffling it too much anyway. Like, muffling input too much. Even now, I've been considering turning the gain up because it's not hitting yellow on my OBS tracking. But I think it's fine, probably. Yes, no! No sniffer! No sniffer! No sniffer! Bad. Terrible. I need to BRB though, okay? I need to go attend an interview. You can try turning up the game, but warn us so we can adapt our audio. I mean, if it's fine as is, I can probably leave it, right? I just don't want it to be, like, ridiculously quiet. That's all. No, she's getting a job instead. Yeah. Okay, it's fine, okay. As long as it's, like, audible without having to turn everything up to 100, that's fine. That's what I hate. I hate when it's like that. Anyway, I need to BRB now. It's urgent. Okay, be right back. I'm becoming a corpo? Holy crap, I'm insane. I couldn't push my chair in properly because I can't reach the fucking floor. I'm back. Hey, hi. I'm back. I'm gonna back read now. Yeah, I'm not healable. Were you sure? I don't think so. I just had to make my chair taller. Can't reach the floor. So it's weird because I can't put it in like I normally can. Welcome back, alright? She is jungle. I'm muted on mic. I'm not leaving my mic unmuted when I go to pee, okay? I am not doing that. I am not. Never. The lights are on, but nobody's home. The kitty is free from a puppet. Why am I like some possessive demon? I'm not. No. So the agency color she's been wrestling. Hi, Puff Dada. Missed the chapter? Do you want a summary? Do you want a summary? She had shock therapy, and then she said she was never having shock therapy again. Because she saw the people and how they were all like like how people act when they get like serotonin syndrome or stuff, or when they first go on like SSRIs, like zombie like, yeah. And then she tried to commit suicide by cutting herself in the bath, because that was the only way she wanted to do it. It failed. It failed because she decided she didn't have enough time. And so she ran away to Deer Prison Island for now, which I believe she used to live near. And then it's really much she was walking on the beach, contemplating life, talking about how she wanted to get swept up by the waves. Not in a good place, girly. What do you mean? She's very mentally healthy, you know? Can tell by the inflections in her voice, whoever this is. I cannot be fooled so easily. I'm cute. Oh wait, you have to turn it up to nearly 100. Okay, I'm gonna turn my gain up. Okay, then you gotta be ready. I'm just gonna turn it up. And tell me if it's bad. She missed the vortex for multicast. I chose to ignore it. Because it was just. How can you be the one to be making physics jokes when you don't like physicists? How can you be coming in making jokes about electricity when you don't like you hate ohms? You hate ohms. You hate them. One day we'll have no. Guys, my worst fear is accidentally leaving my mic unmuted when I go. No, I'm not a hater. I'm not a hater at all. Shock therapy, I think of these thoughts as limitless light. Exposing closes circuitry of fright. Think of each moment holding this breath as test meditative test. The final, yeah. Oh, no. You'd never be able to live with the things Chad would be saying afterwards. Exactly. I would have to go live in the woods, you know? I would have to run away and go live in the woods. I'd go live off the grid. To be able to live with the things chat would be saying afterwards. I really wouldn't. It would be over. It would be over for me. Did you turn up the gain? No, I'll do it now. I'll do it now. Let me mute so I can mess with my mic. How is this? I turned it up a little less than a quarter. I don't know if it's good or not. It's louder, yeah. I just don't want it to pick up like literally everything ever into peak. Okay, this is good. Okay, yeah. It's pretty much staying in the yellow now, which is better. I would go feral and scout all the forests of Brilliant. Oh no. Welcome back again, alright. 6 PM journal time? How about you seek mental help? Okay? Maybe right now you need a lobotomy. Yeah, seek shock therapy. Is that what they should have done to Esther? I mean, shock therapy is really not that much different. It is killing part of your brain. Okay. Let me chug a bunch of water. Yummy. Tastes like nothing. Gullah. I'm the gullah. I am. They call me the gullah. Let me hydrate again. Gullah. Hi, Meanie. That's me. That is me. For some reason, I thought shock therapy was just Pavlovian conditioning with pain and not killing the brain. No, it is for real shocking the brain. It's called ECT now. It's called ECT. And I'm pretty sure there's a lot of debate over if it, yeah, we still do it, but there's a lot of debate over if it actually causes brain damage or not. I believe it does. Some people go, yes, irreversible, but then there's a lot of stuff like, no, myth busting, but evidence suggests the answer is still yes, and we still use it, right? That it does cause brain damage. Electroshock therapy, it's a C though, so I'm not sure what it stands for. Let me Google. Oh, electroconvulsive therapy. Let me hydrate again. We still hear you, still sleep here yesterday, chapter 8. We still, yeah, same book, around 13 now. But yeah, closer to finishing. Let me hydrate again. Of course, Kibi would really know what it's called in modern day. I read a lot of psychiatry journals. My bad. Wouldn't convulsive be for like physical therapy then? What do you mean? By physical That's how Kibi. Stop or we'll get a cooldown on hydrate. Are you a Jordan Peterson enjoyer? I never read any of his books. I mean, I've heard a lot of people like them. Like, I feel like that's the one where people say, like, it tells you to go make your bed or something. But I don't know anything about him. He's playing lectures on YouTube, fair enough. Jordan Peterson is prime example of why Twitter bad. Yeah, the only thing I know about it is that he's kind of a meme amongst people a little. I'm a little 50-50 on famous modern psychiatrists and psychologists, how I feel about those though. Some of them are very interesting to listen to, but some of them are really do remind me of how the field was formed. What do you mean by modern in quotes? He's still alive, so by default, that's modern. Hi boob. Hello. He got mind broken by Twitter. What I understand, he's a psychologist who makes psychology into philosophy. That's as far as I know, but I do think that's a very silly way to treat philosophy. All I know is that you wanna be queen. Oh, for muscles that are becoming used due to like brain spine damage or comas and stuff. I don't know if ECT is used for that. As far as I know, ECT is mainly used for severe depression and I believe schizophrenia. What do you mean by modern? Once that right works, which is still alive. That's how it tends to work. If they live, if they were born if they were born close enough to now, they count as modern. Will you have all the time to read medical journals and listen to psychologists? And what else are the types of articles you read? What do you mean by finding time? I just read them for fun. If I'm not doing anything else, I like to read. So every so often I check if I can find like free excerpts from journals and stuff because I can't access them. I can't afford those journals, but it's fun to read when you can get like where you can find authors who upload their works for free. It's just like Frieden's younger, overly misread. That's all I'm gonna say about that. Well, yeah, because they're often studied by people first learning about the field. It makes perfect sense. Born recent enough to be alive, well, I'd say if you were born around 100 years ago or less, you count as modern. I think Peterson is leaning into being a guru and political head, but he was just genuinely wants to help people with society, I feel. Yeah, no, I can't speak on it because I really have not looked that far into him, but yeah. Both of them are free if you know where to look. Yeah, genuinely. There's only been a couple where there's literally nothing. But it's tends to be from really niche journals where it's like that. There are some cases where there's nothing, but nearly everything I can at least find I can find it for free. Because nobody wants their work only constrained to a journal. Only constrained to a journal, but really small works tend to be like not too referenced, and obviously from that point not is read as much. So in those cases there was sometimes nothing. Peterson is pretty likable. I don't know what Hannah there is. So can I mean, for it to be where he is, I guess you have to have like some level of charisma, right? I bet QB tells us she's sleeping when she's actually reading journals and listening to lectures. That's so QB. No wonder you're not the typical modern woman. Listening to lectures is fine though, right? Well, I don't really do that. I just like to read journals. If you get into alchemy, you take things symbolically, and vigorous speech is not far from psychology. The approach can also be applied to Bible and word philosophies, and fundamentally is the basis for Freud and Jung. What approach are you talking about here regarding alchemy? I'm a little confused. What approach there? You have such an inquisitive and curious mind, even at such an advanced age. You really are quite the inspiration. Sure, my age is not advanced. My age is very low. Thank you very much. Low and tiny. Hey, Huffo. Things like elements of the earth are taken literally. That's a lingo barrier. I'm unfortunately not an alchemist. So I'm a little confused on what you mean. Sounds like you go schizo interpret the content in esoteric ways. Potentially because I can't quite see the link over it being very, very abstract. Over a length of time of learning, right? I'm not gonna make it mage chats when I get. Okay, we're very low. Uh, 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 nice scuba ASL. No, I miss scuba. I miss. I mean, like Greek mythology, they use gods to personify subjects in the human condition. Oh, in that sense, I still think it's really abstract to link the two together outside of like the learning process of learning how people think. Yeah. Really though, it's cool to have the habit of learning and looking into things that interest you. What the fuck? I mean, what do you do if you're not learning, right? I feel like you have to be always learning something, right? It doesn't have to be anything complex, but I don't know if it's too abstract. I don't know if there's anything written on it to relate to it. Maybe I'll get it, but right now it seems a little abstract. I don't think you can relate them together that strongly beyond like growth of understanding. Am I learning wrong? Yeah, this is an educational stream. Get learning. I'm an educator. Wait, what do you mean by stagnate? No stagnating allowed. No stagnating allowed, okay? It's illegal and you're gradually degenerate into an invalid. This sounds like a absurdist way to describe bedrotting, really. That's what it sounds like. Okay. Okay, let me... chapter 13 time, okay? I heard gradually degenerate into an invalid who summons me. Is that applicable? Hi, Lupo. Strongly disagree. Academic literature will often miss. That's why you read a wide breadth, right? That's the whole point of reading a wide breadth. So you can come to your own conclusion. But yeah, on the alchemy thing, I'd have to really look into it because I don't currently see the relation. The stream started stuttering, you were stretching. I was also wondering if I was witnessing a possession. I am possessed. The demons are in me. I heard the keyboard. She is John Tajani. No way, disguise it. Oh no. Okay. Chapter 15. Of course his mother killed him. I looked at the mouth of the boy Judy had wanted me to meet. His lips were thick and pink, and a baby face nestled under the silk of white blonde hair. His name was Cow, which I thought must be short for something, but I couldn't think what it would be short for. Unless it was California. How can you be sure she killed him? I said. Cow was supposed to be very intelligent. And Jody said over the phone that he was cute and I would like him. It was impossible to tell. Well, first she says no. And then she says yes. But then she says no again. Cal and I lay side by side on an orange and green striped towel on a mucky beach across the swamps from Lynn. Judy and Mark, the boy she was pinned to, were swimming. Cal hadn't wanted to swim. He had wanted to talk. We were arguing about this play where a young man finds out he has a brain disease on account of his father fooling around with unclean women. And in the end, his brain, which has been softening all along, snaps completely. And his mother is debating whether to kill him or not. I had a suspicion that my mother had called Jody and begged her to ask me out, so I wouldn't sit around in my room all day with the shades down. I didn't want to go at first, because I thought Jody would notice the change in me, and that anybody with half an eye would see I didn't have a brain in my head. But all during the drive north and then east, Jody had joked and laughed and chattered, and not seemed to mind that I only said, "My," Oh gosh. Oh, you don't say. We browned hot dogs on the public grills at the beach. And by watching Jody and Mark and Cal very carefully, I managed to cook my hot dog just the right amount of time and didn't burn it or drop it into the fire, the way I was afraid of doing. Then, when nobody was looking, I buried it in the sand. After we ate, Judy and Mark ran down to the water hand in hand, and I lay back, staring into the sky, while Cal went on and on about this play. The only reason I remembered this play was because it had a mad person in it, and everything I'd ever read about mad people stuck in my mind, while everything else flew out. But it's the yes that matters, Cal said. It's the yes she'll come back to in the end. I lifted my head and squinted out at the bright blue plate of the sea. A bright blue plate with a dirty rim. A big round grey rock, like the upper half of an egg, poked out of the water about a mile from the stony headland. What was she gonna kill him with? I forget. I hadn't forgotten. I remembered perfectly well. I wanted to hear what Cal would say. Morphia powders. Do you suppose they have morphia powders in America? Cal considered a minute. Then he said, I wouldn't think so. They sound awfully old-fashioned. I rolled over onto my stomach and squinted at the view in the other direction, towards Lynn. A glassy haze rippled up from the fires in the grills, and the heat on the road and through the haze, as through a curtain of clear water I could make out a smudgy skyline of gas tanks and factory stacks and derricks and bridges. It looked one hell of a mess. I rolled onto my back again and made my voice casual. If you were going to kill yourself, how would you do it? Cal seemed pleased. I've often thought about that. I'd blow my brains out with a gun. I was disappointed. It was just like a man to do with a gun. A fat chance I had of laying my hands on a gun. And even if I did, I wouldn't have a clue what part of me to shoot at. I'd already read in the papers about people who tried to shoot themselves, only they ended up shooting an important nerve and getting paralyzed, or blasting their face off, but being saved by surgeons in a sort of miracle from dying outright. The risks of a gun seemed great. What kind of gun? My father's shotgun. He keeps it loaded. I just have to walk into his study one day and Cal pointed a finger to his temple and made a comical, screwed-up face. Click. He winded his pale grey eyes and looked at me. Does your father happen to live near Boston? I asked idly. Nope, in Clacton-on-Sea. He's English. Jody and Mark ran up hand in hand, dripping and shaking off water drops like two loving puppies. I thought there would be too many people, so I stood up and pretended to yawn. I guess I'll go for a swim. Being with Jody and Mark and Cal was beginning to weigh on my nerves, like a dull wooden block on the strings of a piano. I was afraid that at any moment my control would snap, and I would start babbling about how I couldn't read and couldn't write, and how I must be just about the only person who'd stayed awake for a solid month without dropping dead of exhaustion. The smoke seemed to be going up from my nerves like the smoke from the grills in the sun-saturated road. The whole landscape, beach and headland and sea and rock, quavered in front of my eyes like a stage backcloth. I wondered at what point in space the silly shamblu of sky turned black. You swim too, Cal? Jody gave Cal a playful little push. Oh, Cal hid his face in the towel. It's too cold. I started to walk towards the water. Somehow, in the broad, shadowless light of noon, the water looked amiable and welcoming. I thought drowning must be the kindest way to die, and burning the worst. Some of those babies in the jars that Bloody Willard showed me had gills, he said. They went through a stage where they were just like fish. A little rubbishy wavelet, full of candy wrappers and orange peel and seaweed, folded over my foot. I heard the sand foot behind me, and Cal came up. Let's swim to that rock over there. I pointed at it. Are you crazy? That's a mile out. What are you? I said. Chicken? Cal took me by the elbow and jostled me into the water. When we were waist high, he pushed me under. I surfaced, splashing, my eyes seared with salt. Underneath, the water was green and semi-opaque as a hunk of quartz. I started to swim, a modified dog paddle, keeping my face towards the rock. Cal did a slow crawl. After a while, he put his head up and treaded water. Can't make it. He was panting heavily. Okay. You go back. I thought I would swim out until I was too tired to swim back. As I paddled on, my heartbeat boomed like a dual motor in my ears. I am. That morning I tried to hang myself. I had taken the silk cord of my mother's yellow bathrobe as soon as she left for work, in the amber shade of the bedroom, fashioned it into a knot that slipped up and down on itself. It took me a long time to do this, because I was poor in knots, and had no idea how to make a proper one. Then I hunted around for a place to attach the rope. The trouble was, our house had the wrong kind of ceilings. The ceilings were low, white, and smoothly plastered, without a light fixture or a wood beam in sight. I thought with longing of the house my grandmother had before she sold it to come and live with us. Then with my Aunt Libby. My grandmother's house was built in the fine, 19th century style, with lofty rooms and sturdy chandelier brackets, and high closets with stout rails across them, and an attic where nobody ever went, full of trunks and parrot cages, and dressmakers' dummies and overhead beams thick as a ship's timbers. But it was an old house, and she'd sold it, and I didn't know anybody else with a house like that. After a discouraging time of walking about with the silk cord dangling from my neck, like a yellow cat's tail, and finding no place to fasten it, I sat on the edge of my mother's bed and tried pulling the cord tight. But each time I would get the cord so tight I could feel a rushing in my ears, and a rush of blood in my face. My hands would weaken and let go, and I would be all right again. Then I saw my body had all sorts of little tricks, such as making my hands go limp at the crucial second, which would save it, time and time again, whereas if I had the whole say, I would be dead in a flash. I would simply have to ambush it with whatever sense I had left, or it would trap me in its stupid cage for 50 years without any sense at all. When people found out my mind had gone, as they would have to, sooner or later, in spite of my mother's guarded tongue, they would persuade her to put me into an asylum where I could be cured. Only my case was incurable. I had bought a few paperbacks on abnormal psychology at the drugstore and compared my symptoms with the symptoms in the books, and sure enough, my symptoms tallied with the most hopeless cases. The only thing I could read, besides the scandal sheets, with these abnormal psychology books. It was as if some slim opening had been left, so I could learn all I needed to know about my case to end it the proper way. I wondered, after the hanging fiasco, if I shouldn't just give it up and turn myself over to the doctors. But then I remembered Dr. Gordon and his private stock machine. Once I was locked up, they could use that on me all the time. And I thought of how my mother and brother and friends would visit me, day after day, hoping I would be better. Then their visits would slacken off, and they would give up hope. They would grow old. They would forget me. They would be poor, too. They would want me to have the best of care at first, so they would sink all their money in a private hospital like Dr. Gordon's. Finally, when the money was used up, I would be moved to a state hospital, with hundreds of people like me, in a big cage in the basement. The more hopeless you were, the further away they hid you. Cal had turned around and was swimming in. As I watched, he dragged himself slowly out of the neck-deep sea. Against the khaki-coloured sand and the green shore wavelets, his body was bisected for a moment, like a white worm. Then it crawled completely out of the green and onto the khaki, and lost itself amongst dozens and dozens of other worms that were wriggling or just lolling about between the sea and the sky. I paddled my hands in the water and kicked my feet. The egg-shaped rock didn't seem to be any nearer than it had been when Cal and I had looked at it from the shore. Then I saw it would be pointless to swim as far as the rock, because my body would take that excuse to climb out and lie in the sun, gathering strength to swim back. The only thing to do was to drown myself then and there. So I stopped. I brought my hands to my breast, ducked my head, and dived, using my hands to push the water aside. The water pressed in on my eardrums and on my heart. I found myself down, but before I knew where I was, the water had smacked me up into the sun, and the world was sparkling all about me like the blue and green and yellow semi-precious stones. I dashed the water from my eyes. I was panting, as after a strenuous exertion, but floating without effort. I dived and dived again, and each time popped up like a cork. The grey rock mocked me, bobbing on the water easy as a lifebuoy. I knew when I was beaten. I turned back. The flowers nodded like bright, knowledgeable children as I trundled them down the hall. I felt silly in my Sage Green's volunteer's uniform, and superfluous, like the white uniformed doctors or nurses, even the brown uniformed scrub women with their mops and their buckets of grimy water, who passed me without a word. If I'd been getting paid, no matter how little, I could at least count this as a proper job. All I got for a morning of pushing around magazines and candy and flowers was a free lunch. My mother said the cure for thinking too much about yourself was helping somebody who was worse off than you. So Teresa had arranged for me to sign on as a volunteer at the local hospital. It was difficult to be a volunteer at this hospital, because that's what all the Junior League women wanted to do. But luckily for me, a lot of them were away on vacation. I had hoped they'd send me to a ward with some really gruesome cases. It would see through my numb, dumb face to how I meant well, and be grateful. But the head of volunteers, a society lady of our church, took one look at me and said, "You're on maternity." So I rode the elevator up 3 half-lights to the maternity ward and reported to the head nurse. She gave me the trolley of flowers. I was supposed to tuck the right vases at the right beds in the right rooms. But before I came to the door at the first room, I noticed that a lot of the flowers were droopy and brown at the edges. I thought it would be discouraging for a woman who just had a baby to see somebody plonk down a big bouquet of dead flowers in front of her. So I steered the trolley to a wash basin in an alcove in the hall, and began to pick out all those flowers that were dead. Then I picked out all those that were dying. There was no wastebasket in sight, so I crumpled the flowers up and laid them in the deep white basin. The basin felt cold as a tomb. I smiled. This must be how they laid the bodies away in the hospital morgue. My gesture, in its small way, echoed the larger gesture of the doctors and nurses. I swung the door of the first room open and walked in, dragging my trolley. A couple of the nurses jumped up, and I had a confused impression of shelves and medicine cabinets. "What do you want?" one of the nurses demanded sternly. I couldn't tell one from the other. They all looked just alike. "I'm taking the flowers round." The nurse who had spoken put his hand on my shoulder and led me out of the room, maneuvering the trolley with her free, expert hand. She flung over the swinging doors of the room next to that one and bowed me in. Then she disappeared. I could hear giggles in the distance till the door shut and cut them off. There were 6 beds in the room, and each bed had a woman in it. The women were all sitting and knitting or rifling through magazines, or putting their hair in pinkles and chattering like parrots in a parrot house. I thought they would be sleeping or lying quiet and pale, so I could tiptoe around without any trouble and match the bed numbers to the numbers inked on adhesive tapes on the vases. But before I had a chance to get my bearings, a bright, jazzy blonde with a sharp triangular face beckoned to me. I approached her, leaving the trolley in the middle of the floor, but then she made an impatient gesture, and I saw she wanted me to bring the trolley too. I wheeled the trolley over to her bedside with a helpful smile. "Hey, where's my larkspur?" A large, flabby lady from across the ward raked me with an eagle eye. The sharp-faced blonde bent over the trolley. "Here are my yellow roses," she said, "but they're all mixed up with some lousy iris." Other voices joined the voices of the first 2 women. They sounded cross and loud and full of complaint. I was opening my mouth to explain that I had thrown a bunch of dead larkspur in the sink, and that some of the vases I had weeded out looked skimpy. There were so few flowers left, so I joined a few of the bouquets together to fill them out, when the swinging door flew open and a nurse stalked in to see what the commotion was. "Listen, nurse, I had this big bunch of larkspur Larry brought last night. She's loused up my yellow roses." And putting in the green uniform as I ran, I stuffed it, in passing, into the wash basin with the rubbish of the dead flowers. Then I took the deserted side steps down into the street 2 steps at a time, without meeting another stone. So, my throat. My throat hurts, that's better. "Which way is the graveyard?" The Italian in the black leather jacket stopped and pointed down an alley behind the white Methodist church. I remembered the Methodist church. I had been a Methodist for the first 9 years of my life, before my father died and we moved and turned Unitarian. My mother had been a Catholic before she was a Methodist. My grandmother and my grandmother and my Aunt Libby were all still Catholics. My Aunt Libby had broken away from the Catholic Church at the same time my mother did, but then she'd fallen in love with an Italian Catholic, so she'd gone back again. Lately, I considered going into the Catholic Church myself. I knew that Catholics thought killing yourself was an awful sin, but perhaps, if this was so, they might have had a good way to persuade me out of it. Of course, I didn't believe in life after death or the virgin birth, or the Inquisition, or the infallibility of that little monkey-faced Pope or anything, but I didn't have to let the priest see this. I could just concentrate on my sin, and he would help me repent. The only trouble was, church, even the Catholic Church, didn't take up the whole of your life. No matter how much you knelt and prayed, you still had to eat 3 meals a day and have a job and live in the world. I thought I might see how long you have to be a Catholic before you became a nun, so I asked my mother, thinking she'd know the best way to go around it. My mother had laughed at me. "Do you think they'll take somebody like you? Right off the back? Why, You've got to know all these catechisms and credos and believe in them, lock, stock, and barrel. A girl with your sense. Still, I imagine myself going to some Boston priest. It would have to be Boston, because I didn't want any priest in my hometown to know I thought of killing myself. Priests were terrible gossips. I would be in black, with my dead white face, and I would throw myself at this priest's feet and say, "Oh, Father, help me." But that was because people had begun to look at me in a funny way, like those nurses at the hospital. I was pretty sure the Catholics wouldn't take in any crazy nuns. My Aunt Libby's husband would make a joke once about a nun that a nunnery sent to Teresa for a checkup. This nun kept hearing harp notes in her ear, and her voice saying over and over, "Alleluia," only she wasn't sure, on being closely questioned, whether the voice was saying Alleluia or Arizona. The noise nun had been born in Arizona. I think she ended up in some asylum. I tucked my black veil down to my chin and strode in through the wrought iron gates. I thought it odd that in all the time my father had been buried in his graveyard, none of us had ever visited him. My mother hadn't let us come to his funeral because we were only children then, and he had died in hospital, so the graveyard and even his death had always seemed unreal to me. I had a great yearning lately to pay my father back for all the years of neglect and start tending his grave. I had always been my father's favourite, and it seemed fitting I should take on the mourning my mother had never bothered with. I thought that if my father hadn't died, he would have taught me all about insects, which was his specialty at the university. He would have also taught me German and Greek and Latin, which he knew, and perhaps I would have been a Lutheran. My father had been a Lutheran in Wisconsin, but they were out of style in New England, so he became a lapsed youth Lutheran, and then my mother said, a bitter atheist. The graveyard disappointed me. It lay at the outskirts of the town, on low ground, like a rubbish dump. And as I walked up and down the gravel paths, I could smell the stagnant salt marshes in the distance. The old part of the graveyard was all right, with its worn, flat stones and lichen-ridden monuments, but as soon as I saw my father must be buried in the modern part with dates in the 1940s. The stones in the modern part were crude and cheap, and here and there a grave was rimmed with marble, like an oblong bathtub full of dirt, and rusty metal containers stuck up about where a person's navel would be, full of plastic flowers. A fine drizzle started drifting down from the grey sky, and I grew very depressed. I couldn't find my father anywhere. Low, shaggy clouds scudded over that part of the horizon where the sea lay, behind the marshes and the beach shanty settlements, and raindrops darkened the black mackintosh I'd bought that morning. A clammy dampness sank through to my skin. I had asked the salesgirl, "Is this water repellent?" She had said, "No raincoat is ever water repellent. It's showerproofed." When I asked her what showerproofed was, she told me I'd better buy an umbrella. But I hadn't had enough money for an umbrella. What with the bus fare in and out of Boston, and peanuts and newspapers and abnormal psychology books, and trips to my old hometown by the sea, my New York fund was almost exhausted. I decided that when there was no more money in my bank account, I would do it, and that morning I'd spent the last of it on the black raincoat. Then I saw my father's gravestone. It was crowded right up by another gravestone, head to head, the way people are crowded in a charity ward when there isn't enough space. The stone was of a molded pink marble, like tinned salmon, and all there was on it was my father's name, and under it, 2 dates, separated by a little dash. Let me drink, my throat's really, really dry. the foot of the stone I arranged the timing. The rainy armful of azaleas I picked up from a bush at the gateway of the graveyard. Then my legs folded under me, and I sat down in the sopping grass. I couldn't understand why I was crying so hard. Then I remembered that I'd never cried for my father's death. My mother hadn't cried either. She just smiled and said what a merciful thing it was for him that he had died. Because if he had lived, he would have been crippled and invalid for life. And he couldn't have stood that. He would have rather have died than have that happen. I laid my face to the smooth face of the marble and howled my loss into the cold salt rain. I knew just how to go about it. The minute the car tires crunched off down the drive and the sound of the motor faded, I jumped out of bed and hurried into my white blouse and green-figured skirt and black raincoat. The raincoat felt damp still from the day before, but that would still cease to matter. I went downstairs and picked up a pale blue envelope from the dining room table and scrawled on the back, in large painstaking letters, "I'm going for a log walk." I propped the message where my mother would see it the minute she came in. Then I laughed. I had forgotten the most important thing. I ran upstairs and picked up a pale blue envelope. I lost where I was. Oh, I found it, thank you. I went downstairs and picked up a pale blue envelope from the dining room table and scrawled on the back, in large, painstaking letters, "I'm going for a walk." I propped the message where my mother would see it the minute she came in. Then I laughed. I'd forgotten the most important thing. I ran upstairs and dragged a chair into my mother's closet. Then I climbed up and reached for the small green strand box on the top shelf. I could have torn the metal cover off with my bare hands. The lock was so feeble, but I wanted to do things in a calm, orderly way. I pulled out my mother's upper right hand bureau drawer and slipped the blue jewelry from its hiding place under the scented Irish linen handkerchiefs. I unpinned the little key from the dark velvet. Then I unlocked the strong box and took out a bottle of new pills. There were more than I had hoped. There were at least 50. If I had waited until my mother doled them out to me, night by night, it would have taken me 50 nights to save up enough. And then in 50 nights, college would have opened, and my brother would have come back from Germany. And it would be too late. I pinned the key back into the jewelry box amongst the cluster of inexpensive chains and rings, put the jewelry box back in the drawer under the handkerchiefs, returned the strong box to the closet shelf, and set the chair on the rug in the exact spot I had dragged it from. Then I went downstairs and into the kitchen. I turned on the tap and poured myself a tall glass of water. Then I took the glass of water and the bottle of pills and went down into the cellar. A dim, undersea light filtered through the slits of the cellar windows. Behind the oil burner, a dark gap showed in the wall about shoulder height and ran back under the breezeway out of sight. The breezeway had been added to the house under the cellar was dug and built out under the secret earth bottle crevice. A few old, rotting fireplace logs blocked the whole mouth. I shoved them back a bit. Then I set the glass of water and the bottle of the pills side by side on the flat surface of one of the logs and started to heave myself up. It took me a good while to have my body into the gap, but at last, after many tries, I managed it, and crouched at the mouth of the darkness, like a troll. The earth seemed friendly under my bare feet, but cold. I wondered how long it had been since the particular square of soil had seen the sun. Then, one after the other, I looked the heavy, dust-covered logs across the whole mouth. The dark felt thick as velvet. I reached for the glass and bottle, and carefully, on my knees, with bent head, curled to the farthest wall. Cobwebs touched my face with the softness of moths, wrapping my black coat around me like my own sweet shadow. I unscrewed the bottle of the pills and started taking them swiftly, between gulps of water, one by one. At first nothing happened, but as I approached the bottom of the bottom, red and blue lights began to flash before my eyes. The bottle slipped from between my fingers and I lay down. The silence drew off, bearing the pebbles and shells and all the tiny wreckage of my life. And at the rim of vision, it gathered itself, and in one sweeping tide rushed me to sleep. That's 13. Let me catch up. Hi Nubi, hi Gajera, hi Dampa. Hi Fancy, welcome. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Spit on me, for following. Hi Ninja as well. Yeah, I'll hydrate now. Yeah, you don't have to feel like, yeah, during the reading, I'll just drink whenever. I hydrated, thank you. I think I just become very conscious of when my throat feels weird when reading, I guess. Does that make sense? I think that makes sense, right? Surely. Bye Hinatha, good luck at class. Yeah, real Lovecraft crossover at that first part with her going back to the ocean again with people. But yeah, I saw what you said about the alchemy series. I'm not saying it's irrelevant. Just in my head, I can only see it as a foundation, and that's it. It's a foundation for growth from that point. In knowing things. That's what I meant by what I said. Not that I disagree with it completely, but as I think foundations are abstract. Guys, did I say hi temper? I don't remember. Cute love. Thank you. The suicide background reading was a nice backdrop for the scenario of losing a jock. Real. Okay, I did say hi. Okay, good. I pissed reserve loaded successfully. Oh no. This woman is really bad ending herself. She really is. She really is. Well, she really seems like it from this point, right? She's proper crazy. It's like her third attempt, she suffers from terminal skill issue. She's not doing very well. Like, she's not very good at dying. But you know what? I believe in her. I believe in her. You can do it, Queen. Well, so much of it maps directly to the things we are saying today, but cryptically and religious. Apparently, it was delivered to avoid religious persecution. I'll see. I'll look into it. I mean, I've not looked into stuff like that properly, so I can't speak in it. But I am a little curious now to look into it and see what I think. I wonder if it's actually true or not. Did the author oven herself soon after this book? She released it under a pseudonym in 1963. And Plath ovened herself also in 1963. I think they were really close together. I don't know if it was like, say a month or a month apart or what, right? Jung is also the Einstein of psychology. You can't psychology without understanding him. Yeah, I've read Jung's works. It's important to read, like, at least that far back, I think. Otherwise, you have no idea what you're talking about. Hydrating. Jungle Wing revived alchemy? Maybe he did. Holy crap. Holy crap, Mr. Jung. Okay. We're now like almost 3/4 two, right? Almost 3/4 through, I mean. Whoopsies. Okie dokie. I'm gonna do 14 now, okie dokie. Are you ready? Are you ready for chapter 14? Because you should be. Okie dokie. Okay. Chapter 14. It was completely dark. I felt the darkness, but nothing else, and my head rose, feeling it, like the head of a worm. Someone was moaning, then a great, hard wave smashed against my cheek like a stone wall, and the moaning stopped. The silence surged back, smoothing itself as black water stews to its old surface calm over a drop stone. A cool wind rushed by. I was being transported at enormous speed down a tunnel into the earth. Then the wind stopped. There was a rumbling, as of many voices, protesting and disagreeing in the distance. Then the voices stopped. A chisel cracked out on my eye, and a slit of light opened, like a mouth for a wound, till the darkness clamped shut on it again. I tried to roll away from the direction of the light, but hands wrapped around my limbs like mummy bands, and I couldn't move. I began to think I must be in an underground chamber, lit by blinding lights, and that the chamber was full of people who for some reason, were holding me down. Then the chisel struck again, and the light leapt into my head, and through the thick, warm, furry dark, the voice cried, "Mother!" Air breathed and played over my face. I felt the shape of a room around me, a big room with open windows. A pillow molded itself under my head, and my body floated, without pressure, between thin sheets. And I felt warmth, like a hand on my face. I must be lying in the sun. If I opened my eyes, I would see colors and shapes bending in on me like nurses. I opened my eyes. It was completely dark. Somebody was breathing beside me. I can't see, I said. A cheery voice spoke out of the dark. There are lots of blind people in the world. You'll marry a nice blind man someday. The man with the chisel had come back. Why do you bother? I said. It's no use. You mustn't talk like that. His fingers probed at the great, aching boss over my left eye. Then he loosened something, and a ragged gap of light appeared, like the hole in the wall. A man's head peered round the edge of it. Can you see me? Yes. Can you see anything else? Then I remembered. I can't see anything. Nap narrowed and went. The gap narrowed and went dark. I'm blind. Nonsense. Who told you that? The nurse. The man snorted. He finished taping the bandage back over my eye. You're a very lucky girl. Your sight's perfectly intact. Somebody to see you. The nurse beamed and disappeared. My mother came smiling round the foot of the bed. She was wearing a dress with purple cartwheels on it and she looked awful. A big tall boy followed her. At first I couldn't make out who it was, because my eye only opened a short way. But then I saw it was my brother. They say you wanted to see me. My mother perched on the edge of the bed and laid her hand on my leg. She looked loving and reproachful, and I wanted her to go away. I didn't think I said anything. They said you called for me. She seemed ready to cry. Her face puckered up and quivered like a pale jelly. How are you? My brother said. I looked my mother in the eye. The same, I said. You have a visitor. I don't want a visitor. The nurse bustled out and whispered to somebody in the hall. Then she came back. He'd very much like to see you. I looked out at the yellow legs sticking out of the unfamiliar white silk pajamas they had dressed me in. The skin shook flabbily when I moved, as if there wasn't a muscle in it, and it was covered with a short, thick stubble of black hair. Who is it? Somebody you know. What's his name? George Bakewell. I don't know any George Bakewell. Well, he says he knows you. Then the nurse went out, and a very familiar boy came in and said, Mind if I sit on the edge of your bed? He was wearing a white coat, and I could see a stethoscope poking out of his pocket. I thought it must be somebody I knew dressed up as a doctor. I'd meant to cover my legs if anybody came in, but now I saw it was too late, so I let them stick out, just as they were, disgusting and ugly. That's me, I thought. That's what I am. You remember me, don't you, Esther? I squinted at the boy's face through the crack of my good eye. The other eye hadn't opened yet, but the eye doctor said it would be alright in a few days. The boy looked at me as if I was some exciting new zoo animal, and he was about to burst out laughing. You remember me, don't you, Esther? He spoke slowly, the way one speaks to a dull child. I'm George Bakewell. I go to your church. You dated my roommate once at Amherst. I thought I placed the boy's face then. It hovered dimly at the rim of memory, saw the face to which I would never bother to attach a name. What are you doing here? I'm houseman at this hospital. How could this George Bakewell have become a doctor so suddenly, I wondered. He didn't really know me either. He just wanted to see what a girl who was crazy enough to kill herself looked like. I turned my face to the wall. Get out, I said. Get the hell out and don't come back. I want to see a mirror. The nurse hummed busily as she opened one drawer after another, stuffing the new underclothes, umbrella blouses and skirts and pajamas my mother had brought me into the black painted leather overnight case. Why can't I see a mirror? I'd been dressed in a sheath, striped grey and white, like mattress tickling, with a wide shiny red belt, and they had propped me up in an armchair. Why can't I? Because you better not. The nurse shut the lid of the overnight case with a little snap. Why? Because you don't look very pretty. Oh, just let me see. The nurse sighed and opened the top bureau drawer. She took out the large mirror in a wooden frame that matched the wood of the bureau and handed it to me. At first I didn't see what the trouble was. It wasn't a mirror at all, but a picture. You couldn't tell whether the person in the picture was a man or a woman, because their hair was shaved off and sprouted in bristly chicken feather tufts all over their head. One side of the person's face was purple, and bulged out in a shapeless way, shading to green among the edges, and then to a sallow yellow. The person's brown mouth was pale brown, with a rose-covered sore at either corner. The most startling thing about the face was its supernatural conglomeration of bright colours. I smiled. The mouth in the mirror cracked into a grin. A minute after the crash, another nurse ran in. She took one look at the broken mirror and at me, standing over the blind, white pieces, and hustled the young nurse out of the room. Didn't I tell you? I could hear her say, but I only... Didn't I tell you? I listened with mild interest. Anybody could drop a mirror. I didn't see why they should get so stirred up. The other, older nurse came back into the room. She stood there, arms folded, staring hard at me. 7 years bad luck. What? I said. The nurse raised her voice, as if speaking to a deaf person. 7 years bad luck. The young nurse returned with a dustpan brush and began to sweep up the glittery splinters. That's only a superstition, I said then. The second nurse addressed herself to the nurse on her hands and knees as if I weren't there. You know where they'll take care of her. From the back window of the ambulance I could see street after familiar street, funneling off into a summery green distance. My mother sat on one side of me, and my brother on the other. I pretended I didn't know why they were moving me from the hospital in my hometown to a city hospital, to see what they would say. They want you to be in a special ward, my mother said. They don't have that sort of ward at our hospital. I liked it where I was. My mother's mouth tightened. You should have behaved better then. What? You shouldn't have broken that mirror. Then, maybe they'd have let you stay. But of course I knew the mirror had nothing to do with it. I sat in bed with the covers up to my neck. Why can't I get up? I'm not sick. Ward rounds, the nurse said. You can get up after ward rounds. She shoved the bed curtains back and revealed a fat young Italian woman in the next bed. The Italian woman had a mass of tight black curls, starting at her forehead, that rose in a mountainous pompadour and cascaded down her back. Whenever she moved, the huge arrangement of hair moved with her, as if made of stiff black paper. The woman looked at me and giggled. Why are you here? She didn't wait for an answer. I'm here on account of my French-Canadian mother-in-law, she giggled again. My mother knows I can't stand her, and still he said she could come and visit us. When she came, my tongue stuck out of my head. I couldn't stop it. They ran me into the emergency and then they pulled me up here. She lowered her voice, along with the notes, and then she said, "What's the matter with you?" I turned her my full face, with the bulging purple and green eye. I tried to kill myself. The woman stared at me. Then hastily, she snatched up a movie magazine from her bed table and pretended to be reading. The swinging door opposite my bed flew open, and a whole troop of young boys and girls in white coats came in, with an older, grey-haired man. They were all smiling with bright, artificial smiles. They grouped themselves at the foot of my bed. "And how are you feeling this morning, Miss Greenwood?" I tried to decide which one of them had spoken. I hate saying anything to a group of people. When I talk to a group of people, I always have to single out one and talk to him. And all the while I am talking, I feel the others are peering at me and taking unfair advantage. I also hate people to ask cheerfully how you are when they know you're feeling like hell. Expect you to say, "Fine." I feel lousy. Lousy, somebody said, and a boy ducked his head with a low smile. Somebody else scribbled something on a clipboard, and somebody pulled a straight, solemn face and said, "And why do you feel lousy?" I thought some of the boys and girls in that pride group might well be friends of Buddy Willard. They would know I knew him, and they'll be curious to see me, and afterwards they would gossip about me amongst themselves. I wanted to be where nobody I knew could ever come. "I can't sleep. They interrupted me. But the nurse says you slept last night." I looked round the crescent of fresh, strange faces. "I can't read." I raised my voice. "I can't eat." It occurred to me I'd been eating ravenously ever since I came to. The people in the group had turned from me and were murmuring in low voices to each other. Finally, the grey-haired man stepped out. "Thank you, Miss Greenwood. You'll be seen by one of the staff doctors presently." Then the group moved on to the bed of the Italian woman. "And how are you feeling today, miss?" somebody said, and the name sounded long and full of eyes, like Miss Tomolio. Miss Tomolio giggled. "Oh, I'm fine, doctor. I'm just fine." Then she lowered her voice and whispered something I couldn't hear. One or two people in the group glanced in my direction. Then somebody said, "All right, Miss Tomolio." As the body stepped out and pulled the bed curtain between us like a white wall. I sat on one end of a wooden bench in the grassy square between the 4 brick walls of the hospital. My mother, in her purple cartwheel dress, sat at the other end. She had her head propped in her hand, index finger on her cheek, and thumb under her chin. Mrs. Tomolio was sitting with some dark-haired, laughing Italians on the next bench down. Every time my mother moved, Miss Tomolio imitated her. Now Mrs. Tomolio was sitting with her index finger on her cheek, and her thumb under her chin, and her head tilted wistfully to one side. "Don't move," I told my mother in a low voice. "That woman's imitating you." My mother turned to glance around, but quick as a wink, Miss Tomolio dropped her flat white hands in her lap and started talking vigorously to her friends. "Why no, she's not," my mother said. "She's not even paying any attention to us." But the minute my mother turned round to me again, Miss Tomolio matched the tips of her fingers together, the way my mother had just done, and cast a mocking look at me. The lawn was white with doctors. All the time my mother and I had been sitting there, in the narrow cone of sun that shined down between the tall brick walls, doctors had been coming up to me and introducing themselves. "I'm Dr. So-and-so. I'm Dr. So-and-so." Some of them looked so young I knew they couldn't be proper doctors. and one of them had a queer name that sounded just like Dr. Syphilis. So I began to look out for suspicious fake names, and sure enough, a dark-haired fellow who looked very like Dr. Gordon, except that he had black skin where Dr. Gordon's skin was white, came up and said, "I'm Dr. Pancreas," and shook my hand. After introducing themselves, the doctors all stood within listening distance, only I couldn't tell my doctor that they were talking down every word we said. They were taking down every word we said without their hearing me, so I leaned over and whispered into their ear. My mother drew back sharply. "Oh, Esther, I wish you would cooperate. They say you don't cooperate. They say you weren't told to any of the doctors or make anything in occupational therapy." "I've got to get out of here," I told her meaningly. "Then I'd be alright." "You got me in here," I said. "You get me out." I thought if only I could persuade my mother to get me out of the hospital, I could work on her sympathies, like that boy with brain disease in the play, and convince her it was the best thing to do. To my surprise, my mother said, "Alright, I'll try to get you out, even if only to a better place. If I try to get you out," she laid a hand on my knee, "promise you'll be good?" I spun round and glared straight at Dr. Syphilis, who stood at my elbow taking notes on a tiny, almost invisible pad. "I promise," I said in a loud, conspicuous voice. We wheeled the food cart into the patient's dining room. The psychiatric ward at the hospital was very small, just 2 corridors in an L shape, lined with rooms, an alcove with beds behind the OT shop, where I was, and a little area with a table and a few seats by the window in the corner of the L, which was our lounge and dining room. Usually it was the shrunken old white man who brought our food, but today it was The was a woman in blue stiletto heels. She was telling him what to do. The kept grinning and chuckling in a silly way. Then he carried the tray over to our table with 3 little tin tureens on it, and started banging the tureens down. The woman left the room, locking the door behind her. All the time the was banging down the tureens, and then the dinted silver and the thick white china plates, he gulped at us with big rolling eyes. I could tell we were his first crazy people. Nobody at the table made a move to take the lids off the tin tureens, and the nurse stood back to see if any of us would take the lids off before she came to do it. Usually Miss Tamelio had taken the lids off and dished out everyone's food, like a little mother, but then they sent her home, and nobody seemed to want to take her place. I was starving, so I lifted the lid off the first bowl. "That's very nice of you, Esther," the nurse said patiently. "Would you like to take some beans and pass them round to the others?" I dished myself out a helping of green string beans and turned to pass the tureen to the enormous red-haired woman at my right. This was the first time the red-haired woman had been allowed up to the table. I had seen her once, at the very end of the L-shaped corridor, standing in front of an open door with the bars on the square inset window. She'd been yelling and laughing in a rude way and slapping her thighs at the passing doctors, and the white-jacketed attendant who took care of the people in the end of the world was leaning against the hall radiator, laughing himself sick. The red-haired woman snatched the tureen from me and appended it on her plate, me beans melted in front of her, and scattered open up to her lap and onto the floor like stiff, green straws. "Oh, Miss Mo," the nurse said in a sad voice, "I think you better eat in your room today." And she returned most of the beans to the tureen and gave it to the person next to Miss Mo and led Miss Mo off. All the way down to her room, the hall to her room, Miss Mo kept turning around and making leering faces at us, and ugly, oinking noises. The had come back and was starting to collect the empty places of people who hadn't dished out any beans yet. "We're not done," I told him. "You can just wait." "Mama." The widened his eyes in mock wonder. He glanced around. The nurse had not yet returned from looking up Miss Mo. The made me an insolent bow. Bow. Miss Mucky Muck, he said under his breath. I lifted the lid off the second tureen and uncovered a wedge of macaroni, stone cold and stuck together in a gluey paste. The third and last tureen was chock full of baked beans. Now I knew perfectly well you didn't serve two kinds of beans together at a meal. Beans and carrots, or beans and peas maybe, but neither beans and beans. The was just trying to see how much we would take. The nurse came back, and the edged off at a distance. I ate as much as I could of the baked beans. Then I rose from the table, passing around to the side where the nurse couldn't see me below the waist, and beside the he was clearing the dirty plates. I drew my foot back and gave him a sharp, hard kick on the calf with the leg. The leapt away with a yelp and rolled his eyes at me. Oh, miss, he moaned, ribbing his leg. You shouldn't have done that. You shouldn't. You really shouldn't. That's what you get, I said, and stared him in the eye. Don't you want to get up today? No. I huddled down more deeply in the bed and pulled up the sheet over my head. Then I lifted a corner of the sheet and peered out. The nurse was shaking down the thermometer she had just removed from my mouth. You see, it's normal. I'd looked at the thermometer before she came to collect it, the way I always did. You see, it's normal. What do you keep taking it for? I wanted to tell her that if only something were wrong with my body, it would be fine. I would rather have anything wrong with my body than something wrong with my head. But the idea seemed so involved and worrisome that I didn't say anything. I only burrowed down further in the bed. Then through the sheet, I felt a slight, annoying pressure on my leg. I peeped out. The nurse had set a tray of thermometers on my bed, while she turned her back and took the pulse of the person who lay next to me, in Miss Tamulio's place. A heavy naughtiness pricked through my veins, irritating and attractive as the hurt of a loose bark tooth. I yawned and stirred, as if about to turn over, and edged the foot under my box. Oh, the nurse's cry sounded like a cry for help, and another nurse came running. What do you look what you've done? I put my head out of the covers and stared over the edge of the bed. Around the overturned enamel tray, a star of thermometer stars glittered, and balls of mercury trembled like celestial dew. I'm sorry, I said. It was an accident. The second nurse fixed me with a baleful eye. You did it on purpose. I saw you. Then she hurried off, and almost immediately two attendants came and wheeled me, bed and all, down to Miss Mole's old room, but not before I'd scooped up a ball of mercury. Soon after they had locked the door, I could see the face, a molasses-coloured moon, risen at the end window grating, but I pretended not to notice. I opened my fingers a crack, like a child with a secret, and smiled at the silver globe cupped in my palm. If I dropped it, it would break into a million little replicas of itself. If I pushed them near each other, it would fuse, without a crack, into one whole again. I smiled and smiled at the small silver ball. I couldn't have imagined what they'd done with Mrs. Mole. That's 14. Hi. Hi, DYC. I just realized my, whoopsie. My tracking is broken. Hi. Hi, Ozzy. Good night, Ozzy. I think, I might need to reset my tracking. Like, restart the program. Yeah, no, this is okay. I couldn't see it, so I only noticed now. But I'm hoping it only just happened. Wait, let me check, my log. Oh, thank you guys for following as well. Thank you. Okay, let me. You know what? I'm gonna BRB where I do that as well, so I can like. You know, yeah, it definitely wasn't last time I checked my screen. I'm just gonna BRB and just reset it. Okay, hi. Yeah, it's fixed now. I just reset the whole thing. Hello. Hello. At least I'm hoping it works. It doesn't break. I'm trying not to break it. We're still only on chapter 14. Hi again, ATD. Well, it's chapter 15 now. We just finished 14. Did I what? I'm remember when she said that thing that one time, just like it was earlier today. But yeah, the last chapter is interesting. She really doesn't seem to be getting better at all. She really loves the Mercury though. You know, I would touch Mercury too if I could. If I could, I would touch so much Mercury. I would eat it all, you know? I would eat 10 million balls of Mercury. Hi, Frozen, welcome. I miss Cube already, but I'm not dead. I didn't die, you know, guys. QB lives? Yeah. Chasing for mortality. But why can't I touch the Mercury? It's like it looks good. Like it's poisonous, but it looks fun, right? Like it looks like a cool toy, that's why I wanna touch it. Hi again, Pixel. I assume Hilda QB is hiding her from the asylum nurses and our landlord. I never hide. I never hide ever, didn't I? I'm curious, can you guys hear this? Actually, I should listen back so I can hear myself. You can hear it? Oh, it sounds funny. Lewd? What's lewd about it? Is this me beating you, okay? I lied. I did your makeup and it's permanent and you can't take it off now. I just kicked something. Oops. Ow. 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 You watch me? Never. I think it sounds stiff with the sock, yeah. I don't know if I should take it off, but I don't know. She somehow looks even more British up close. Me? Me? Did I remove the sock? I didn't. I didn't, no. Did you do it the real QB? I'm real. I'm alive. You think you could kill me? You think you could kill QB? Never. I swear we stayed awake this time, Jigglypuff. I believe it. I believe her. Tell us something only the real QB would know. Wait, what would only I know? Cinnamoroll's birthday is March the 6th. And I bet none of you wished him a happy birthday. All haters. Just saying that because that's what the real Kitty would say. No. Never. I can't kill Kiwi the same way I wouldn't be able to kill a kitten. Are you comparing me to a kitten? Is that really what you're comparing me to? I'm just a little Cinnamoroll hater. Fuck you. Don't hate on him. I just spent like 30 minutes searching my parents' house for a big bag of peanut M&Ms. That's very childish, I'm sorry. But I respect it, that's so good. Something about a Sony QB would know. But wait. What would only I know? I'm not sure. You gotta help me. Your free sizes, left foot or right foot, secret foot. Shut up. If you're the real kitty, say you love us, that's mean. That's mean. So mean. So mean to me. Cube hates us? No. No, I love you guys. Okay? I found it in the China cupboard. Literally, why would it be there? If you're the real QB who won the last OG game we played, it was me. I won every OG game I played, thank you. I've never ever lost or come second, ever. Thank you. What's that myth about only eating certain covers? Is that a thing? I've never heard that about M&Ms before. So the real Kitty would say exactly. Would a fake say that? No. Believe it. Let me hydrate, thank you. Peanut M&M's are the best M&M. I'll find anyone who's... Are there even ones other than peanut and normal? I don't think so. If you're the real cutie, what's your real name, birthday? Free measurements in the federal agency departments. MI5. Nothing wrong. What do you mean in Alibaba? What? Why Alibaba? Is Alibaba anything but the Chinese shopping website? Oh, I think he means the USS Kiwi. Oh. As in Walmart. I've never just seen Alibaba use as a instead of Walmart in that kind of sentence. Oh, let me hydrate again. Rumors about green chocolate candies acted as advertisers against sickly in Americans. Really? Oh my god. Wait, I need to fix my mic. Give me a second. There we go, I think I did it. I think it's fixed. Is something wrong with the mic? No, my arm fell. And I can't have it touching the table because otherwise it'll pick up if I touch the table. It already does kinda, so I'm trying to avoid it as much as possible. You get a pack of 50 for like $4.99? Why would you want 50 cubies? Why would you want that many? To tell me the arm is as broken as your PC? No, it's because I have it pointing downwards instead of up like this. Because it's like a low profile arm. So I have to put it really, really low. And I just knocked it by accident. I hydrated again. Not me, a grown man putting the M&M's back where I found them, so my parents didn't know I was eating them. They'll find you out. They'll discover it. For soil and green, of course. Ryona, QBY? Wait, what do you mean by 49? It's easier and cheaper to get a new one than repair if it breaks, but you don't need 50 of them. 50 isn't necessary. The cell sounds like an ADHD nightmare, though it's fine. I just bought like the really overpriced arm. And it's like normally to the side, so it never does that. It's just because it's right in front of me. Do you have to take breaks when you read on your own? I do. Yeah, kind of randomly. Sometimes I read a chapter and I just stop pacing a lot. I can like speed through it, but it fries my brain and I lose track of what I'm doing if I do. I need like to absorb the chapter before I move on. Same depending on the book. I think yeah, if it's like a manga, I can speed through a bunch of chapters without a break. Like something easy to read. But if it's something I like think about, then I have to like pace. I have to pace and contemplate it. Let me drink more, I'm so dehydrated. Ow! Sorry. My bad. It was really hot. I didn't die. I don't think I burnt myself, so it's fine. I'm consuming. Every time is like the first time. Is it? Beautiful memories. Put some water in it. We're not going everywhere. I think it's fine though. My skin is strong. I think it's okay. I don't think it's burnt. Whoopsies. I'm slowly being swallowed by books, as you should really. Deservedly. Let me hydrate again. Books shouldn't be doing that. Have you ever seen Narnia? The books tend to do that, right? Anyway, I think it's fine. I forgot my coffee was hot, and like, I hit my leg on it. But I think it's fine. I forgot that burns you if you touch it. I'm not clumsy. It's always better to put some water in it. It burns your internal too. Yeah, but I can normally tell, right? And I think it's okay. Read Susan's integrity. Hi Nino, thank you for following. I have 7 on the table beside the armchair. Not like survived bed, no help. No help for you. Remember the wardrobe of the painting? Maybe I'm misremembering, but I thought there was a book as well. Maybe it's something else I'm mixing up with it. But I thought there was. Should let chat see the leg to make sure. No. 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 Go done dirty in a last book? Actually, yeah, right? I'm trying to recall it. I think I've not read it in like coming up to like an uncomfortable amount of years. Can't be dirtier than this. How is that? How is that a mode on Twitch? Jeff bans letters, but he lets that in. We're so close to 1,000 followers, so yeah. And internet is back. Welcome back, alright. Welcome back. I'm eagerly aware and can't wait for the saga of the next disconnect. We're edging 1,000 so hard right now. Edging. 1K followers room tour soon? No. You'll never get a room tour from me, okay? Is the coffee okay? Shut up. Shut up. Yes, the coffee's okay. I think I missed another chapter. Maybe, yeah. We're on 15 now, so... By the way, Esther got a lobo right now. She just got shock therapy. She didn't get a lobotomy. 1K followers, full name, and address reveals. 1K followers, I murder you. Okay? I thought the eye thing was a lobo. No, I don't think so. I don't think she had a varying enough change in behavior for that to be it. Can we get material follow, please? Please do, I accept your challenge. Why do you want to be murdered so bad? Source it on? I would win. Me exclusively, or was Alright Royal you to me in all the chat? Everyone, but especially you. What's your stance on the allegations towards Plath's husband regarding their death? I mean... the fact that he had an affair, and a lot of what she writes is about wanting to die after Esther's boyfriend has an affair, is a little... Obviously there's no proof, but it's a little telling, right? It's a little telling from Ted. Please release us from the toilet vial. We can follow to edge Kiwi from 1,000 as much as possible. Shut up. Why are you trying to edge me on this? Bestow us with the greatest mercy anyone could give, I will. Yeah, I'll murder you guys in board game online as well as in real life. Kiwi is willing to let us experience a little death. I found a box of books, and in it I had a book of classic poetry next to a book of Ted Hughes poetry. Oh no! Oh no. Exactly. If you gotta love someone if you're gonna murder them, maybe. Actually, I'm not sure if the things that don't align with that apply, but it's fine, right? Coffee, if you can hear me say something, shut up. Cough. Why are you rooting for my coffee this way? It works in this scenario, I guess so. Is the schedule done, by the way? I put one together, but I haven't posted it because I need to think about it after stream. But technically it's done. But I need to double check times and stuff. Technically it is done. Technically I posted it. it's not official yet, you know? If you to murder a member of the chat, how would you do it? In the game of your choosing, of course. Gun. That's it. The technicality of it isn't finalized. I think you'll find. Everyone said QB do schedule. You did not say QB finalized schedule. I think I'm gradually getting more and more addicted to your ASMR. It feels empty without it. Empty? Empty is the time for the Michi collab and BS. On mine it's BST. I think that's 1 PM EST, but I'm not sure. This is why you call you a liar. Why? But I didn't lie. I assume that you hear Shadow Key. Coffee Gun, don't spill. Shut up. I didn't even spill him. The gun is impersonal. I can't have it because I'm British. I take the gun. You're the one who said you get a schedule out for today, Monday, not me. Technically, I did. But I was like doing a bunch of stuff today, and I didn't. I wanted to know whether I was playing with Michi until I sorted out everything else. That's it. This is why we needed a forfeit system? No. No, that's not very nice. That's not nice to us. Okay. Okay. Let me coffee, then chapter 15, okay? Please don't yawn like that. I don't know what you want me to do. That's my yawn and it's involuntary. Okay. Flushed emoji, shut up. It's a yawn. I'm gonna become compulsive over my yawn and then I'll think about yawning more, which is gonna inevitably lead to me doing it more. Because if I have a complex, it's gonna trigger them, right? So, shh. Jesus will have what she's having, shut up. Can't even yawn anymore. My neurons are activating on their own. Has anyone commented on your yawn before? No. Not that I remember. You guys need to stop talking about yawning. I swear at least one of us has. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe and I just don't remember. Okay, I need to read. You're making me yawn. Let me hydrate. Did you just yawn away from the mic? Yes, I did. We're not people, friend. Do you not want to be a person? Pussy, why? Why Mango? Double yawn for the funny. Stop. Hi, geek. I hydrated. Okay. I'm not gonna let you get me anymore. Chapter 15. Philomena's Guinea's black Cadillac east through the night. 5 o'clock traffic like a ceremonial car. Soon it would cross one of the brief bridges that arch like the Charles, and I would, without thinking, open the door and plunge out through the stream of classic traffic to the rail of the bridge. One jump, and the water would be over my head. Idly, I twisted the Kleenex to small, pill-sized pellets between my fingers and watched my chance. I sat in the middle of the back seat of the Cadillac, my mother on one side of me, and my brother on the other, both leaning slightly forward, like diagonal bars, one across each car door. In front of me, I could see the spam-colored expanse of the chauffeur's neck, sandwiched between a blue cap and the shoulders of a blue jacket, and next to him, like a frail, exotic bird, the silver hair and emerald-feathered hat of Philomena Guinea, the famous novelist. I wasn't quite sure why Miss Guinea had turned up. All I knew is that she'd interested herself in my case, and at one time, the peak of her career, she had been in an asylum as well. My mother said that Miss Guinea had sent her a telegram from the Bahamas, where she read about me in a Boston paper. Miss Guinea had telegrammed, "Is there a boy in the case?" If there was a boy in the case, Miss Guinea couldn't, of course, have anything to do with it. But my mother had telegrammed back. No, it's Esther's writing. She thinks she'll never write again. So Miss Guinea had flown back to Boston and taken me out of the cramped city hospital ward, and now she was driving me to a private hospital that had grounds and golf courses and gardens, like a country club, where she would pay for me, as if I had a scholarship, until the doctor she knew of there had made me well. My mother told me I should be grateful. She said I'd used up almost all of her money, and if it weren't for Miss Guinea, she didn't know where I'd be. I knew where I'd be, though. I'd be in the big state hospital in the country, cheek by jowl to this private place. I knew I should be grateful to Miss Guinea, only I couldn't feel a thing. If Miss Guinea had given me a ticket to Europe, or a round-the-world cruise, it wouldn't have made one scrap of difference to me. Because wherever I sat, on the deck of a ship or a street cafe in Paris or Bangkok, I would be sitting under the same glass bell jar, stirring in my own sour air. Blue sky opened its dome above the river, and the river was dotted with sails. I readied myself. But immediately my mother and my brother each laid one hand on the door handle. The tires hummed briefly over the grill of the bridge. Water, sails, blue sky, and suspended gulls flashed by like an improbable postcard, and we were across. I sank back in the grey plush seat and closed my eyes. The air of the bell jar waddled around me and I couldn't stir. I had my own room again. It reminded me of the room in Dr. Gordon's hospital. A bed, a bureau, a closet, a table and a chair. A window with a screen but no bars. My room was on the first floor, and the window, a short distance above the pioneer paddock ground, overlooked a wooded yard flanked by a red brick wall. If I jumped, I wouldn't even bruise my knees. The inner surface of the tall wall seemed smooth as glass. The journey over the bridge had unnerved me. I had missed a perfectly good chance. The river water passed me by like an untouched drink. I suspected that even if my mother and my brother had not been there, I would have made no move to jump. When I enrolled in the main building of the hospital, a slim, young woman had come up and introduced herself. My name is Dr. Nolan. I am to be asked as doctor. I was surprised to have a woman. I didn't think they had women psychiatrists. This woman was a cross between minor Lori and my mother. She wore a white blouse and a full skirt gathered at the waist with a wide leather belt and stylish crescent-shaped spectacles. But after a nurse had led me across the room to a gloomy brick building called Kaplan, where I would live, Dr. Nolan didn't come to see me. A whole lot of strange men came instead. I lay on my bed under the thick white blanket, and they entered my room, one by one, and introduced themselves. I couldn't understand why there would be so many of them, or why they would want to introduce themselves, and I began to think they were testing me, to see if I noticed there were too many of them, and I grew wary. Finally, a handsome white-haired doctor came in, said he was the director of the hospital. Then he started talking about the pilgrims and the Indians with the land after them, and what rivers ran nearby, and who had built the first hospital, and how it had burned down, and who had built the next hospital, till I thought he must be waiting to see when I would interrupt him, and tell him I knew all about that rivers and pilgrims was a lot of nonsense. But then I thought some of it might be true, so I tried to sort out what was likely to be true and what wasn't. Only before I could do that, he had said goodbye. I waited till I heard the voices of all the doctors die away. Then I threw back the white blanket and put on my shoes and walked out into the hall. Nobody stopped me, so I walked round the corner of my wing of the hall and down another, longer hall, past an open dining room. A maid in a green uniform was setting the tables for supper. There were white linen tablecloths and glasses and paper napkins. I stored the fact, though, there were real glasses in the corner of my mind, the way a squirrel stores a nut. At the city hospital, we had drunk out of the paper cups, with no knives to cut our meat. The meat had always been so overcooked we could cut it with a fork. Finally, I rushed to the big lounge with shabby furniture and a threadbare rug. A girl with a round pasty face and short black hair was sitting in an armchair, reading a magazine. She reminded me of a Girl Scout leader I'd had once. I glanced at the feet, and sure enough, she wore those flat brown leather shoes with fringed tongues lapping down over the front. They're supposed to be so sporty, and the ends of the laces were knotted with little imitation acorns. The girl raised her eyes and smiled. I'm Valerie. Who are you? I pretended I hadn't heard and walked out of the lounge to the end of the next wing. On the way, I passed a waist-high door behind which I saw some nurses. Where is everybody? Ow! The nurse was writing something over and over on little pieces of adhesive tape. I leaned across the gate of the door to see what she was writing, and it was E. Greenwood, E. Greenwood, E. Greenwood, E. Greenwood. Out where? Oh, OT. The golf course. Playing badminton. I noticed a pile of clothes on the chair beside the nurse. They were the same clothes the nurse in the first hospital had been packing onto the patent leather case when I broke the mirror. The nurse began sticking the labels onto the clothes. I walked back to the lounge. I couldn't understand what these people were doing. Playing badminton and golf. I mustn't really be really sick at all to do that. I sat down near Valerie and observed her carefully. Yes, I thought, she might just as well be in a Girl Scout camp. She was reading a tatty copy of Vogue with intense interest. What the hell is she doing here, I wondered. There's nothing the matter with her. Do you mind if I smoke? Dr. Nolan leaned back in the armchair next to my bed. I said no. I like the smell of smoke. I thought if Dr. Nolan smoked, she might stay longer. This was the first time she'd come to talk with me. When she left, I would simply lapse into the old blankness. Tell me about Dr. Gordon, Dr. Nolan said suddenly. Did you like him? No, I said. I didn't like him at all. That's interesting. Why? I didn't like what he did to me. Did to you? I told Dr. Nolan about the machine, and the blue flashes, and the jolting and the noise. While I was telling her, she went very still. That was a mistake, she said then. It's not supposed to be like that. I stared at her. If it's done properly, Dr. Nolan said, it's like going to sleep. If anyone does that to me again, I'll kill myself. Dr. Nolan said firmly, you won't have any shock treatments here, or if you do, I'll tell you about it beforehand. And I promise that you won't be anything like what you had before. Why? She finished. Some people even like them. After Dr. Nolan had gone, I found a box of matches on the windowsill. It wasn't an ordinary size box, but an extremely tiny box. I opened it and exposed a row of little white sticks with pink tips. I tried to light one, and it crumpled in my hand. I couldn't think why Dr. Nolan would have left me such a stupid thing. Perhaps she wanted to see if I would give it back. Carefully, I stored the toy matches in the hem of my new wool bathrobe. If Dr. Nolan asked me for the matches, I would say, I thought they were made of candy and had eaten them. A new woman had moved into the room next to mine. I thought she must be the only person in the building who was newer than I was, so she wouldn't really know how really bad I was, the way the rest did. I thought I might go in and make friends. The woman was lying on her bed in a purple dress that fastened at the neck with a cameo brooch. I reached midway between her knees and her shoes. She had rusty hair nodding in a school-marmish bun, and thin, silver-rimmed spectacles attached to her breast pocket with black elastic. Hello, I said conversationally, sitting down on the edge of the bed. My name's Esther. What's your name? The woman didn't stir. She just stared up at the ceiling. I felt hurt. I thought maybe Valerie or somebody had told her when she first came in how stupid I was. A nurse popped her head in at the door. Oh, there you are, she said to me. Visiting Miss Norris. How nice. And she disappeared again. I don't know how long I sat there, watching the woman in purple and wondering if her pursed, pink lips would open, and if they did open, what they would say. Finally, without speaking or looking at me, Miss Norris swung her feet in the high, black, wooden boots over the other side of the bed and walked out of the room. I thought she might be trying to get rid of me in a subtle way, quietly, at a low distance. I followed her down the hall. Miss Norris reached the door of the dining room and paused. All the way to the dining room she had walked precisely, placing her feet at the very center of the cabbage-nosed roses that twined through the pattern of the carpet. She waited a moment and then, one by one, lifted her feet over the doorsill and into the dining room, as though stepping over an invisible shin-high stile. She sat down at one of the round, linen-covered tables and unfolded a napkin in her lap. "It's not supper for an hour yet," the cook called out of the kitchen. But Miss Norris didn't answer. She just stared straight ahead of her in a polite way. I pulled up a chair opposite her at the table and folded a napkin. We didn't speak, but sat there in a close, sisterly silence until the gong for supper sounded down the hall. "Lie down," the nurse said. "I'm going to give you another injection." I rolled over on my stomach on the bed and hitched up my skirt. Then I pulled down the trousers of my silk pajamas. "My word, what all have you got under there?" "Pajamas, so I won't have to bother getting in and out of them all the time." The nurse made a little clucking noise. Then she said, "Which side?" It was an old joke. I raised my head and glanced back at my bare buttocks. They were bruised purple and green and blue from past injections. The left side looked darker than the right. "The right? You name it." The nurse jabbed the needle in, and I winced, savoring the tiny hurt. 3 times a day the nurses injected me, and after about an hour after each injection they gave me a cup of sugary fruit juice and stood by, watching me drink it. Lucky you, Valerie said. "You're on insulin. Nothing happens." "Oh, it will. I've had it. Tell me when you get a reaction." But I never seemed to get any reaction. I just grew fatter and fatter. Already I filled the new, 2 big clothes my mother had bought. And when I peered down at my plump stomach and broad hips, I thought it was a good thing Miss Guinea hadn't seen me like this, because I looked just as if I was going to have a baby. "Have you seen my scars?" Valerie pushed aside her black bang and indicated 2 pale marks, one on either side of her forehead, as if at some time she'd started to sprout horns, but cut them off. We were walking, just the 2 of us, with the sports therapist in the asylum gardens. Nowadays I was allowed on board privileges more and more often. They never let Miss Norris out at all. Valerie said Miss Norris shouldn't be in Kaplan, but in a building for worse people called Wymark. "Do you know what these scars are?" Valerie persisted. "No. What are they?" "I've had a lobotomy." I looked at Valerie in awe, appreciating for the first time a perpetual marble calm. "How do you feel?" "Fine. I'm not angry anymore. Before, I was always angry. I was in Wymark before, and now I'm in Kaplan. I can go to town now, or shopping or to a movie, along with a nurse." "What will you do when you get out?" "Oh, I'm not leaving," Valerie laughed. "I like it here." Moving day. Why should I be moving? The nurse went on blithely opening and shutting my drawers, emptying the closet and folding my belongings into the black overnight case. "I thought they must be moving me to Wymark." "Oh, you're only moving to the front of the house," the nurse said cheerfully. "You'll like it. There's a lot more sun." When we came out into the hall, I saw that Miss Norris was moving too. A nurse, young and cheerful as my own, stood in the doorway of Miss Norris's room, helping Miss Norris into a purple coat with a scrawny squirrel fur collar. Hour after hour I'd been keeping watch by Miss Norris's bedside, refusing the diversion of OT and walks and badminton matches, and even the weekly movies, which I enjoyed, and which Miss Norris never went to, simply to brood over this pale, speechless circlet of her lips. I thought how exciting it would be if she opened her mouth and spoke, and I rushed out into the hall and announced this to the nurses. They would praise me for encouraging Miss Norris, and I would probably be allowed shopping privileges and movie privileges downtown, and my escape would be assured. But in all my hours of vigil, Miss Norris hadn't said a word. "Where are you moving to?" I asked her now. The nurse touched Miss Norris's elbow. and Miss Norris jerked into motion like a doll on wheels. She's going to Wymark, my nurse told me in a low voice. I'm afraid Miss Norris isn't moving up like you. I watched Miss Norris lift one foot, and then the other, over the invisible star that barred the front door sill. I have a surprise for you, the nurse said as she installed me in a sunny room in the front wing overlooking the green golf links. Somebody you know's just come today. Somebody I know? The nurse laughed. Don't look at me like that. It's not a policeman. Then, as I didn't say anything, she added, She says she's an old friend of yours. She lives next door. Why don't you pay her a visit? I thought the nurse must be joking, and if I knocked on the door next to mine I would hear no answer, but go in and find Miss Norris, buttoned into a purple squirrel-collared coat, lying on the bed, her mouth blooming out of the quiet vase of her body like the bud of a rose. Still, I went out and knocked on the neighbouring door. Come in, called a gay voice. I opened the door a crack and peered into the room. The big horsey girl in jodhpurs sitting by the window glanced up with a broad smile. Esther, she sounded out of breath, as she'd been running a long, long distance and had just come to a halt. How nice to see you. They told me you were here. Joan? I said tentatively, and then, Joan, in confusion and disbelief. Joan beamed, revealing her large, gleaming, unmistakable teeth. It's really me. I thought you'd be surprised. Verse 15. I'm getting really sleepy again. Jinka jinka. I'm hydrating. I'm gonna drink the last of my coffee. The streamer puts herself to sleep. I'm trying not to. I swear I Pavlov myself so bad. Do you think you can read it all today? I think so. It's only 4 more now. I feel like you may not be able to finish it today, and I'll be fine, I think. Wait, no, 16, 17, 18... 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 5 more. 5 more. That's fine. I'll do it. I can stay awake for it. I want to finish it today. Slurring your words a little, Kiva, you do sound very tired. I swear I shouldn't be, right? Because I woke up at noon. I think it's just the reading. Halfway through today's 5 more hours. I think I can do it. I think. I was not expecting Sassy to be worse than the Joker origin. Yeah, her Joker moment. Her do you know how I got these scars? Scars? It's a lobotomy, get it right. Also, yeah, damn, the title drop as well. Good night, Geek. Good night. Did you ever see that post about a girl who uses a clicker on herself whenever she was happy to Pavlov herself into happiness? I did. I thought it was a genius idea. So good. So smart. So she really was in the jar? No. She said very, very clearly that she doesn't want to be in the jar. What's a clicker, like a taser? Those things you hold and you click and the number goes up. They're just called a clicker. Disappointed at Sylvia for using cheap pop culture references like that. True. Does paddling yourself work if you're conscious of the fact you're being paddled? I actually don't know. You know what, maybe I should test it by pavloving myself consciously, right? Because right now I don't have anything I've done it on purpose with, only by accident. So I should test it to see if it works like she did it. It does still work? Ooh. I see. I see. But yeah, I might juggle my water as well and then get some more. Maybe if I hydrate, I'll be able to stay awake better. It's a lot of hydration. I was greatly hydrated. I do need to refill it now, though, because I didn't refill it yet, since the start of stream, so I figured maybe I'm just dehydrated. Sometimes it makes you sleepy, right? I'll electrocute you each time you read one of my messages. I'm good. I think if I touch the right thing on my laptop, I could probably electrocute myself, you know? I did that before when I had an old laptop I dropped. If you put it on you the wrong way, it would like electrocute my legs. And I would get like, I would go like, ow. Because because the frame came off a little with it. Make sure to use the bathroom before you sleep. Don't want an accident with... Am I 3 years old? I hope you wake up if you're gonna pee yourself. That's what you do. What fetish? I mean, I still needed to use it, okay? Yeah, it's only like 24 volts, it's fine. But no, I don't know what it was, but it was like after I, dropped it and it, broke a teeny little bit. It would electrocute me if I put it too close there. If I accidentally put it on my lap, I would be like, oh, cool, I just got shocked again. Or getting close to breaking QB's ASMR that. Yes, I can tell you to shut the fuck up, jeez. How many laptops have you broken, clumsy? Free? Maybe free? Perhaps free? Oh, my last laptop used to electrocute. Yeah, that's what mine did. If I touched my leg with the corner, it would shock me. It would hurt. It would only broken once, and that wasn't an accident. You broke it on purpose? So every laptop you ever had? No, I have one I didn't break, okay? My other laptop, other than my gamer one, that one I haven't broken yet. It's going out of all the messages, the bathroom one goes. But every other one other than that, I guess I broke, yeah? Perhaps I broke them all. Because I would fall over. I would fall over. Or I would fall asleep while using it, and then I would roll over. And I would drop it onto the floor from my bed. Can't break it if you don't use it. Exactly. I do use it though, to be fair, but I don't take it anywhere really. Because I'm not carrying it around, it doesn't have a chance to break. QV, what's wrong with that? It's fine, right? It's normal, right, guys? Right? Surely. Don't wave, my beloved. I swear it's easy to do that. I swear on my life. To be fair, it needed replacing because it was like 6-7 years old. But yes, I bubbled a poker tournament and I punched the screen off. Holy shit. Poker rage? Poker rage? You're the clumsiest human alive. I'm not even that clumsy. I think it only takes one moment to be very unlucky, right? Before things break. Actually, I drop my phone all the time. I've smashed every single phone I ever had. So, or maybe that too. Maybe I am. Maybe it's a me issue. You're not clumsy, Aaliyah. How am I lazy? You think I'm lazy? How am I lazy at all? Yeah, I was gonna say, wait, I didn't smash. I was like, no, I'm not clumsy because my phone I have, I didn't smash the screen. But then I remembered. That's because That's just a not yet situation, I think. The X's signify significant. No, I understood. I understood the exit out. I didn't think you were being particularly British. I understood. But yeah, if you get phones with really strong screens, then they can't smash, right? I've only ever cracked one phone screen. I never used a phone case in my life. I used a phone case on everything, but my last phone I smashed it last. Okay, so I smashed it one time because I tripped over the curb when it was like really like, oh, it was like really bad weather or something. So I tried to avoid something by standing on the curve, but then it was like the curve was like fucked up and curved and slippy. So I fell over and I fell over my phone and my hand slapped it in the ground. And so I smashed my last phone screen and it cut up on my hand. And I had to get that fixed. And then I got it fixed. And then it was fine for ages. And then the charger fell off. Like the charging port fell off. And so the conclusion is I really don't like phones. I'm good at fixing stuff if you need to. Nidios, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Complaining about the state of your rose is the most British you've ever been. Look. If they were good roads, I wouldn't have had to pay £50 to fix my screen, okay? You're triggering my savior complex? No, it's fine. I was just really upset because I was walking to get a pizza at that time, and so I still needed to collect my pizza, but like my hands were bleeding. So it was really embarrassing. So when I did that, I had to go to the pizza guy and I had to be like, do you have a spare napkin or anything, mate? I've just fucking smashed my phone. And I need to get the blood off. And I was like, I actually look like a crackhead. Pizza over health. I had already paid for the pizza. And who was I to not collect the pizza I'd paid for in advance, you know? I didn't have an excuse. They don't take falling over and like hurting yourself it's a refund thing, you know? Oh my god, Kiwi, what's wrong with that? Blazing, thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. 10,000. Wowie. Big number. Girl, thank you. Thank you. Scary. I was gonna congratulate you, but laughing at my typo. Fuck you now. Teehee. My bad. Time to unfollow. No. No, don't edge me on it, please. No. No, I can't take this. I'll die. Yeah. 1K. She fell off. How do we save her? Oh no, I fell off. I fell off. There's your lobotomy so you can be just like Valerie, okay? Where? Sarah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. You're gonna take this further to your room tour now and never! No room tour, okay? No room tour ever. Doozle, thank you! Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the best. Thank you. Oh my gosh, it glitches when I brush you guys. It glitches when I lobotomize you. I can't have that. Lobotomy. Lobotomy. Are you waiting us to us with your sandpapering? That's your lobotomy. You think you can be in this asylum without being lobotomized? Come on, don't be silly. Get it right. Knowing you, you're probably scared we'll see your reflection in the walls or something. You know if they're painted and there isn't a mirror near you? Reflections are everywhere where the eyes can see, okay? I'll get you a collar and leash with a mouth guard. Why that? Why that? Something that big, exactly. Sandpaper. Get sandpapered. Now? You're gonna have a wrinkly brain, okay? Wrinkle, wrinkle. Wrinkle, wrinkle. Wrinkle, 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 wrinkle. To be fair, you could see every office is reflective. Oh, don't say that to me. I'm not sure I can cope with hearing that. No, my schizophrenia, no. To be fair, you could stand in front of the wall and we still wouldn't see your camouflage when it comes to shit, right? You think I blend in? I would try to say that I don't think I'd afford the padded... Padded self for whom? Padded self for whom, huh? Can you just know that my message to Sora's? I separated them after, okay? I separated them. Played RuneScape for 20 years, I'm already... Lobotomize makes sense. I understand. Guys, I'm being judged on the number. Girl, thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Alright. For the follow. I'm being trolled, guys. Please stop trolling me. Hi, Glove. Welcome. Welcome, ma'am. Congrats on 1K. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Are you going to unfollow me again, alright? Executioner's axe grinding ASMR, yeah. Are you ready for death? I think it's the sock that makes it sound weird. You guys, she's into it, shut up! My favorite moment from the bell jar was when QB allowed her internet brain rot to seep into the literature, pronounced comb as coon. Wait, I did that? I did that? I didn't know I did that. Yeah, I remember the comb wasn't in the wood book today, but I didn't realize I did that yesterday either. Keep it dull so it lasts longer? Wait, keep what though? What do you mean? Would it be the surprise if there's some dialogue that pronounces this coon? Probably somewhere, right? Yeah, oh, the axe. Oh. Yeah. It's time for the guillotine. And it's gonna be dull, so you have to drop it twice. Just like I'm a French peasant in the 1700s. And you guys are the French aristocrat, okay? I hope you're ready for that. Some northeastern place? What have you found? You found it already, or is that your prediction? That's the sound of the wind before the blade drops, okay? Can already already feel the blade shining. Excellent. Excellent. Cube spear. Cube spear. I bet Kiwi's ideal man wears Axe body spray. No. Because of the guillotine. Prediction. Anything I don't know concerning England is in the northeast because I know fuck all about it. Understandable, really. Understood, yeah. Off with their heads. What will I do with the heads? I will... What did they do with the heads after they executed them, guys? I'm not too sure. I don't quite know. Because it's frequently worn by 50-year-old boys. Oh my god. Yeah, the Northeast is a wild and mysterious place. Is it? Oh yeah, they played around a footy with the head, okay? Okay, pretend I'm playing a footy with your head then, okay? Bam. Bam. That's me kicking the football, okay? Bam. 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 Ba ba bam. Bush. That's your head getting kicked around. Messi, 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 go, 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 go. Give them to chat, you could give chat. It's low hanging apparently, but I don't even know where you're going with it. I don't know the joke. Did you fix your internet? Nice here. Your foot makes the sound of an autistic high-pitched woman when you kick stuff. I don't sound like that. Do I? Do I? Well, so see, so I actually don't get it. Oh! Oh! Oh, I understand. Oh! 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 That's lewd. Kill him. Put him to the stake. Burn him. What hour back? If Kiwi had a football, I'd 100% be like, hey Kiwi, what do? Then when she passed it to me, I just kick it as far away as possible. You take my football away from me? Why would you do that? Okay, could the kind lady explain? Okay, so I said, I'll do it for everyone as autistic as me, okay? Because I really had to analyze everything. So I said, what should I do with the heads? And then they said, give them to chat. Then they said, you could give chat. Fill in the blank. Grim. Grim. There you go, so you're not less wondering. kick it into the neighbor's black garden, or should you have a meltdown at the thought of having to ask some of your bow back? I simply just wouldn't get my bow. I would simply buy another bow because I'm built different. Oh, come on, so I said it started buffering. Well, I'm not repeating it. Where is the say-so chat we knew and loved? This is flushed emoji cool. You'd probably break it, would I? You think I'm not violent? You think I'd end up doing that? Do I seem like a violent woman to you? You didn't actually make the joke, you didn't. But it was inferred. Built like a Victorian chimney sweep indeed. What's built like a Victorian chimney sweep, huh? Hi, Dandy. You have a mallet in a hand's reach. I do. True. Real. Guys, I forgot about my mallet. I'm still holding it for some reason. Wait, I've been holding it this whole time. What the hell? It's not left my hand. Okay? Deaf to you, okay? Deaf to you. The real reason I didn't make the joke was because grammatically it didn't really work. Deaf. Mr. Hammer is here, okay? Mr. Hammer is here. Deaf. There. No more deaf now. Enough deaf's been provided. You remind me of bread. You can be sweet and salty, nice and soft, or hard and tough, but any scenario, you're perfect. Hi, Gally. To chat, oh wow, QB upon you. True. Base bread chat. Guys, what's your favorite type of bread? I like the really soft, sweet breads. She only costs one. What? I cost £1.50, do I? Where are you purchasing me? Do not purchase me. Baguette, of course, fucking baguette. Brown bread. Brown bread is good, but I wouldn't say it's my favorite bread. Maybe my favorite everyday bread. You're too French. Bread is perfect in every scenario where you make it right? Not when it goes wrong. A King's Mill. Well, you've gone for a brand, so do you want to say 50-50 then? I don't know if Kingsmill really makes anything else that popular. Oh, the cheesy rolls. Oh, I love the cheesy breads, they're good. That's so yummy, actually. That's so nice. Bread is bought in the supermarket. Kubi is bought behind the supermarket. Die. The Jewish braided bread, the what? Also, I'm gonna go get some water, okay, guys? Be right back. I'm gonna stare at you really hard. I'm back. I love how writes primary school stories. They are. They are a real adventure. I feel like I learned so much from them. It's true. But yeah, I'm back. I think, I got my ruler, so I think I can do chapter 16 now, okay? I'm done harassing you guys with sandpaper. Question about your primary school days at GQB. How did you feel when Maggie T took your milk away? Wasn't that? That was in the 1970s. Shut up. I would have to be like 65 to remember it. Yes, Anne, shut up. Okay. Okay, chapter 16. Joan's room, with its closet and bureau and table and chair, and white blanket with the big blue sea on it, was a mirror image of my own. It occurred to me that Joan, hearing where I was, had engaged a room in the asylum on pretense, simply as a joke. That would explain why she told the nurse I was a friend. I'd never known Joan, except for the cool distance. How did you get here? I curled up at Joan's bed. I read about you, Joan said. What? I read about you, and I ran away. How do you mean? I said evenly. Well, Joan leaned back in the chintz-flowered asylum armchair. I had a summer job working for the chapter head of some fraternity, like the Masons, you know? But not the Masons, and I felt terrible. I had these bunions, I could hardly walk. In the last days, I had to wear rubber boots to work, instead of shoes. And you can imagine what that did to my morale. I thought either Joan must be crazy, wearing rubber boots to work, or she must be trying to see how crazy I was, believing all that. Besides, only old people ever got bunions. I decided to pretend I thought she was crazy, and I was only humouring her along. I always feel lousy without shoes, I said with an ambiguous smile. Did your feet hurt much? Terribly. And my boss, he just separated from his wife. He couldn't come right out and get a divorce, because that won't go with his fraternal order. My boss kept buzzing me in every other minute, and each time I moved, my feet hurt like the devil. But the second I sit down at my desk again, buzz went the buzzer, and he'd have something else he wanted to get off his chest. Why didn't you quit? Oh, I did quit, more or less. I stayed off work on sick leave. I didn't go out. I didn't see anyone. I stared at the telephone at a drawer and never answered it. Then my doctor sent me to a psychiatrist at this big hospital. I had an appointment for 12 o'clock, and I was in an awful state. Finally, at 12:30, the receptionist came out and told me the doctor had gone to lunch. She asked me if I wanted to wait, and I said yes. Did he come back? The story sounded rather involved for gents made up out of whole cloth, but I led her on to see what would come of it. Oh yes, I was going to kill myself, mind you. I said, if this doctor doesn't do the trick, that's the end. Well, the receptionist led me down a long hall, and just as we got to the door, she turned to me and said, You won't mind if there are a few students with the doctor, will you? What could I say? Oh no, I said. I walked in and found 9 pairs of eyes fixed on me. 9. 18 separate eyes. Now, if that receptionist had told me there were going to be 90 people in that room, I'd have walked out on the spot, but there I was. It was too late to do a thing about it. Well, on this particular day I happened to be wearing a fur coat. In August? Oh, it was one of those cold, wet days. And I thought, my first psychiatrist, you know? Anyway, the psychiatrist just kept eyeing that fur coat the whole time I talked to him. And I could just see what he thought of my asking to pay the student's coat rate instead of the full fee. I could see the dollar signs in his eyes. Well, I told him I don't know what all. About the bunions and the telephone in the drawer, and how I wanted to kill myself. And then he asked me to wait outside while he discussed my case with the others. And when he called me back in, you know what he said? What? He folded his hands together and looked at me and said, Miss Gilling, we've decided that you would benefit by group therapy. Group therapy? I thought I must sound phony as an echo chamber, but Joe didn't pay any notice. That's what he said. Can you imagine me wanting to kill myself and coming around to chat with it with a whole pack of strangers, and most of them know better than myself? That's crazy. I was growing involved in spite of myself. That's not even human. That's just what I said. I went straight home and wrote that doctor a letter. I wrote one beautiful letter about how a man like that had no business standing up to help sick people. Did you get any answer? I don't know. That was the day I read about you. How do you mean? Oh, Jones said, about how the police thought you were dead and all. I've got a pile of clippings somewhere. She cleaved herself up, and I had a strong horsey whiff that made my nostrils pickle. June had been a champion horse jumper at the annual college gymkhana, and I'd wondered if she'd been sleeping in a stable. June rummaged in her open suitcase and came out with a fistful of clippings. Here, have a look. The first clipping showed a big, blown-up picture of a girl with black shadowed eyes and black lips spreading a grin. I couldn't imagine where such a tarty picture had been taken until I noticed the Bloomingdale earrings and the Bloomingdale necklace glinting out of it with bright, white highlights, like imitation stars. Scholarship girl missing. Mother worried. The article under the picture told how this girl had disappeared from her home on August the 17th, wearing a green skirt and white blouse, and left a note saying she was taking a long walk. When Miss Greenwood had not returned by midnight, it said, her mother called the town police. The next clipping showed a picture of my mother and brother, and me grouped together in our black backyard and smiling. I couldn't think who had taken that picture either, till I saw I was wearing dungarees and white sneakers. I remember that was what I wore in my spinach picking summer, and our Dodo Conway had dropped by and taken some family snaps of the three of us one hot afternoon. Let me hydrate, my throat feels dry. Mrs. Greenwood asked that this picture be printed in hopes to encourage her daughter to return home. Sleeping pills feared missing a girl. A dark, midnight picture of about a dozen mood-faced people in a wood. I thought the people at the end of the road looked queer and unusually short, till I realized they were not people, but dogs. Bloodhounds used for search for missing girl. Police Sergeant Bill Hindley says it doesn't look good. Girl found alive. The last picture showed policemen lifting a long, limp blanket roll with a featureless cabbage head into the back of an ambulance. Then it told how my mother had been down in the cellar during the week's laundry when she heard faint groans coming from a disused hole. I laid the clippings on the white spread of the bed. You keep them, Joan said. You ought to stick them in a scrapbook. I folded the clippings and slipped them into my pocket. I read about you, Joan went on. Not how they found you, but everything up to that, and I put all my money together and took the first plane to New York. Why New York? Oh, I thought it would be easier to kill myself in New York. What did you do? Joan grinned sheepishly and stretched out her hands palm up, like a miniature mountain range. Large, reddish wheels upheaved across the white flesh of her wrists. How did you do that? For the first time, it occurred to me Joan and I might have something in common. I shoved my fist through my roommate's window. What roommate? My old college roommate. She was working in New York, and I couldn't think of any place else to stay. And besides, I'd hardly any money left, so I went to stay with her. My parents found me there. She'd written that I was acting funny, and my father flew straight down and brought me back. But you're all right now? I made it a statement. Joan considered me with her bright, pebble-grey eyes. I guess so, she said. Aren't you? I'd fallen asleep after the evening meal. So dehydrated. I was awakened by a loud voice. Mrs. Bannister. Mrs. Bannister. Mrs. Bannister. Mrs. Bannister. As I pulled out of sleep, I found out I was beating on the bedpost with my hands and calling. The sharp, bright figure of Mrs. Bannister, the night nurse, scurried into view. Here, we don't want you to break this. She unfastened the band of my watch. What's the matter? What happened? Mrs. Bannister's face twisted into a quick smile. You've had a reaction. A reaction? Yes. How do you feel? Funny. Sort of light and airy. Miss Bannister helped me sit up. You'll be better now. You'll be better in no time. Would you like some hot milk? I'm trying to figure out why they've been giving her insulin for this. I think it's some historical context I might be missing, but I'm not too sure. And when Miss Bannister held the cup to my lips, I fanned the hot milk out on my tongue as it went down, tasting it luxuriously, the way a baby tastes its mother. Mrs. Bannister tells me you had a reaction. Dr. Nolan seated herself in the armchair by the window and took out a tiny box of matches. The box looks exactly like the one I had hidden in the hem of my bathrobe. And for a moment I wondered if a nurse had discovered it there and given it back to Dr. Nolan on the quiet. Dr. Nolan scraped a match on the side of the box. A hot yellow flame jumped into life, and I watched her suck it up into the cigarette. Mr. B said you felt better. I did for a while. Now I'm the same again. I have news for you. I waited every day for now, for I didn't know how many days. I spent the mornings and afternoons and evenings wrapped up in my white blanket on the deck chair in the alcove, pretending to read. I had a dim notion that Dr. Nolan was allowing me a certain number of days, and then she would just say what Dr. Gordon had said. I'm sorry, you don't seem to have improved. I think you'd better have some shock treatments. Well, don't you want to hear what it is? What? I said dully, and braced myself. You're not to have any more visitors for a while. I stared at Dr. Nolan in surprise. Why? That's wonderful. I thought you'd be pleased. She smiled. Then I looked, and Dr. Nolan looked at the wastebasket beside my bureau. Out of the wastebasket poked the blood-red buds of a dozen long-stemmed roses. That afternoon, my mother had come to visit me. My mother was only one in a long stream of visitors. My former employer, the lady Christian Scientist, who walked on the lawn with me and talked around the mist going up from the earth in the biohill, and the mist being error, and my whole trouble being that I believed in the mist, and the minute I stopped believing in it, it would disappear and I would see I'd always been well. And the English teacher I had in high school who came to try and teach me how to play Scrabble, because he thought it might provide my old interest in words, a fellow minute guinea herself, who wasn't all satisfied with what the doctors were doing and kept telling them so. I hated these visits. I would be sitting in my alcove or in my room, and a smiling nurse would pop in and announce one or another of the visitors. Once it even brought the minister of the Unitarian Church, who I'd never really liked at all. He was terribly nervous the whole time, and I could tell he thought I was crazy as a loon, because I told him I believed in hell, and that for certain people like me, had to live in hell because they died, to make up for missing out on it after death. Oh, like me, had to live in hell before they died, to make up for missing out on it after death, since they didn't believe in life after death, of what each person happened to him when he died. I hated these visitors, because I kept feeling the visitors measuring my fat and stringy hair against what I had been, and what they wanted me to be. And I knew they went away utterly confounded. I thought if they left me alone I might have some peace. My mother was the worst. She never scolded me, but kept begging me, with a sorrowful face, to tell her what she had done wrong. She said she was sure the doctors thought she had done something wrong, because they'd asked her a lot of questions about my toilet training. I'd been perfectly trained at a very early age, and I'd given her no trouble whatsoever. That afternoon, my mother had brought me the roses. Save them for my funeral, I'd said. My mother's face puckered, and she looked ready to cry. But Esther, don't you remember what day it is today? No. I thought it might be St. Valentine's Day. It's your birthday. And that was when I had dumped the roses in the wastebasket. That was a silly thing for her to do, I said to Dr. Nolan. Dr. Nolan nodded. She seemed to know what I meant. Don't I hate her? I said, and waited for the blow to fall. But Dr. Nolan only smiled at me, as if something had pleased her very, very much, and said, I suppose you do. That's 16. Let me hydrate, thank you. Yeah, Esther was famous. She was so famous. Yeah, once I've reached character, I'm trying to accept when I except when I get it wrong, but I think I get it right most of the time. It's very interesting to see the historical perspective on different types of medical treatment, right? It's good. It's really interesting. It's very different to how it's spoken about now, so it's interesting. They shut up insulin to induce the reaction. Basically, trial version type 1 diabetes. I guess the idea was to shock their entire body into behaving properly again. Potentially. I can't think of another reason they'd really give them insulin when they don't already have diabetes. Though I know insulin was used for stuff before, but off the top of my head, I don't remember. I really like the left-right character thing, yeah, I think it helps separate the dialogue a bit more, rather than them all speaking from the same place. These chapters are getting shorter, they are. I thought I noticed they were. I wasn't sure if I was correct. But, I think it is definitely shorter chapters now. Stops me from falling asleep reading them, I guess. I pavlov myself so badly, guys, it's insane. How many chapters do I have left? Well, pages, I don't know. But chapters, it's, 4. So I'm hoping. I'm hoping I can finish it today. Found something. Insulin shock. Oh, I see. It was insulin shock therapy. Oh, so they wanted to put them in. Give them hypoglycemia. I see. Sure, the chapter's 8. She might not fall asleep on stream at this rate. Do you guys want me to start eating on stream? That's too embarrassing. I can't have it happen. Imagine reading something digitally. I'm not gonna lie. I read most things digitally. I have some books, but like it's annoying to have all the room, right? Like to have all the room to store them, so it's like way easier to read a lot if you do it all digitally. Honk, me. Not sleeping face ASMR. Hi, Nako. Must be great to have such a strong trigger to make yourself sleep when you I think I'm honestly just like an easy sleeper, I guess. I can sleep a lot no matter what I do. But it's kind of annoying because it means I feel like I'm accidentally putting myself to sleep because I sleep so easily. You probably sleep talk? I don't know. I'm not sure if I do or not. What if I do? I think I actually do because at least if people speak to me, I end up speaking like sleep talking half asleep is still sleep talking, right? So I'm scary. I hear you speak French in your sleep. I would never do that. This woman is really in the suicide spiral. She really is. She really is. She's just nothing but killing herself and killing herself. Imagine falling asleep online when there's other online people. Never done that before, have you? Shut up. I try my best not to, okay? Sleep more, QV. I sleep too much as is. Maybe that's why I get so sleepy. Little sleeping beauty. But physical books feel good in the hand, they do. They're more fun to read, aren't they? But, but they're just annoying to store. Aggressively cynical, trying to make everyone dislike her. Some things really do remain the same over the years. In women, wow. Or just in insane people. I know a suicidal guy who gets just like that when he's having a bout of it. Makes sense. I think it's just part of the illness, right? No, me, hon, French. None of that. None of that. When your hobby is suicide, but you're not very good at it. Oh no. Stop sleep talking French, guys. Every time I've heard someone sleep talk, it's been some weird nonsensical phrases. I think it depends on the person, right? I'm not gonna record myself sleeping, so I'll never know. The other day I asked you what was the last thing you remembered on VC after waking up, and there was a 30-minute gap, so you might have been... Stop it. My worst fear is sleep talking in front of a bunch of fairy people, okay, guys? Okay? But I'll never do it. Wait, QB, how do you say... Wait, France? What do you mean, how do I say France? France. Just like that. Oh. Chichi on a Danako. Chichi grass. You're slurring in your sleep must be embarrassing. No! I would never do that, okay? I would never do that. Ronnie, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Not France. France. Not France. France is different to France. One of my roommates used to talk about maths and rap every day at midnight. I would put the pillow on their face in that case, I think. I would put them out of their misery. Very, very important. Said it like a real French. I did not say I wanted anything in my pants, thank you, the hell? Seek help. Seek shock therapy. Seek lobotomy. It must feel really shit being depressed as fuck and trying to click the bucket but failing. Like shit. You failed everything and then the one last thing you try you also fail. It must suck to be in that position. Yeah, wouldn't you be so annoyed at how much you keep failing, right? It would be such a pain. How do you guilt failure at suicide? You don't hear the difference? France and France. I don't know, I hear the difference when I say it. I'm watching you, so I'm in a sense seeking a lobotomy. You think I cause people to need lobotomies? Little innocent me? I would never cause that, you know? Someone? No way! My brain is full of soup leaking out of my ears at this point. Must be the opposite situation to your free versus free thinking. Yeah, because f and fr sound the same, but f and but r and w sound very different to me, I think. Put the tongue between your teeth for the free. Free. The tongue is basically between my feet. What do you when you say thought? Thought? I just say thought, right? Farming for names for the AI cube. Well done. Oh no. Was this the plan all along? Oh no. I fell for it. I can hear it isn't, Kiwi. Don't lie to me. It is. Thought. Thought? My tongue is between my teeth when I say that. Thought. Must be weird northeastern cubic dialect. Nanda. Free. Okay. Chapter 7, okay, guys? Good night, Lipa. You're a lucky girl today. The young nurse cleared my breakfast tray away and left me wrapped in my right blanket like a passenger taking the sea air on the deck of a ship. Why am I lucky? Well, I'm not sure if you're supposed to know yet, but today you're moving to Belsize. The nurse looked at me expectantly. Belsize, I said. I can't go there. Why not? I'm not ready. I'm not well enough. Of course you're well enough. Don't worry. They wouldn't be moving you if you weren't well enough. After the nurse left, I tried to puzzle out this new word move on Dr. Nolan's part. What was she trying to prove? I hadn't changed. Nothing had changed. And Belsize was the best house of all. From Belsize, people went back to work and back to school and back to their homes. Joan would be at Belsize. Joan with her physics books and her golf clubs and her badminton rackets and her breathy voice. Joan, marking the gulf between me and the nearly well ones. Ever since Joan left Kaplan, I followed her progress through the asylum grapevine. Joan had walk privileges. Joan had shopping privileges. Joan had town privileges. I gathered all my news of Joan into a little bitter heap, where I received it with surface gladness. Joan was the beaming double of my own best self, specially designed to follow and torment me. Perhaps Joan would be gone when I got to Belsize. At least at Belsize I could forget about shock treatments. At Kaplan, a lot of the women had shock treatments. I could tell which ones they were, because they didn't get their breakfast trays with the rest of us. They had their shock treatments while we breakfasted in our rooms, and then they came into the lounge, quiet and extinguished, led like children by the nurses, and ate their breakfast there. Each morning, when I heard the nurse knock on my tray, an immense relief flooded through me, because I knew I was out of danger for that day. I didn't see how Dr. Nolan could tell you went to sleep during a shock treatment if she'd never had a shock treatment herself. How did she know the person didn't just look as if he was asleep, while all the time, inside, he was feeling the blue pulse and the noise? Piano music sounded from the end of the hall. At supper I had sat quietly, listening to the chatter of the Belsize women. They were all fashionably dressed and carefully made up, and several of them were married. Some of them had been shopping downtown, and others had been out visiting with friends, and all during supper they kept tossing back and forth these private jokes. "I'd call Jack," a woman named Dee Dee said. "Only I'm afraid he won't be home. I know just where I could call him though, and he'd be in all right." The short, spry blonde woman at my table laughed. "I almost had Dr. Loring where I wanted him today." She widened her starry blue eyes like a little doll. "I won't mind trading old Percy in for a new model." At the opposite end of the room, Joan was wolfing her spam and broiled tomato with great appetite. She seemed perfectly at home among these women and treated me coolly, with a slight sneer, like a dim and inferior acquaintance. I had gone to bed right after summer, but then I heard the piano music and pictured Joan and Dee Dee and Lupo, the blonde woman, and the rest of them, laughing and gossiping about me in the living room behind my back. They would be saying how awful it is to have people like me in Belsize. And that I should be in Wymark instead. I decided to put a lid on their nasty talk, draping my blanket loosely around my shoulders, like a stole. I wandered down the hall towards the light and the gay noise. For the rest of the evening, I listened to Dee Dee thump out some of her own songs on the grand piano, while the other women sat around playing bridge and chatting, just the way they would in the college dormitory, only most of them were 10 years over college age. One of them, a great, tall, grey-haired woman with a booming bass voice, named Miss Savage, had gone to Vassar. I could tell right away she was a society woman, because she talked about nothing but debutantes. It seems she had 2 or 3 daughters, and that year, they were all going to be debutantes, only she'd loused up the debutante party by signing herself into the asylum. Maybe she shouldn't have done that then. Dee Dee had one song called the Milkman, and everybody kept saying she ought to get it published, it would be a hit. First her hands would clap out a little melody on the keys, like a hoofbeats of a slow pony, and the next another melody came in, like the milkman whistling, then the 2 melodies went on together. That's very nice, I said, in a conversational voice. Joan was leaning on one corner of the piano and leafing through a new issue of some fashion magazine, and Dee Dee smiled up at her as if the 2 of them shared a secret. "Oh, Esther," Joan said then, holding up the magazine. "Isn't this you?" Dee Dee stopped playing. "Let me see." She took the magazine, peered at the page Joan pointed to, and then glanced back at me. "Oh no," Dee Dee said. "Surely not." She looked at the magazine again, then at me. "Never." "Oh, but it is, Esther, isn't it, Esther?" Joan said. Lobel and Mrs. Savage drifted over, and pretending I knew what it was all about, I moved to the piano with them. The magazine photograph showed a girl in a strapless evening dress of fuzzy white stuff, grinning fit to split, with a whole lot of boys bending in around her. The girl was holding a glass full of transparent drink, seemed to have her eyes fixed over my shoulder on something that stood behind me, a little to my left. A faint breath fanned the back of my neck. I wheeled around. The night nurse had come in unnoticed, on her soft rubber soles. "No kidding," she said. "Is that really you?" "No, it's not me. Joan's quite mistaken. It's somebody else." "Oh, say it's you," Dee Dee cried. I pretended I didn't hear her and turned away. Then Lubel begged the nurse to make a forfeit bridge, and I drew up a chair to watch, though I didn't know the first thing about bridge, because I hadn't had time to pick it up at college, the way all the wealthy girls did. I stared at the flat poker faces of the kings and jacks and queens, and listened to the nurse talking about her hard life. "You ladies don't know what it is, holding down 2 jobs," she said. "Nice I'm over here, watching you." LaBelle giggled. "Oh, we're good. We're the best of luck, and you know it." "Oh, you're alright." The nurse passed round a packet of spearmint gum, then folded a pink strap from its tinfoil wrapper itself. "You're alright. It's those boobies at the state place that worry me off my feet." "Do you work at both places then?" I asked with sudden interest. "You bet." The nurse gave me a straight look, and I could see she thought I had no business in Belsize at all. "You won't like it over there one bit, Lady Jane." I found it strange that the nurse should call me Lady Jane when she knew what my name was perfectly well. "Why?" I persisted. "Oh, it's not a nice place like this. This is a regular country club. Over there they've got nothing. No idea to talk of, no walks." "Why haven't they got walks?" "Not enough employees." The nurse scooped in a trick and Lubel groped. Lubel groaned. "Believe me, ladies, when I collect enough do-re-mi to buy me a car, I'm clearing out." "Will you clear out of here too?" Joan wanted to know. "You bet. Only private cases from then on. When I feel like it." But I'd stopped listening. I felt the nurse had been instructed to show me alternatives. Either I got better, or I fell down, like a burnout star, from Belsize to Kaplan to Rymark, and then finally, after Dr. Nolan and Miss Guinea had given me up, to the state place next door. I gathered my blanket round me and pushed back my chair. You cold? The nurse demanded rudely. Yes, I said, moving off down the hall. I'm frozen stiff. I woke warm and placid in my white cocoon. The shaft of pale, wintry sunlight dazzled the mirror, and the glasses on the bureau and the metal doorknobs. From across the hall came the early morning clatter of the maids in the kitchen, preparing the breakfast trays. I heard the nurse knock on the door next to mine. At the far end of the hall, Mrs. Savage's sleepy voice boomed out, and the nurse went into it with the jingling tray. I thought, with the mild stir of pleasure, of the steaming blue china coffee pitcher, and the blue china breakfast cup, and the flat blue china cream jug with the white daisies on it. I was beginning to resign myself. If I was going to fall, I would hang on to my small comforts, at least, as long as I possibly could. The nurse rapped on my door and, without waiting for an answer, breezed in. It was a new nurse. They were always changing, with a lean, sand-covered face and sandy hair, and large freckles polka-dotting her bony nose. For some reason, the sight of this nurse made me sick at heart. It was only as she strode across the room to snap up the green blind that I realized that part of her strangeness came from being empty-handed. I opened my mouth to ask for my breakfast tray, but silenced myself immediately. The nurse would be mistaking me for someone else. No worse as often if did. New nurses often did that. Somebody in Belsize must be having shock treatments, unknown to me, and the nurse had, quite understandably, confused me with her. I waited until the nurse had made a little circuit of my room, patting, straightening, arranging, and taking the next train to Luba, one floor further down the hall. Then I shoved my feet into my slippers, dragging my blanket with me, for the morning was bright, but very cold, and crossed quickly to the kitchen. The pink uniformed maid was filling a row of blue china coffee pitchers from a great, battered kettle on the stove. I looked with love at the lineup of waiting trays, the white paper napkins, folded with their crisp isosceles triangles, each under the anchor of a silver fork, the pale domes of the soft-boiled eggs in the blue egg cups, the scalloped glass shells of Amish marmalade. All I had to do was reach out and clean my tray, and the world would be perfectly normal. There's been a mistake, I told the maid, leaning over the counter and speaking in a low, confidential tone. The new nurse forgot to bring in my breakfast tray today. I managed a bright smile to show there were no hard feelings. What's the name? Greenwood. Esther Greenwood. Greenwood. The maid's warting the index finger slid down the list of names of patients in Belsize, tacked up on the kitchen wall. Greenwood, no breakfast today. I caught the rear of the counter with both hands. There must be a mistake. Are you sure it's Greenwood? Let me hydrate really quick. Greenwood, the maid said decisively as the nurse came in. The nurse looked questioningly from me to the maid. Miss Greenwood wanted a tray, the maid said, avoiding her eyes. Oh, the nurse smiled at me. You'll be getting your tray later on this morning, Miss Greenwood. You... But I didn't wait to hear what the nurse said. I strode blindly out into the hall, not to my room, because that's where they would come to get me, but to the alcove, greatly inferior to the alcove at Kaplan, but the alcove nonetheless. In a quiet corner of the hall, where Joan and Lubelle and Dee Dee and Miss Savage would not come. I curled up in the far corner of the alcove with a blanket over my head. It wasn't the shock treatment that shook me, so much as the bare-faced treachery of Dr. Nolan. I liked Dr. Nolan. I loved her. I'd given her my trust on a platter and told her everything, as she had promised, faithfully, to warn me ahead of time if I ever had to have another shock treatment. If she had told me the night before, I would have lain awake all night, of course, full of dread and foreboding, but by morning I would have been compromised and ready. I would have gone down the hall between two nurses, past Dee Dee and Lubelle, and Miss Savage and Joan, with dignity, like a person coolly resigned to execution. The nurse bent over me and called my name. I pulled over away and crouched farther into a corner. The nurse disappeared. I knew she would return in a minute, with two burly men attendants, and they would bear me, howling and hitting, past the smiling audience now gathered in the lounge. Dr. Nolan put her arm around me and hugged me like a mother. You said you'd tell me. I shouted at her through the disheveled blanket. But I am telling you. Dr. Nolan said, I've come specially early to tell you, and I'm taking you over myself. I peered at her through Skull's swollen lids. Why didn't you tell me last night? I only thought it would keep you awake. If I'd known. You said you'd tell me. Listen, Esther, Dr. Nolan said. I'm going over with you. I'll be there the whole time, so everything will happen right, the way I promised. I'll be there when you wake up, and I'll bring you back again. I looked at her. She seemed very upset. I waited a minute, then I said, Promise you'll be there. I promise. Dr. Nolan took out a white handkerchief and wiped my face. Then she hooked her arm in my arm, like an old friend, and helped me up, and we started down the hall. My blanket tangled about my feet, so I let it drop, but Dr. Nolan didn't seem to notice. We passed Joan, coming out of her room, and I gave her a meaning, disdainful smile. And she ducked back and waited until we had gone by. Then Dr. Nolan unlocked a door at the end of the hall and led me down a flight of stairs into mysterious basement corridors that linked, an elaborate network of tunnels and burrows, all the various buildings of the hospital. The walls were bright, white lavatory tile with bold bulbs at intervals against the black ceiling. Stretchers and wheelchairs were beached here and there against the hissing, knocking pipes that ran and branched in an intricate nervous system. Along the glittering balls, I hung on to Dr. Nolan's arm like death, and every so often she gave me an encouraging squeeze. Finally, we stopped at a green door with lecture therapy printed on it in black letters. I held back, and Dr. Nolan waited. Then I said, Let's get it over with, and went into him. The only people in the waiting room besides Dr. Nolan and me were a pallid man in a shabby maroon bathrobe, and his accompanying nurse. Do you want to sit down? Dr. Nolan pointed at a wooden bench, but my legs felt full of heaviness. And I thought how hard it would be to hoist myself from a sitting position when the shock treatment people came in. I'd rather stand. At last, a tall, cadaverous woman in a white smock entered the room from an inner door. At first, I thought that she would go up and take the man in the maroon bathrobe, as he was first, so I was surprised when she came towards me. Good morning, Dr. Nolan, the woman said, putting her arm around my shoulders. Is this Esther? Yes, Miss Huey. Esther, this is Miss Huey. She'll take good care of you. I've told her about you. I thought the woman must be 7 feet tall. She bent over me in a kind way, and I could see that her face, with the buck teeth protruding in the center, had at one point been badly pitted with acne, look like maps of craters on the moon. I think we can take you right away, Esther, Miss Hui said. Mr. Anderson won't mind waiting. Will you, Mr. Anderson? Mr. Anderson didn't say a word. So with Miss Hui's arm around my shoulder, and Dr. Nolan following, I moved into the next room. Through the slits of my eyes, which I didn't dare to far open too far, lest the full view strike me dead, I saw the high bed with its white, drum-tight sheet, and the machine behind the bed, and the masked person. I couldn't tell whether it was a man or a woman behind the machine, and the other masked people flanking the bed on both sides. Miss Hui helped me climb up and lie down on my back. Talk to me, I said. Miss Hui began to talk in a low, soothing voice, smoothing the sole of my temples and fitting the small electric buttons on each side of my head. You'll be perfectly alright. You won't feel a thing. Just bite down. And she said something on my tongue, and in panic I bit down, and darkness wiped me out like chalk on a blackboard. Okay, I'm back. That's 17. Yeah, she's just done her meme therapy. Hi, Slate Tacos. Welcome in. Thank you, Cinema. Thank you, Cinema, for following. Thank you, Francis, for following. Thank you. Hi, Victor. Yeah, I feel bad for her. She got betrayed by the doctor completely again right there. Oh, hi, Boris. I'm okay. How are you? How many times has this woman been shocked now? Yeah, this is the second now. She only gets shocked by, Dr. Gordon once, I think. You're doing good? That's good. That's good. Is Pharaoh good? Is it? Is it? Guys, stop shocking women. Do they really deserve it? Do they really deserve to shock this way? Of course, the insane women love the Milkman song. I wonder what the Milkman song is. If it's an actual song or if she made it up. Did she get shocked after taking too much meds? When I thought she got a lobotomy? Last time when she got shocked, I don't know if they medicated her. I think they only shocked her. Let me drink, I'm really dehydrated. Sab, get shocked. Like a fly bad experience. Do you guys want to be a fly getting shocked? Is this a trick question, QB? Potentially, are you guys gonna say yes? Do women deserve to be shocked? I will judge your answers. I'm gonna be real quick, okay? I need to urgently refill my water and stuff. Be right back. Hello. I had to walk a little because I realized my legs died. I don't know how, but they did. Don't sleep, I couldn't. I'm doing my best to stay awake. It's funny that this one, the streams where hydrate videos would be good, but there's been so few. It's fine. It's fine. It's a poor reality where this woman can't say she's bidding us farewell to me. With a bathroom. What died? My legs. But it's fine. I walked around to save them. Forgot to TVT redeem you. I drink the water that I drink the water real. Real. The flow of water is internal. Eternal and never changing. But I'm back. Thank you. Thank you. I'm back. Do you find the idle animation unsettling? Are you afraid? Are you scared? Spooky. Water is more filling and should make you Is that how water works? I don't know if that's how water works, guys. With all the back and forth you had to do today, I thought your legs would be good. I think they've been... I think it's just the way I'm sitting near the mic to do this. I have to be very straight, so... Oh, hello! What? Hello, readers! Hello, Nya! Hello! Hi, guys! Hi, guys! Thank you for the raid. I'm Kibi. I'm reading a book right now. Hello, everyone. Neela, what were you doing? Thank you for the follows, guys. Thank you, thank you. But yeah, I'm Kibi. I'm a vampire. Right now we're reading The Bell Jar by Sylvia Plath. Oh, Ivabees, thank you for subscribing. Big Sexy, thank you for following. Thank you. Thank you. You did Alien Isolation and then I'm ASMR. Nice. Nice, nice, that's fun. Eva, thank you for the follow. Let me hydrate, thank you. Let me push the check. Hi guys. I'm doing ASMR. I'm very, very new to it though. Thank you for the follow, Darko. I'm very new to it, so I'm mostly reading and finishing my book. But yeah. Oh, thank you for the follow. But because of the alien, Nila will not be able to sleep for a bit. Oh yeah. I heard that game is really, really scary, right? Tempest, thank you for the follow. Picked a good time, would have been awkward mid-chapter. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't start 18 yet. Reading guys stuff on mega underrated. Frenchie, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I love to read. So I thought, why not? Because I'm still getting used to how people do triggers and stuff. All I know is to brush things. But thank you. Thank you. I was lurking and checking when you would end chapter. Wait, really? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, Train, thank you for the follow. That makes sense. But yeah, if you need to go after your stream, feel free, Nayla. I don't know if you gotta do stream and stuff. I don't know how long you were streaming. Notori, thank you for the follow. But if you want, feel free to sort whatever you gotta do. If you gotta read or anything, of course. Albert, thank you for the follow. Thank you very much. Yeah, 3 chapters left. Tonic, thank you. Okay. I'm gonna do 18 soon, I think. So then, Mila, thank you for the follow. I'll read 18 now. It's about 15 minutes for each of these chapters now, I think. Which I think is good. Okay, let me read it. Esther. I woke up with a deep, drenched sleep, and the first thing I saw was Dr. Nolan's face swimming in front of me and saying, Esther, Esther. I rubbed my eyes with an awkward hand. Behind Dr. Nolan, I could see the body of a woman wearing a rumpled black and white checked robe. It flung out on a cot as if dropped from a great height. But before I could take it anymore, Dr. Nolan led me through a door into fresh blue-skied air. All the heat and fear had purged itself. It felt surprisingly at peace. The bell jar hung, suspended, a few feet above my head. I was open to the circulating air. It was like I told you it would be, wasn't it? Said Dr. Nolan. As we walked back to Belsize together through the crunch of brown leaves. Yes. But it will always be like that, she said firmly. You'll be having shock treatments 3 times a week. Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. I gulped in a long draught of air. For how long? That depends, Dr. Nolan said. On you and me. I took up the silver knife and cracked off the cap of my egg. Then I put down the knife and looked at it. I tried to think of what I had loved knives for, but my mind slipped from the noose of the thought and swung like a bird, at the center of empty air. Joan and Dee Dee were sitting side by side on the piano bench, and Dee Dee was teaching Joan to play the bottom half of chopsticks while she played the top. And I thought how sad it was Joan looked so horsey, with such big teeth and eyes like 2 grey, goggly pebbles. Why, she couldn't even keep a boy like Buddy Willard. And Dee Dee's husband was obviously living with some mistress or other, and turning her sour as an old fusty cat. I've got a letter, Joan chanted, poking her tousled head inside my door. Good for you. I kept my eyes on my book. Ever since the shock treatments had ended, after a brief series of 5, and I had town privileges, Joan hung around me like a large and breathless fruit fly. If the sweetness of recovery was something she could suck up by mere nearness. They had taken away our physics books, and the piles of dusty spell pads full of lecture notes had ringed her room. She was confined to grounds again. Don't you want to know who it's from? Joan edged into the room and sat down on my bed. I wanted to tell her to get the hell out, but she gave me the creeps. Only I couldn't do it. Alright. I stuck my finger into place and shut the book. Who from? Joan slipped out a pale blue envelope from her skirt pocket and waved it teasingly. Well, isn't that a coincidence? I said. What do you mean, a coincidence? I went over to my bureau, picked up a pale blue envelope and waved it at Joan like a parting handkerchief. I got a letter too. I wonder if they're the same. He's better, Joan said. He's out of hospital. There was a little pause. Are you going to marry him? No, I said. Are you? Joan grinned evasively. I didn't like him that much anyway. Oh? No, it was his family I liked. You mean Mr. and Mrs. Willard? Yes. Joan's voice slid down my spine like a draft. I love them. They're all so nice, so happy, nothing like my parents. I went over to see them all the time. She paused. Until you came. I'm sorry. Then I added, why didn't you go on seeing them, if you like them so much? Oh, I couldn't, Joan said. Not with you dating Buddy. It would have looked, I don't know, funny. I considered... I suppose so. Are you, Joan hesitated, going to let him come? I don't know. At first I thought it would be awful having Buddy come and visit me at the asylum. He would probably only come to gloat and hobnob with the other doctors. But then it seemed to me there would be a step, placing him, renouncing him, instead of the fact that I had nobody, telling him there was no simultaneous interpreter, nobody, but that he was the wrong one, that I had stopped hanging on. Are you? Yes, Joan breathed. Maybe I'll bring his mother. I'm going to ask him to bring his mother. His mother? Joan pouted. I like Miss Willard. Miss Willard's a wonderful, wonderful woman. She's been a real mother to me. I had a picture of Miss Willard, with her heather mixture tweeds and her sensible shoes, and her wise maternal maxims. Mr. Willard was a little boy, and his voice was high and clear, like a little boy's. Joan and Miss Willard. Joan and Miss Willard. I had knocked on Dee Dee's door that morning, wanted to borrow some two-part sheet music. I waited a few minutes and then, hearing no answer and thinking Dee Dee must be out, I could pick up the music from her bureau. I pushed the door open and stepped into the room. At Belsize, even at Belsize, the doors had locked, but the patients had no keys. A door shut meant piracy, and was respected like a locked door. One knocked and knocked again, and then went away. I remember that as I stood, my eyes half useless after the brilliance of the hall, in the room's deep, musky dark. As my vision cleared, I saw a shape rise from the bed, and somebody gave a low giggle. The shape adjusted its hair, and two pale, pebble eyes regarded me through the gloom. Dee Dee lay back on the pillows, bare-legged under a green wool dressing gown, and watched me with a little mocking smile. A cigarette glowed between the fingers of her right hand. I just wanted, I said. I know, said Dee Dee. The music. Hello, Esther, Joan said then, and her corn-hoarse voice made me want to puke. Wait for me, Esther. I'll come play the bottom part with you. Now, Joan said stoutly, I never really liked Buddy Willard. He thought he knew everything. He thought he knew everything about women. I looked at Joan, in spite of the creepy feeling, and in spite of my old ingrained dislike, Joan fascinated me. It was like observing a Martian, a particularly warty toad. Her thoughts were not my thoughts, nor her feelings my feelings, but we were close enough that our thoughts and feelings seemed right, black image of my own. Sometimes I wonder if I'd made Joan up. Other times I wonder if she would continue to pop in every crisis of my life to remind me of what I had been, and what I had been through, and carry on her own separate but similar crisis into my own. I don't see what women see in other women, I told Dr. Nolan in my interview that noon. What does a woman see in a woman she can't see in a man? Dr. Nolan paused. Then she said, tenderness. That shut me up. I like you, Joan was saying. I like you better than Buddy. And as she stretched out on my bed with a silly smile, I remember the minor scandal at a college dormitory when a fat, matronly-breasted senior, homely as a grandmother and a pious religion major, and a tall, gawky freshman with a history of being deserted in an early hour, in all sorts of ingenious ways by her blind dates, started seeing too much of each other. They were always together, and once somebody had come across them evasing, the story went, in the fat girl's room. But what were they doing? I had asked. Whenever I thought about men and men, and woman and man and woman, I could never imagine what they would actually be doing. Oh, the spy had said. Millie was sitting on the chair and Theodora was lying on the bed, and Millie was stroking Theodora's hair. I was disappointed. I would thought I would have some revelation of specific evil. I wondered if all women did with other women was lie and hang. Lie and hug. Of course, the classical women poet in my college lived with another woman. A stumpy old classical scholar with a cropped Dutch cut. And when I had told the poet I might get married and have a pack of children someday, she stared at me in horror. But what about your career? She had cried. My head ached. Why did I attract these weird old women? There was the famous poet, Philomena Guinea, and JC, and the Christian Scientist lady, and Lord knows who. And they all wanted to adopt me in some way, but the price of their care and influence had me resemble them. I like you. That's tough, Joan, I said, picking up my book, because I don't like you. You make me puke, if you want to know. And I walked out of the room, leaving Joan lying, lumpy as an old horse, across my bed. I waited for the doctor, wondered if I should bolt. I knew what I was doing was illegal, in Massachusetts anyway, because the state was cram-jam full of Catholics. But Dr. Nolan said this doctor was an old friend of hers, and a wise man. What's your appointment for? The brisk, white-uniformed receptionist wanted to know, ticking my name off her notebook list. What do you mean for? I hadn't thought anybody but the doctor himself would ask me that. And the communal waiting room was full of other patients waiting for the doctors, most of them pregnant or with babies, and I felt their eyes on my flat, virgin stomach. The receptionist glanced up at me and I blushed. A fitting, isn't it? She said kindly. I only wanted to make sure so I know what to charge you. Are you a student? Yes. That would only be half price then. $5 instead of $10. Shall I bill you? I was about to give my home address, where it would probably be by the time the bill arrived, but then I thought of the mother opening the bill and seeing what it was for. The only other address I had was the innocuous box number which people used, who didn't want to advertise the fact that they lived in an asylum. But I thought the receptionist might have to recognize the box number, so I said, I better pay now, and peeled $5 notes off the roll in my pocketbook. Let me hydrate real quickly. Oh, my BRB is still up. Oopsies. Thank you. I forgot about that. The $5 was part of what Philomena Guinea had sent me as a sort of get-well present. I wonder what she would think if she knew to what use her money was being put. Whether she knew it or not, Philomena Guinea was buying my freedom. What I hate is the thought of being under a man's thumb, I had told Dr. Nolan. A man doesn't have a worry in the world. Well, I've got a baby hanging over my head like a big stick to keep me in line. Would you act differently if you didn't have to worry about a baby? Yes, I said. But... And I told Dr. Nolan about the married woman lawyer and her defense of chastity. Dr. Nolan waited until I was finished. Then she burst out laughing. Propaganda, she said, and scribbled the name and address of this doctor on a prescription pad. I leafed nervously through an issue of Baby Talk. The fat, bright faces of babies beamed up at me, page after page. Bold babies, chocolate-covered babies, Eisenhower-faced babies, babies rolling over for the first time, babies reaching for rattles, babies eating their first spoonful of solid food, babies doing all the little tricky things it takes to grow up, step by step, into an anxious and unsettling world. I smelt a mingling of parabolium and sour milk, and salt-cod stinky diapers, and felt sorrowful and tender. How easy having babies seemed to the women around me. Why was I so unmaternal and apart? Why couldn't I dream of devoting myself to baby after fat pulling baby like Dodo Conway? If I had to wait on a baby all day, I would go mad. I looked in the baby in the lap of the woman opposite. I had no idea how old he was. I never did with babies. For all I knew, it could be a talker blue streak and have 20 teeth behind his pursed, pink lips. It held its little wobbly head up on its shoulders. It didn't seem to have a neck, and observed me with a wise, platonic expression. The baby's mother smiled and smiled, holding that baby as if it was the first wonder of the world. I watched the mother and the baby for some clue for their mutual satisfaction, but before I discovered anything, the doctor called me in. "You'd like a fitting," he said cheerfully, and I thought with relief that he wasn't the sort of doctor to ask awkward questions. I had toyed with the idea of telling him I planned to be married to a sailor as soon as the ship docked at the Charlestown Navy Yard. And the reason I didn't have an engagement ring was because we were too poor. But the moment I rejected that appealing story and simply said, "Yes." I climbed up on the examination table thinking, I'm climbing to freedom. Freedom from fear. Freedom from marrying the wrong person, like Buddy Willard, just because of sex. Freedom from Florence Crittenden homes where all the poor girls who should have been fitted out like me. Because what they did, they would do anyway regardless. As I rode back to the asylum with my box and the plain brown paper wrapper on my lap, I might have been Mrs. Anybody coming back from a day in town with the Strass cake for a maiden aunt, or Philine's basement hat. Gradually the suspicions that Catholics had X-ray eyes diminished, and I grew easy. I had done well by my shopping privileges, I thought. I was my own woman. The next step was to find the proper sort of man. And that is 18. Let me check everything. Thank you, Tomo, Marithu, Alucard, Hyoko, and Hochita for following. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Hi, JP. Keep reading me a story. Quite splendid, yeah. Yeah, this is one of my favorite books, so I'm reading it through. Good night, Neko. I can fix her, are you sure? Are you certain? I don't know if we can. We've only got 2 chapters next left. Do you really think we can fix her? Maybe not, you know? Maybe she needs lobotomy, like, she'll find the right man and live happily ever after. Maybe that'll be the outcome of her slag maxi cock, you know? Good thing we don't have to worry about QB. Shut up! Can you say you love us for the readers, okay? Okay. I love you. There. Because I'm being nice today, okay? So cheap today. My bad. Woo. Looks like she's going out more as an objective or like a proof rather than something more. That would make sense. I don't think she knows what she wants truly. Love the aesthetic and the reading, hope to see more. Thank you, Uber. Thank you, Uber. I probably will. This is fun, so I probably will. Okay, let me drink real quick and then we can do 19. Let me hydrate again. Thank you, sir. Okay. I'm gonna be a psychiatrist. Joan spoke with her usual breathy enthusiasm. We were drinking apple cider in the Belsize lounge. Oh, I said dryly. That's nice. I've had a long talk with Dr. Quinn, and she thinks it's perfectly possible. Dr. Quinn was Joan's psychiatrist, a bright, shrewd, single lady, and I often thought if I'd been assigned to Dr. Quinn, I would still be in Kaplan, or more possibly, probably, Wymark. Dr. Quinn had an abstract quality that appealed to Joan, but it gave me the polar chills. Joan chatted on about egos and ideas, and I turned my mind to something else, the brown or wrapped package in my bottom drawer. I never talked about egos and ideas with Dr. Nolan. I don't know what I just talked about, really. I'm going to live out now. I tuned in on Joan then. Where? I demanded, trying to hide my envy. Dr. Nolan said my college would take me back for the second semester, on her recommendation and Philomena Guinea's scholarship. But as the doctors vetoed my living with my mother in the interim, I was staying on at the asylum until the winter term began. Even so, I found it unfair of Joan to beat me through the gates. Where? I persisted. They're not letting you live on your own, are they? Joan had only that we'd been given town privileges again. Oh no, of course not. I'm living in Cambridge with Nurse Kennedy. Her roommate's just got married, and she needs someone to share the apartment. Cheers. I raised my apple cider glass, and we clinked. In spite of my profound reservations, I thought I would always treasure Joan. It was as if we had been forced together by some overwhelming circumstance, like war or plague, and shared a world of our own. When are you leaving? On the 1st of the month. Nice. Joan grew wistful. You'll come visit me, won't you, Esther? Of course. But I thought, not likely. It hurts, I said. Is it supposed to hurt? Erwin didn't say anything. Then he said, sometimes it hurts. I'd met Erwin on the steps of the Widener Library. I was standing at the top of the long flight, overlooking the red brick buildings that walked the snow-filled clod, preparing to catch the trolley back to the asylum, when a tall young man with a rather ugly and bespectacled but intelligent face came up and said, Could you please tell me the time? I glanced at my watch. 4:05. Then the man shifted his arms around the load of books he was carrying before him like a dinner tray, revealed a bony wrist. Why? Why, you've a watch yourself. The man looked ruefully at his watch. He lifted it and shook it by his ear. Doesn't work, he smiled engagedly. Where are you going? I was about to say, back to the asylum, but the man looked promising, so I changed my mind. Home. Would you like some coffee first? I hesitated. I was due at the asylum for supper and I didn't want to be late, so close to being signed out there for good. A very small cup of coffee? I decided to practice my new, normal personality on this man who, in the course of my hesitations, told me his name was Erwin, and he was a very well-paid professor of mathematics, so I said, All right, and matching my stride to Erwin's, strolled down the long, ice-encrusted flight at his side. It was only after seeing Erwin's study that I decided to seduce him. Erwin lived in a murky, comfortable basement apartment in one of the run-down streets of outer Cambridge and drove me there. For a beer, he said, after 3 cups of bitter coffee in a student cafe. We sat in his study on stuffed brown leather chairs, surrounded by stacks of dusty, incomprehensible books with huge formulas and set artistically on the page like poems. While I was sipping my first glass of beer, I've never really cared for cold beer in midwinter, but I accepted the glass to have something solid to hold on to. The doorbell rang. Ewan seemed embarrassed. I think it may be a lady. Ewan had a queer, old habit of calling women ladies. Fine, fine, I gestured largely. Bring her in. Owen shook his head. You'd upset her. I smiled into my amber cylinder of cold beer. The doorbell rang again with a peremptory jab. Owen sighed and rose to answer it. The minute he disappeared, I whipped into the bathroom and concealed behind the dirty aluminium-coloured Venetian blind, watched Ewan's monkish face appear in the door crack. A large, bosomy Slavic lady in a bulky sweater of natural sleep's wool, purple slacks, high-heeled black overshoes with Persian lamb cuffs and a matching toque, puffed white, inaudible words into the wintry air. Erwin's voice drifted back into me through the chilly wall. Let me drink real quick. I'm sorry, Olga. I'm working, Olga. No, I don't think so, Olga. All the while the lady's red mouth moved, and the words, translated to white smoke, floated up among the branches of the naked mac by the door. Then finally, perhaps, Olga. Goodbye, Olga. I admired the immense, steffi-like expanse of the lady's wool-clad bosom as she retreated, a few inches from my eye, down the creaking wooden stair. I saw the Siberian bitterness on her vivid hips. I suppose you have lots and lots of affairs in Cambridge, I told her when she cheerily, as I shook a snail with one of the pin in one of Cambridge's determinedly French restaurants. I seem, Erwin admitted with a small, modest smile, to get on with the ladies. I picked up my empty snail shell and drank the herb green juice. I had no idea if this was proper, but after months of the wholesome, dull asylum diet, I was greedy for butter. I had called Dr. Nolan from a payphone at the restaurant and asked for permission to stay overnight in Cambridge with Joan. Of course, I had no idea whether Erwin would invite me back to his apartment after dinner or not. But I thought his dismissal of the Slavic lady, another professor's wife, looked promising. I tipped back my head and poured down a glass of Nuit St. George. You do like wine, Erwin observed. Only Nuit St. George. I imagine him with the dragon. Erwin reached in my hand. I felt the first man I slept with must be intelligent, so I would respect him. Erwin was the full professor at 26 and had the pale, hairless skin of a boiled genius. I also needed someone quite experienced to make up for my lack of it, and Erwin's ladies reassured me on this head. Then, to be on the safe side, I wanted somebody I didn't know and wouldn't go on knowing. A kind of impersonal, priest-like official, as in the tales of tribal rites. By the end of the evening I had no doubts about Erwin whatsoever. Ever since I'd learned about the corruption of Buddy Willard, my virginity weighed like a milestone around my neck. It had been of such enormous importance to me for so long that my habit was to defend it at all costs. I had been defending it for 5 years, and I was sick of it. It was only as Erwin swung me into his arms, back at his apartment, and carried me, wine-dazed and limped, into the pitch-black bedroom that I murmured, "You know, Erwin, I think I ought to tell you I'm a virgin." Erwin laughed and flung me down on the bed. A few minutes later, an exclamation of surprise revealed that Erwin hadn't really believed me. I thought how lucky it was that I'd started practicing birth control during the day, because in my whiny state that night, I never would have bothered to perform the delicate and necessary operation. I lay, wrapped and naked, on Erwin's rough blanket, waiting for the miraculous change to make itself felt. But all I felt was a sharp, startlingly bad pain. "It hurts," I said. "Is it supposed to hurt?" Erwin didn't say anything at all. Then he said, "Sometimes it hurts." After a little while, Owen got up and went into the bathroom. Then I heard the rushing of shower water. I wasn't sure if Owen had done what he planned to do. My virginity had obstructed him in some way. I wanted to ask him if I was still a virgin, but I felt too unsettled. A warm liquid was seeping out between my legs. Tentatively, I reached down and touched it. When I held my hand up to the light streaming in front of the bathroom, my fingertips looked black. Owen, I said nervously, bring me a towel. Owen strolled back, a bath towel knotted around his waist, and tossed me a second, smaller towel. I pushed the towel between my legs and pulled it away almost immediately. It was half black with blood. I'm bleeding, I announced, sitting up with a start. Oh, that often happens, Owen reassured me. You'll be alright. Then the stories of blood-stained bridal sheets and capsules of red ink bestowed on already beflowered blinds floated back to me. I wondered how much I would bleed, and lay down, nursing the towel. It occurred to me that the blood was my answer. I couldn't possibly be a virgin anymore. I smiled into the dark. I felt part of a great tradition. Surreptitiously, I applied a great section of white towel to my wound, thinking that as soon as the bleeding stopped, I would take the great trolley back to the asylum. I went to the brood over my new condition in perfect peace. But the towel came away black and dripping. I think I'd better go home, I said faintly. Surely not so soon. Yes, I think I'd better. I asked if I could borrow Eowyn's towel and packed it between my thighs as a bandage. Then I pulled on my sweaty clothes. Owen offered to drive me home, but I didn't see how I could let him drive me to the asylum, so I dug in my pocketbook for Joan's address. Owen knew the street and went out to start the car. I was too worried to tell him I was still bleeding. I kept hoping every minute that it would stop. But as Owen drove me through the barren, snow-blank streets, I felt the warm seepage let itself through the dam of the towel in my skirt and onto the car seat. As we slowed, cruising my house after lit house, I thought how fortunate it was I had not discarded my virginity while living at college or at home, where such concealment would have been impossible. Joan opened the door with the expression of glad surprise. Owen kissed my hand and told Joan to take good care of me. I shut the door and leaned back against it, feeling the blood drain from my face in one spectacular flush. Why, Esther? Joan said. What on earth's the matter? I wondered when Joan would notice the blood trickling down my legs and oozing stickily into each black patent leather shoe. I thought I could be dying from a bullet wound, and Joan would still stare at me with her blank eyes, expecting me to ask for a cup of coffee and a sandwich. Is that nurse here? No, she's on night duty at Kaplan. Good. I made a little bit of grin as another soak of blood let itself through the drenched padding and started a terribly tedious journey into my shoes. I mean, bad. You look funny, Joan said. You better get a doctor. Why? Quick. But still she hadn't noticed anything. I bent down, and with a brief grunt, and slipped one of my winter-cracked black Bloomingdale shoes. I held the shoe up, and before Joan's enlarged pebbly eyes, tilted it, and watched her take in the stream of blood that cascaded onto the beige work. My God, what is it? I'm hemorrhaging. Joan half led, half dragged me to the sofa and made me lie down. Then she propped some pillows under my blood-stained feet. Then she stood back and demanded, Who was that man? For one crazy minute I thought Joan would refuse to call a doctor until I confessed the whole story of my evening with Erwin. And after my confession she would still refuse, as a sort of punishment. But then I realized that she honestly took my explanation at face value, that my going to bed with Erwin was utterly incomprehensible to her, and his appearance a mere prick to her pleasure at my arrival. Oh, somebody, I said, with a flabby gesture of dismissal. Another pulse of blood released itself, and I contracted my stomach muscles in alarm. Get a towel. Joan went out and came back almost immediately with a pile of towel and sheets. Like a prompt nurse, she peeled back my blood-wet clothes, drew a quick breath as she arrived at the original royal red towel, and applied a fresh bandage. I lay, trying to slow the beating of my heart as every beat applied forth another gush of blood. I remembered a worrisome curse in the Victorian novel where woman after woman died, palely and nobly, in torrents of blood after a difficult childbirth. Perhaps Erwin had injured me in some awful obscure way, and all the while I lay there on Joan's sofa I was really dying. Let me drink again. Joan pulled up an Indian hascom and began to dial down a long list of Cambridge doctors. The first number didn't answer. Joan began to explain my case to the second number, which did answer, but then broke off and said, "I see," and hung up. "What's the trouble?" "He'll only come for regular customers or emergencies. It's Sunday." I tried to lift my arm and look at my watch, but my hand was a rock at my side and it wouldn't budge. Sunday, the doctor's paradise. Doctors at country clubs, doctors at the seaside, doctors with mistresses, doctors with wives, doctors in church, doctors in yachts, doctors everywhere resolutely being people, not doctors. "For God's sake," I said, "tell them I'm an emergency." The third number didn't answer, and at the fourth, the party hung up the minute Joan mentioned it was about a period. Joan began to cry. "Look, Joan," I said painstakingly, "call up the local hospital. Tell them it's an emergency. They'll have to take me." Joan brightened and dialed a fifth number. The emergency service promised her a staff doctor would attend to me if I could come into the ward. Then Joan called a taxi. Joan insisted on riding with me. I clasped my fresh padding of towels with a sort of desperation as the cabby, impressed by the address Joan gave him, cut corner after corner in the dawn-pale streets and grew up with a great skill of wires the emergency ward entrance. I left Joan to pay the driver and hurried into the empty, glaringly lit room. A nurse bustled out from behind a white screen. In a few swift words, I managed to tell her the truth about my predicament before Joan came in the door, blinking and wide-eyed as a myopic owl. The emergency ward doctor strolled out then, and I climbed, with the nurse's help, onto the examining table. The nurse whispered to the doctor, and the doctor nodded and began unpacking the bloody toweling. I felt his fingers stop the probe, and Joan stood, rigid as a soldier at my side, holding my hand. From my side or hers, I couldn't tell. Ouch. I wanted a particularly bad jab. The doctor whistled. "You're one in a million. Well, what is this?" "Oh, what do you mean?" "I mean it's one in a million it happens to like this." The doctor spoke in a low, curt voice to the nurse, and she hurried to a side table and brought back some of the rolls of gauze and silver instruments. "I can see," the doctor bent down, "exactly where the trouble is coming from." "But can you fix it?" The doctor laughed. "Oh, I can fix it all right." I was roused by a tap on my door. It was past midnight, and the asylum quiet as death. I couldn't imagine who would still be up. "Come in." I switched on the bedside light. The door quicked open, with Dr. Quinn's brisk dark head appeared in the crack. I looked at her with surprise, because although I knew who she was, and often passed her with a brief nod in an asylum hall, I never spoke to her at all. Now she said, "Miss Greenwood, may I come in a minute?" I nodded. Dr. Quinn stepped into the room, shutting the door quietly behind her. She was wearing one of her navy blue, immaculate suits with plain snow-white blouse showing the V of the neck. I need more water. "I'm sorry to bother you, Miss Greenwood, and especially at this time of night, but I thought you might be able to help us out about Joan." For a minute I wondered if Dr. Quinn was going to blame me for Joan's return to the asylum. I wasn't sure how much Joan knew after our trip to the emergency ward, but a few days later she had come back to live in Belsize, retaining, however, the freest of town privileges. "I do all I can," I told Dr. Quinn. Dr. Quinn sat down on the edge of my bed with a grey face. "We would like to find out where Joan is. I thought you might have an idea." Suddenly I wanted to dissociate myself from Joan completely. "I don't know," I said coldly. Isn't she in her room? It was well after the bell-sized curfew hour. No, Joan had a permit to go to a movie in town this evening, and she's not back yet. Who was she with? She was alone. Dr. Quinn paused. Have you any idea where she might be likely to spend the night? Surely she'll be back. Something must have held her up. But I didn't see what could have held up Joan up in Tame Night, Boston. Dr. Quinn shook her head. The last trolley went by an hour ago. Maybe she'll come by taxi. Dr. Quinn sighed. Have you tried the Kennedy Girl? I went on. Where Joan used to live? Dr. Quinn nodded. Her family? Oh, she'd never go there. But we've tried them too. Dr. Quinn lingered a minute, as if she could sniff out some clue in the snow room. Then she said, Well, we'll do what we can. And left. I turned out the light and tried to drop back to sleep, but Joan's face floated before me, bodiless and smiling, like the face of the Cheshire Cat. I even thought I heard her voice, rustling and hushing through the dark, but then I realized it was only the night wind in the silent trees. Another tap woke me in the frost-grey dawn. This time I opened the door myself. Facing me was Dr. Quinn. She stood at attention, like a frail drill surgeon, but her outlines seemed curiously smudged. I thought you should know, Dr. Quill said. Joan has been found. Dr. Quill's use of the passive slowed my blood. Where? In the woods, by the frozen ponds. I opened my mouth, but no words came out. One of the orderlies found her, Dr. Quinn continued just now. Coming to work. She's not dead, said Dr. Quinn. I'm afraid she's hanged herself. Wow, okay. That's chapter 19. That is a crazy end of a chapter. Jesus. Scary. Why did she do that? Yeah, I wonder if it was, the rush of, motivation before you kill yourself. Perhaps it's like that. That's the only way I can justify her be looking so well before she did that. Also, thank you, Emiya, for the follow. Thank you. Wait, didn't she get an IUD? They didn't specify. It would be whatever's available. I think it was just the pill, right? Because she said she took it every day. I think so. So I don't think that would have affected her. I think, but I don't know why she was bleeding out, and it doesn't explain. The 1960s operation they aren't sharing with me. Everyone in this is very good at game ending. They really are. It feels like the stories always have it happen like that, always get better before the worst. Isn't it like that in real life too, though, right? But yeah, this chapter was quite the whirlwind. Lost a V-card like a jump, almost bled to death. Joan Max is to a hospital and now Joan is swinging in the wind. Jeez. I guess back when this chapter was written, it would have been common sense why she would have bled. Perhaps. Maybe. It doesn't make sense to me, but maybe they would know if they were reading it at the time. Okay. Oh my god, last chapter. I want to finish it, I'm ready. I'm hydrating, thank you. 1 in a million, I guess it's just a random mutation? Potentially. Potentially, right? Okay, let's finish this, alright? Chapter 20. A fresh fall of snow blanketed the asylum grounds. Not a Christmas sprinkle, but a man-high January deluge, the sort that snuffs out schools and offices and churches and leaves, for a day or more, a pure blank sheet in place of memo pads, date books, and calendars. In a week, if I pass my interview with the board of doctors, Philomena Guinea's large-back car would drive me west and deposit me at the wrought iron gates of my college. The heart of winter. Massachusetts would be sunk in a marble calm. I pictured the snowflakey Grandma Moses village, the reaches of the swampland rattling with dried cattails, the ponds where frog and hornpout streamed in a sheaf of ice, and the shivering woods. But under the deceptively clean and level slate of the topography is the same, and instead of San Francisco, or Europe, or Mars, I would be learning the old landscape, brook and hill and tree. In one way it seemed a small thing starting, after a 6-month lapse, where it so vehemently left off. Everybody would know about me, of course. Dr. Nolan had said quite bluntly, a lot of people would treat me gingerly, or even avoid me, like a leper with a warning bell. My mother's face floated to my end. A pale, reproachful moon. It had lasted first visit to the asylum since my 20th birthday. A daughter in an asylum. I had done that to her. Still, she had obviously decided to forgive me. We'll take up where we left off, Esther, she had said, with a sweet, March's smile. Or if this was all a bad dream. A bad dream. To a person in the bell jar, blank and stopped as a dead baby, the world itself is the bad dream. A bad dream. I remembered everything. I remembered the cadavers and Doreen and the story of the fig tree and Marco's diamond and the sailor on the common and Dr. Gordon's wall-eyed nurse and the broken thermometers and the with his 2 kinds of beans and the 20 pounds I gained on insulin and the rock that bulged between the sky and ski like a grey skull. Maybe forgetfulness, like a kind snow, should numb and cover them, but they were part of me. They were my landscape. I meant to see you. The smiling, snow-capped nurse poked her head in through the door, and for a confused second I thought I really was back in college, and this spruce white furniture, this white view over trees and hills, an improvement on my old room's neat chairs and desk and outlook over the bold quad. I meant to see you, the girl on watch had said, on the dormitory phone. What was there about us, in Belle's eyes, so different from the girls playing bridge and gossiping, and studying in the college to which I would return? Those girls too, sat under bell jars of a sort. Come in, I called, and Buddy Willard, khaki cap in hand, stepped into the room. Well, Buddy, I said. Well, Esther. We stood there, looking at each other. I waited for a touch of emotion, the faintest glow. Nothing but a great, amiable boredom. Buddy's khaki-jacketed shape seemed small and unrelated to me as the brown post he had stood against that day a year ago at the bottom of the ski room. How did you get here? I asked finally. Mother's car. In all this snow? Well, Buddy grinned. I stuck outside in a drift. The hill was too much for me. Is there any place I can borrow a shovel? We can get a shovel for one of the groundsmen. Good. Buddy turned to go. Wait, I'll come and help you. Buddy looked at me, and then in his eyes I saw a flicker of strangeness, the same compound of curiosity of weariness I'd seen in the eyes of the Christian Scientist, and my old English teacher, and a Unitarian minister who used to visit me. Oh, Buddy, I laughed. I'm all right. Oh, I know, Esther, Buddy said hastily. It's you who wanted to dig out cards, Buddy, not me. And Buddy did let me do most of the work. The car had skidded on the grassy hill up to the asylum and backed, with one wheel over the rim of the drive, into a steep drift. I need to drink more. The sun emerged from its grey shrouds of cloud, strewn with a summer brilliance on the untouched slopes. Pausing in my work to overlook that pristine expanse, I felt the same profound thrill it gives me to see trees and grassland waist high under floodwater, as if the usual water of the world had shifted slightly and entered a new phase. I was grateful for the car in the snowdrift. It kept Woody from asking what I knew he was going to ask, what he finally did ask, in a low, nervous voice, at the Bell-sized afternoon tea. Dee Dee was eyeing us like a nervous cat over the rim of her teacup. After Joan's death, Dee Dee had been moved to Weimar for a while, but now she was among us once more. I'd been wondering, Woody set his cup in a sauce with an awkward clatter. What have you been wondering? I've been wondering, I thought you might be able to tell me something. Woody met my eyes and I saw, for the first time, how he had changed. Instead of his old sure style that flashed on easily and frequently as a photographer's boob, his face was grave, even tentative, the face of a man who does not often get what he wants. I'll tell you what if I can, Woody. Do you think there's something in me that drives women crazy? I couldn't help myself. I burst out laughing, maybe because of the seriousness of Woody's face and the common meaning of the word crazy in a sentence like that. Woody pushed on. I dated Joan, and then you, and first you went, and then Joan. With one finger I nudged a cake crumb into a drop of wet brown tea. Of course you didn't do it, I heard Dr. Nolan say. I had come to about Joan, and it was the only time I remember her sounding angry. No one did it. She did it. And then Dr. Nolan told me about how the best psychiatrists have suicides amongst their patients, and how they, if anybody, should be held responsible, but how they, on the contrary, do not hold themselves responsible. You had nothing to do with us, Buddy. You sure? Absolutely. Well, Buddy breathed. I'm glad of that. And he drained his tea like a tonic medicine. I hear you're leaving us. I fell into step beside Valerie in the little nurse-supervised group. Only if the doctors say yes. I have my interview tomorrow. The packed snow creaked underfoot, and everywhere I could hear a musical trickle and drip as the moon sun fought icicles and snow crusts that would glaze again before nightfall. The shadows of the massed black pines were lavender in that bright light, and I walked with Valerie a while, down the familiar labyrinth of shuffled asylum paths. Doctors and nurses and patients passing on adjoining paths seemed to be moving on casters, cut off on the waist by the pale snow. Interviews, Valerie snorted. They're nothing. If they're going to let you out, they'll let you out. I hope so. In front of Kaplan, I said goodbye to Valerie's calm, snow-maiden face beside which so little, bad or good could happen, and walked on alone, my breath coming in white puffs even in that sun-filled air. Valerie's last cheerful cry had been so long. Be seeing you. Not if I know it, I thought. But I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure at all. How did I know that someday, in college, in Europe, somewhere, anywhere, the bell jar with its stifling distortions wouldn't descend again? And hadn't Buddy said, as if to revenge himself for my digging out the car and his having to stand by? I wonder who you'll marry now, Esther. What? I said, shuffling snow to a mound and blinking against the stinging black shower of loose flakes. I wonder who you'll marry now, Esther. Now you've been. And Buddy's gesture encompassed the hill, the pines, and the severe snow-gabled buildings breaking up the rolling landscape. Here. And of course I didn't know who would marry me now I'd been where I'd been. I didn't know it all. I have a bill here, Erwin. I spoke quietly into the mouthpiece of the asylum payphone in the main hall of the administration building. At first, I suspected the operator, in her switchboard, might be listening, but she just went on plugging and unplugging her little tubes without batting an eye. Yes, Owen said. It's a bill for $20 for emergency attention on a certain date in December, and a checkup a week thereafter. Yes, Irwin said. The hospital said they are sending me the bill because there was no answer to the bill they sent you. Alright, I'm writing a check now. I'm writing them a blank check. Irwin's voice sounded subtly. When am I going to see you? Do you really want to know? Very much. Never, I said, and I hung up with a resolute click. I wondered briefly if Irwin would send his check to the hospital after that, and then I thought, of course he will. He's a mathematics professor. He won't want to leave any loose ends. I felt unaccountably weak-kneed and relieved. Irwin's voice had meant nothing to me. This was the first time, since our first and last meeting, that I had spoken with him, and I was reasonably sure that it would be the last. Irwin had absolutely no way of getting in touch with me, except by going to Nurse Kennedy's flat. And after Joan's death, Nurse Kennedy had moved somewhere else and left no trace. I was perfectly free. Joan's parents invited me to the funeral. I had been, Miss Gilling said, one of Joan's best friends. You don't have to go, you know, Dr. Nolan told me. You can always write and say I think it would be better not to. I'll go, I said. And I did go. And all during the simple funeral service I wondered what I thought I was burying. What the hell? Oh, I'm muted. I wonder if I click something. Oops. I'll go, I said, and I did go. Okay, that one? Okay. And all during the simple funeral service I wondered what I thought I was burying. At the altar the coffin loomed in its snow pallor of flowers, the black shadow of something that wasn't there. The faces in the pews around me were waxing with candlelight, and pine boughs, left over from Christmas, sent up a sepulchral incense in the cold air. Besides me, Jodie's cheeks bloomed like good apples, and here and there in the little congregation I recognized other faces of other girls from college, and my hometown who had known Joan. Dee and Nurse Kennedy bent their kerchief heads in front of a front pew. Then, behind the coffin and the flowers and the face of the minister and the faces of the mourners, I saw the rooting lawns of a town cemetery, near deep in snow now, with the tombstones rising out of it like smoke in the chimneys. There would be a black 6-foot deep gap hacked in the hard ground. Their shadow would marry the shadow, and the peculiar yellowish soil of a locality seal the ground wound in the whiteness, while another snowfall erased the traces of newness in Joan's grave. I took a deep breath and listened to the old back of my heart. I am. The doctors were having their weekly board meeting. Old business, new business, admissions, dismissals and interviews, leafing blindly through a tatty National Geographic in the asylum library. I waited my turn. Patients, with accompanying nurses, made their rounds of the stock shelves, conversing in low tones with the asylum librarian, an alumna of the asylum herself. Glancing at her, myopic, spinstership, spinsterish, effaced. I wondered how she knew she had really graduated at all. And unlike her clients, was whole and well. Don't be scared, Dr. Nolan had said. I'll be there. And the rest of the doctors, you know. And some visitors. And Dr. Frieden, the head of all the doctors, will ask you a few questions and then you can go. But in spite of Dr. Nolan's reassurances, I was scared to death. I had hoped at my departure I would feel sure and knowledgeable about everything that lay ahead. After all, I had been analysed. Instead, all I could see was question marks. I kept shooting impatient glances at the closed boardroom door. My stocking seams were straight, my black shoes cracked but polished, and my red wool suit flamboyant as my plans. Something old, something new. But I wasn't getting married. There ought, I thought, to be a ritual for being born twice. Patch, retreaded and approved for the road. I was trying to think of an appropriate one where Dr. Noon appeared from nowhere and touched me on the shoulder. All right, Esther. I rose and followed her to the open door. Pausing for a brief breath on the threshold, I saw the silver-beaked doctor who had told me about the rivers and the pilgrims on my first day, and the pocked, cadaverous face of Miss Huey, and eyes I thought I recognized over white masks. The eyes and the faces all turned themselves towards me, and guiding myself by them, as by a magical thread, I stepped into the room. That's the end of the book. Oh gosh. Thank you, Flame, for following. Thank you. Well, it didn't go how I thought it would, yeah. I didn't want to spoil it, but she does subvert expectations a little there. Although I suppose it's left up to impression whether she gets to leave or not. And then she became a VTuber at the end. Is that how it works? Well done getting through it. Thank you. I think it was a little difficult, but maybe just because I read so much of it at once, right? Bit of a weird bird she was. Just a little. Just a little. Hi again, VTuber. Hi, Spooky. Welcome, welcome. You started when I went to sleep and you're still going? Oopsies. My bad. My bad. This book won't give you about nightmares. It's a nice book. Yeah, it was certainly a book. No problem. Thank you for reading. It's okay. I like the book. I like the book, Go. I feel like it's a really good book. Yeah, you can definitely feel the author's first. Yeah, I think so. You can definitely feel her emotional attachment to what she writes about. Like the I think she writes her emotions in a very deep way, I guess. What would fuck me up is if there was a footnote at the end based on a true story. It was. It was though. It's Roman Clef. It's a semi-autobiography. It is based on Sylvia Plath. Are you not aware? Yeah, Sylvia killed herself the month after she released the book, so I feel like the end was basically, and it can go either way for her, and for Plath we know where it went. Yeah, that's the way I would interpret it. I mean, with Plath knowing where she went, and Esther being pretty much a self-insert of Plath. Yeah, we can figure out which way it would go for Esther as well, probably. I've been tuning in and out and just relaxing my pixels, so I had no clue. Ah, no, but yeah, it is based on Plath's life. I am going to just quickly BRB. I need to pee. That chapters took a while. I'll be right back. I'm back. Hello. Hello, hello. I did not forget to mute, thank you. Shame if Biggity is kinda killed by Plath's death, do you think so? I think you can still take it either way. As to what Plath meant by it, right? The way the story puts in flashbacks was interesting. Well, I found a lot of the flashbacks really jarring and sudden, but I guess it adds to that start of the story. I think it works really well. I think it contributes well to like emphasizing her neuroticism. Like how she actually is at the time outside of the story telling you. I think she does a really good job at like show not tell, right? Anyway, I'm gonna harass you guys now. I took my sock off. Use sandpaper. Oh, let me hydrate. Thank you, Sarah. Bad mic it is. My mic is naked now. It's sockless. Don't speak about it that way, though. It's shy. And shit. PJ love, leave my poor mic alone. It's just because it happened so quickly after publication. That's true, but you can never know how much she was holding on to the book. How long she was holding on to it before she put it to publisher. That's what I think of it. Sensitive, leave my poor Mike alone. He doesn't deserve this. Kind of feels like she wrote that open ending for herself. Maybe. It would make sense, right? Since it parallels her life so strongly, that's what she wanted to believe with. Like, believe in. That she had a choice. Does this pick up? Oh, it does. But it doesn't pick up well. What if I do with Great Aggression? Holy sweep. That's very sweepy. One thing that stuck out to me though is how her opinions of people came across as fact. Made it feel a lot more real in a strange way, because I feel like most people IRL would have a lot more maybe to their decisions. I mean, it depends who you think to talk to, right? I think that's just how she thought. Like, the world was pretty black and white to her and how she thought, I think. But yeah, she was unsure with her. Did you just call her suicide her cooking project? Sorry. I have not heard it that one before. I have not heard that one before. What if you chew a toy? I don't think that would even come up. Would it? Yeah, that's a new one. Her goose was cooked, you could say. That's a recipe for disaster. Well, she struggled on an ending so much, she just said, fuck it, they'll think there's meaning to it and published it unfinished. Or it could just be that she generally based it on herself and didn't want to write either. Couldn't bring herself to write a happy ending, but didn't want to write herself dying, I guess. You'll never know, right? It's not like you can ask her. You can only assume. Mappa is quite a comedic genius about it. I guess her true thoughts are buried with her. Are we done with the kitchen jokes? Are we done? She wrote the ending in the obituary. Oh my gosh. It was TLC, shut up. She did the ending herself. New way of writing books. It was a juicy story, what can I say? It really was. It really was, I guess. TLC roll credits. And this kiss is why we don't commit suicide. True. Or do it in a boring way, then they don't talk about it, right? One thing's for sure, she wasn't chicken. That's true. That's very true, actually. Now I'm just harassing you guys, okay? Do you want to have people on the internet making cooking jokes about you? Damn it. My plans to stick my head in the oven all ruined. It's all over for me, it's all ruined. If it's harassment from QV, it's not harassment. Yeah, is it harassment if you consent? I don't think so. Oh no, I'm getting bullied. Just remember, harassment goes both ways, Femcel. No one will ever be able to harass me. I'm impossible. Wait, is that how she died? Head in the oven? Yeah. In the gas oven, carbon monoxide poisoning. You know me, flirting versus harassment. I do. Honestly, those Japanese really raised the bar. Can't even disembowel yourself anymore because there's already a dozen of us who've already did it. Everything's so unoriginal, you know? Even Sophia knew about the Japanese. Suicide Japan. DVT is still pretty unexplored. I'm not gonna die from DVT. I got up enough times today, I won't. You know, I'm gonna bite you guys. Will this work? Oh my gosh, it does. No, that sounds weird. That sounds dodgy. That sounds way too dodgy. I didn't know it would sound that way. Head in the oven being the method that worked is something. Yeah. I mean, she tried other ones. Well, now I'm in pain. Thanks, my bad. My bad, it sounds like you're blowing the mic in a different way. I didn't know until I did it, okay? Okay, now you're harassing me, sorry. Sorry. Sorry for being a sex pest, my bad. Sorry for sex pesting. Harassment is comforting. Guys, am I a sex pest? Maybe I am, right? If you have to ask, um, I don't know how I care about eating in my ear, whatever, but that laugh fucked me up because I had the volume all the way up. My bad. My bad. I didn't mean to, but the noise caught me off guard when I realized what it sounded like. Such incredible how much suicide drops when they remove the filter. True. When they got rid of them all. Remember when we turned the favor? What do you mean? You can't turn what I do around on me. That's not fair. You can't copy me. Not even a question. Get sex pested? Don't even get sex? This shit fucking sucks. Yeah, get cubinitis. Is it contagious? Is cubinitis contagious? It's a fascinating insight into the mindset of someone suicidal. It really is. It's very, very interesting. She's an anime sex pest, forever virgin. Shut up. I mean, I'm not wrong. Well, you should still shut up. Regardless of that, okay? Guys, what is she doing to the pure? What do you mean? What do you think I'm doing to my Yeti? Leave me and my Yeti alone. I feel that psychiatrist have just made things worse. Yeah, I think the shock therapy, obviously since it causes brain damage, I think it did just make things far, far worse for her. And obviously she got like PTSD from it, right? Likely. Yes, officer, the hag that was molesting us is right there. Please take us away. I'm not molesting. I'm not a molester. Wish I was that mic right now. Shut the fuck up. Thinking about it. Shock therapy being the first guy's first suggestion was something. Yeah. I don't know how likely that was to be prescribed back in the day. If I were in that situation, it'd be impossible to be constantly reminded that something was wrong with me. Yeah. I think they just compounded her issues. Whatever you say, Lester. No. No way. I suppose that's why your silence became obsolete. Yeah, probably, honestly. What you don't want us to be the mic? I'm shy. I'm shy. Aren't we that mic in a way? Yeah, me? Shut up. Why, you hate us? Oh my god. Oh my god. Shock therapy was hip at the time. Nowadays, doctors try to be more subtle than using us is not nice. True. Now they only shock you after a little bit. A ninja saboteur could be a complete carry. No! You can't be my blue yeti, guys, okay? It's mine. To be honest, I've been a bit skeptical on special needs classes on that front. It's like them being like, lab ready? Maybe. Potentially, right? You're right, yours is way too girly. What's wrong with my blue yeti? What's wrong with my blue yeti? It's cute. What's wrong with it, right? Nothing at all. Anyone keep getting the clinical trial ads on Spotify? No. Maybe you should seek out. Well, you did dress us as a cute girly boy. Why? Because it's cute. What's wrong with wanting things to be cute? You guys don't want to be cute? Which book is next? I don't know. I could read maybe like my year of rest and relaxation, or maybe Kafka or something. Something like that. I suppose the idea is that surrounding the kids with others like them makes you feel more normal. Perhaps, right? I thought it would make sense, but I don't know how true it is. Prime, thank you for the follow. Thank you very much. Got itself a bow and all. I know the Drunk Scotsman song, but that is not the bow I'm giving to my mic. My mic will never get that, okay? It only gets to be cute, and that's it. Nothing else. Only cuteness. Simple as, really. But yeah, I'm tempted to read Kafka. Maybe, I'm going to look out the books I like. I really like, oh gosh, I always get the name wrong. 1 No One in 100,000. I really like that. That's one of my favorite books. But I would probably be able to finish it in a stream because it's very short. It's quite short enough service. Hi, Hyper Boy. Good enough, and hello. Hello. I don't know why this doesn't come up. Is my brush too soft? Oh, let me hydrate. Thank you, Melissa. Is Morgan there, though? Would you count 4 AM as Morgan? I mean, potentially, right? But I don't know if I would. If we made all these suicide jokes a laugh, I wonder if there happens to be a certain thing about Kafka that we could get banned for joking about. Banned? Wait, why banned? Which one about Kafka? Oh, boy, thank you for the follow. Reading your favorite book sounds good to me. I'm curious. Yeah, I don't mind doing it every so often, right? It's fun. But they're all like a little insane, because that's when I read. I'm gonna take a guess and say it's anti-Semitism. Didn't Kafka want to move to Israel though, so... I don't, yeah, he was Jewish. Okay, I thought you meant Kafka being anti-Semitic. Yeah. I forgot he was Jewish. Self-hating? Is that a 3D model? It is, yeah. It is 3D. They really expect nothing again. Wow. Hi again, Harpo. Let me stretch, thank you. The new friends are gonna experience some whiplash when they get their first normal QBC. Ah, what whiplash? What 180, guys? I'm basically the same, right? Right, surely. I just want the general partner back. Ah, what's next stream again? Yeah, it's Mahjong, I think. Unfortunately, I hate that game. She's just as lovely on regular streams, though, guys. Yeah, I'm so nice, right, guys? I am lovely and cozy and nice all the time. The great filter Mahjong on you. Imagine we lose the default QB and this becomes the default. Would be fun for a few weeks. Do you know how much effort I have to put in to speak like this? You think you get this, like, normally? You know how much effort I put in to not shout? My viewer, what about my viewer? Don't give them the wrong idea. What do you mean? It's just the same, right? Next stream is Mahjong. They really are going to get the whip. Oopsies. ASMR gaming? It's ASMR in a sense when I game. Can't think I've got back to 900 follows. Let's fucking go. No. Sure, I'm sure your roommate would appreciate the change. I've been very quiet the last 2 days, I think, Think about doing this in front of your tismic compulsions. My tismic compulsions? To shout? Is that it? ASMR Jung would have to be a punishment streamer. I would actually want to die if I did that, okay? Punishment Jung sounds like hell. Clacking the tires, wowie. Doing it will be fun for us, but not for me. What about it being fun for me, guys? Just put them in a pillow cover and shake it near the camera. You think I have tiles here? You can have fun the rest of the week. Outside of Mahjong? How many times a week do you collect the tiles? On stream, like, 1, right? Because I'd like to play other games, guys. I literally don't play games off stream. I'm a fake gamer. Get your jade. My jade is gone. It expired. I didn't buy the pass because I keep missing it. So we can have another hour yap, or is she gonna sleep? I don't know. I really want to chew my thing, but I can't do it near the mic because it sounds dodgy, right? It sounds too dodgy. Renew it then? But why? You want me to go roll nothing on the gacha again? I don't want to pay a $5 to roll fucking 50 blue gifts. What? I can't believe it. Do you really believe it? Do you think you had an idea of what games you'll be playing? Yeah, I think Mahjong Tuesday. Sorry, no. Mahjong Wednesday, RuneScape Friday, and then I think I'm gonna play Orange Juice with Mitchie Sunday. It just took me ages to decide because we weren't sure what game we were playing for ages. And I thought, if Mitchie wants to play Mahjong, I don't want to play Mahjong again. Can respect that, nothing wrong with her, yeah. Mahjong is fun, but it's a lot to shoot it for like 12 hours in a go. I didn't think it sounded dodgy, but like pure of heart. I'm just very conscious listening back to myself. That I don't want to be ear-licking ASMR, okay guys? So I'm very conscious of it. Please don't, I'm at work. Alright, go ahead, everyone else mute the screen. The stream. Shut up. She just reads journals and watches lectures. She just pretended to infiltrate us for some studies she's conducting. I infiltrated as a fake gamer? That's me? What is this ogre dragging his club on a tavern floor ASMR anyways? I'm a big caveman. I don't know what the hell people do. I got told people do this. I got backseated as to how to do ASMR. What does this sound like? Absolutely nothing, apparently. Can't confirm. I always knew she was a vet. But I would be a nice vet, right? Oh, hi, Sheena. Yeah, 8 hours. 8 hours, 8 hours. That's right, she means support. She's gonna stream League of Legends. No, I don't. I literally mained Jax. When I played League, I went top in jungle. Don't you dare call me a support League player again. I don't want to support people. I played ADC, if anything. But you're into it by now? Into what? You're so dedicated. I had a book to finish, so... Fortnite stream when? I have been over the age of 18 for way too long. Sheena, thank you for the follow. She's such a glowy, she drives away the darkness. Yeah, I'm so bright, I'm always glowing, so you guys always have the light, okay? Top is the least supportive role ever, so it makes sense. Yeah, I don't want to support people. I want to win. If they want support, maybe they should play top. In the age of 30 for a bit, shut up! What is this calling me a hag? At this point, you're far away from 18 than a 4-year-old. Me? A little old me, surely not. She hardly wants to support herself. I'm very supportive, okay? Do not put emphasis on the old on my age, thank you. Of course you would play the... Why'd you call it the solitaire role? I never heard it called that before. is frozen. Am I on stereo or omnidirectional? I'm on stereo. I never properly tried Omni because I didn't understand. I wasn't sure how well it picks stuff up. Imagine the smell. What smell? Can we get a good Slayer scream? At 3 AM? That's what you're getting. I cannot Slayer scream at 3 AM, okay? I will get a very angry knock at my door, and then I will get evicted and kicked out. I think stereo was better anyway. That's what I got saw people use when I asked, so cute. Let me hydrate, thank you, Sarah. Actually crazy to think this creature is like half a hack older than me. Scary as shit when she sounds so normal. Where's the smoker's lungs? The acid-inflamed tonsils? The lip-piercing mumbles? How is this a 30-plus-year-old yet running if she hasn't got any of the signs? Stop calling me a hack! Shut up. People would forgive a death screen. Just say it was a bad dream. No. I do it too much anyway. Like, sometimes I forget it's the middle of the night and I just make random noises and they're too loud and I panic and I go, oh my god, I shouldn't have done that. I don't think I can get away with it. That's fine, you can move to America then. If I get evicted. But I don't want to get evicted. Blow it? Blow the Aztec death whistle. I don't have the Aztec death whistle. I'm my own death whistle. I can scream really loud by myself. Although I won't be, right? Because I'll get in trouble. It's time? No. Well, stop calling you a hag when you accept that you are. Once you accept the truth, it's all, she's so young, and so a child, and fresh, but there's no truth for me to accept. You know? If not now, then when? Never. I'm a coward. A hag is over 30, therefore you not face the other woman, the open woman. I've never said my age, thank you. I just realized I started chewing on my thing up so subconsciously. Whoops. I'm putting it away. I do that too much, it's subconscious. What are you chewing? Yeah, I just realized I didn't put it back, so... I did what I normally do through streams, but I can't do that right now. Because I normally chew it all the time when I'm streaming. But I'm too close to the mic and my gain is too high right now. We can infer it, don't infer it. Stop inferring. Remove your inferring, okay? No more inferring. No more. I don't know if you can tell people to face the oven in the political. Oh my god. Make cubey noise into the mic. What is a cubey noise? Me 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 me. Me me na. Nya 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 nya. I'm gonna notice an infer. No. Please, no. Meow 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 meow. Couldn't sleep any longer. First I was going to get it again. Oh, hi, Chapfry. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. We finished reading the book, so... With all that binding, if Cube ever gets with someone, 100% that dude is gonna be smurf covered by the first week. You think I'd bite people? Me? You think I'd do that? I summon an RGB text bubble. Lucky Project Cuboid. You clearly have a thing for it, Kirby. I don't even bite that many things. I have specific things I bite, okay? Stockholm Syndrome. Sorry, I started biting my thing without realizing. That's subconscious though, because I always bite it. Okay, it's a Pavlov response to always doing it, okay? She bite your fingers up. Oh no. Hi Bill, welcome back. Yeah, everyone should love Plath. They could never make me hate Plath, I love her. Still waiting for my personalized sneeze. You think I'm able to sneeze on command? Ask for something else. Because I'm not able to do that. I will never be able to do that. And also, having people hear you sneeze is embarrassing, right? But I can't stop doing it. Can you sneeze on a specific rhythm next time? No. Like sneeze creep. No, I can't. I can't. Personalize ASMR VC. Is my ASMR voice continuing to evolve? Probably. It changes as I become more and less hydrated, I think. If you keep it up, you'll get to 1k viewer in my... 1k viewer? 1k? Any ideas what to do with 25k cubes? Most things are disabled, so I don't know, right? I disabled most things for this. Because it was kind of in the way. Let me hydrate, thank you. No. Constantly make her hydrate. It's just cause I wonder if it's just cause I'm concentrating on not shouting it's like this. But you think when I shout all the time it would hurt, but it really doesn't, right? But like this you can definitely feel it. Oh, Depa's live. I might raid into her soon then. I think the stream peaked. Yeah, that was a big raid. I didn't expect that. Yeah, 600 person raid was kind of crazy. That was nice of her though. If you get that many viewers, can you just ban them? Maybe. This preparing a medieval siege contraption ASMR though. Yeah, I'm a medieval peasant, and we're gonna get rid of the lords, okay? We're gonna end them all. Ban me first, please. Why? Why, huh? I'm so hated. I'm so oppressed. What happens when two streams raid each other? You just raid into two offline channels. Or you just swap viewers, I guess, pretty much, because you don't end immediately after raiding. I say give the people what they want in Pandom. Is that it? Let me hydrate, thank you. I think it would destroy all the Twitch. Surely you can handle all of that, right? Let me hydrate again. I'm almost out of water and I'm not refilling. Hi Salas, do you have a YouTube channel with VODs of previous Belcher chapters? I have a YouTube, but I don't have the VOD uploaded. The first 10 chapters was in the last stream before this one. So my VOD is saved on Twitch, but I don't have it on YouTube. Let me stretch and stuff, thank you. It's like in Ghostbusters where they crush trees. Gosh, but yeah, cause I read it all in like, well, it took me like, I wanna say like 15 hours to read it. But it was only 2 streams, right? So not too bad. That works, awesome. Great, no problem. So Kim, you ever get a read through of something yourself with written? Not unless I write it myself for the express purpose of reading it. Outside of that, nothing. Oh, Chadfred, thank you for the bits. Thank you. You made it to the last chapter. I did. It took me up to like 7 hours, but I did it. This one is for Coffee Con. Okay, I'll do it. Ever since Kay's cooking got to us, she'll be steering clean up. No, I'll re-upload stuff again, but I'm a bit scared of the copyright strike still. There was a lot of Zatsu. The book itself wasn't 15 hours long. Yeah, I don't know how much I'd say was the chapters along themselves. Maybe like 10? 10? I take a lot of breaks when I read, so maybe that's my fault. But I can't read everything in a row. QB has written stuff before, or for VTuber. I've written, but I don't think you can call me an author. I think that's a little much. The breaks are welcome. Okay, good. It just helps me read properly, because otherwise I'll like, my brain short circuits. If you read something you wrote on stream, you're a published author. I mean, I haven't though. The really crazy stuff I learned is that she even studied. I don't get it. You guys think I did nothing ever? I'm so stupid. I just live in hole like girl QB, live in hole like caveman. I'm referring to you as an author from now and it's too late. Oh no. Once the thoughts are on YouTube, so like, oh yeah, I can time select the chapters. That would be a good idea actually. Was Young Writers I don't know what Young Writers Anthology is. I never heard of it. How did that Twilight Sparkle fanfic end up? I've never made one of those. We don't talk about... I have never written smut either, thank you. I've never even read that stuff. I think it's kind of grim. I'll never be a true book talker. Don't suppose you got your entry into it? I don't know what they are. If I cite you as a paper, you're a real academic. True. If you're in my bibliography, you're a true academic then. The crazy thing is the amount of things you've done while seemingly coming across as a hickey neat. That's a shocking amount of things you can do alone, you know? shocking amount of things you can do while in your room. Is QB a true academic yet? No. How do I be a true academic? No, please explain. Wait, explain what? Explain what? Explain what in detail? The testicular torsion? That? Playing Roblox, for example? Sure, exactly. You can play a lot of Roblox in your room. Stop, your words hurt. My apologies. My bad. Power word QB? Some people do productive things while pedaling. I mean, sometimes you get spurts of motivation, right? Reading is still technically just consuming though, right? Even if it's something academic. Hey, people, they ruined people. Real. If you give us an essay on Sylvia Plath on stream, you're a published academic. That is definitely not something I could do now, though. My brain's a little fried after reading too much. I can't give any conclusions on anything about it. Dun dun dun. See if the spirit can cure your torsion. Maybe it really can, you know? Maybe it's true. I hate vampires other than QB. They all ruin vampires. Okay, we were gonna have issues. If you said that. Worst and if you didn't exclude me. Worst and best character in the Belger? Worst and best in what way? I mean, none of those characters in there are particularly moral or anything, right? So it's like... It's like you can't really judge them on that point. Favorite, I suppose, beside MC? I gotta think. Some of them have very little characterization, to be fair, don't they? Castlevania Vampires is pretty cool, though. I never played Castlevania, but I've really meant to. Marco, obviously not a guy, not Marco. She was really inspired by Marco at a time. Not Marco, the woman hater. Okay. Okay, least favorite, maybe Lenny. He was really creepy. Lenny was very, very creepy. Favorite other than Esther, maybe... Oh gosh. I don't know. I think Doreen and Sharon were the only real women that got like a real development across it. Maybe Valerie. Valerie was nice as well. Even if Shoshi was a little bit of me chic. Yeah, Doreen was not nice at all. I'm not really sure on a favorite. I guess Valerie. Valerie is the only one who really didn't do anything wrong. At least as far as Esther saw. All the guys, I mean, are mostly just either psychiatrists or sex interests for Esther in the book, so... Can't speak on them really. I think she has. She was in her phase. Mark would be an excellent Mahjong player. Shut up. Marco doesn't hate women, it's just tough love. Understood. Understood. The toddler tiddler terror. Yeah, maybe let me talk about my incestuous love for my non-cousin. By the way, all women are whores. Now let me try to rape you. He was definitely one of the characters of all time for sure. What a guy. What will the next book be? I'm not too sure yet, but I was thinking something Kafka, or Rest or Relaxation, or something absurdist. Just books I like, really. The Bell Jar 2, Electric Boogaloo. Holy crap. They invented that one already? Incredible, really. The Bell Tub? Oh no. Okay, guys. Not the jar. I'm kind of good right to read one in German. I think I should speak to English, I think. Reading in another language is too much. I think I'm gonna end soon, okay, guys? I'm a little EP below 6 past you first, okay? Mwah. Ha! Get fucked, kid. Get out. But, oh, Classy, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Oh, no. But I'm getting sleepy, so I'll never forgive it. My greatest apologies. I'll do it again. Mwah. Kiki, see you for the junk someone's the and get out. I'm the top sex pester. I do not consent for this. I'm so sleepy I can do it because I have no self-control when I'm sleepy, so thank you for streaming and being nice second time in a row. No worries, I swear I'm a nice person. Please continue your harassment. I can't. I'm gonna read out, okay? I'm done harassing. That's enough sex fasting for one day, I think. Sleepiness is really just drunk light, it really is. It really is, it really just makes you feel like a drunk person. I won't be awake for 4 hours in the disco, maybe I will actually. I'm not as sleepy as yesterday, but I'm too sleepy to keep going. See you, cute Rasuel, I will. See you guys, okay? Thanks for the stream, it's very interesting, Rasuel, and congrats on the milestone, thank you. Thank you. I'm glad you guys liked my book. I was a little nervous. It was a weird stream I did. Use the pack of streamer speed in your closet, I will. Please, I need sleep. Don't ferment me into staying up all night. I'm sorry. The Twitch numbers are always accurate, alright? Okay? Nini, guys, okay? Let's be, okay? Bye-bye, alright? Bye-bye, Sora. Bye-bye, Sora. Bye-bye, Dundee. Bye-bye, Frozen. Bye-bye, Mappo. Bye-bye, Chisel. Bye-bye, Bill. Bye-bye, Thomas. Bye-bye, Jeffrey. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, everyone, okay? Bye-bye. Let's be... Nini, guys. Nini. Bye-bye.